Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a public hearing meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, November 20th, 2025 at 5:01 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at the Austin ISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. Welcome and thank you for joining us. And Trustee Gonzalez is joining us by Zoom tonight. Next is an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly pertaining to the turnaround plans. There will be an opportunity to comment about other items after the hearing. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public hearing portion of our meeting called a dedicated Austin ISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. Tonight we have 4 people who signed up to speak in person, and we have 6 people who left a recorded message for the hearing, and we will now move to in-person testimony. In order to provide as many opportunities for input as possible within a limited time period at this meeting, each speaker is allotted 1 minute. No substitutions or yielding of time to others is permitted. Callers who signed up to speak in person, please come to the microphone when your name is called. As you come to the microphone, please press the button to turn the microphone on. There will be a device that will light up as you move through your 1 minute of allotted time. And when the buzzer sounds, we ask that you please make a final thought in 1 sentence. And we ask that whether you come to give a complaint or praise, that you reference any staff member by position or abbreviated last name. And we ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect for others at all times. We have 4 in-person speakers tonight: Amber Welsh, Rochelle Olivares, Jason Rodriguez, and Synovia Santander.
Okay, 2 things. First, I want to let y'all know it's been a real challenge to participate in the TAP development process as a parent at a TAP campus. A group from the district visited our campus, presented 3 options, but we only received more information from the district after they had decided that closed reassign was best for our students. And we still haven't been able to figure out or find out more about which options were considered or why closed reassign was determined to meet our students' needs. And I would just ask for greater transparency throughout the process, including when decisions will be made, how they'll be made moving forward related to transitions. Additionally, my second thing is, as y'all know, community is a real asset as a part of student learning, and we really want to be involved in discussions about planning and implementation. But communicating with district staff related to TAPS has been nearly impossible. Oh my gosh, this yellow light is stressing me out. Anyway, please communicate with us better. We want to work with you. We're all rooting for this to work because our kids want to learn. And so reach out if you have more questions.
Hello, good evening. I am a parent of a 3rd grader at Weedane Elementary. The vote that you are making tonight will change the landscape for 50 years. Each of the TAPs that you have closure reassigned deserve an individual vote so that we can go back in history to this moment and understand if there could have been a different outcome. Each of the TAPs have been district-led, have been district-written. We, the community, have been allowed to comment but not vote. We have been allowed to review but not edit. Tonight, you will be presented with a community-led plan that calls for a restart of Weedane Elementary. I urge you to trust the community and be brave and vote for this restart of Weedane Elementary. Closure to Weedane would desecrate the decades-long partnership that has been built to make a community school a nationally recognized model in Southeast Austin.
Hello, I'm Jason Rodriguez. I'm with Weedane Elementary. And in front of y'all have an amendment for a restart and not a closure. It's almost physically impossible to close our school and put us with another one. Y'all just need to take a close look at that. Y'all are not only closing the school, y'all are ripping our hearts out. Y'all are taking us out of the community. Our community's fed with several resources around the city and the neighborhood, and it would be vital just to keep it open, even if it's not under Wydane. Put it under another name, whatever y'all got to do to keep going, to make this work. Another question I have is, what's with the 50-year plan? What about now? We got to worry about what's happening these next 3 years. And why aren't y'all taking advantage of y'all vital assets? And that's us parents. I've seen them do amazing things. They've worked with other people, and I've seen our faculty do even more things. So y'all need to take more consideration in what's around y'all in communities and not just be absolute with things. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sinovio Santander. I just asked y'all this afternoon to, I have 2 kids. I have a 2nd grader and I have a 5th grader at Wydane. We ask y'all to stop, look, and listen. Plan A should always be, as we talk, that should be the community plan. And listen to the community, what we have out there, what options we have. We have very strong teachers, passionate teachers at Wydane. We ask y'all for a restart for Wydane. If y'all have left the Latino community out for a long period of time, we have left behind, and this is Wydane. It's just the center of a community that still holds, and just amazing people around it, the school, the teachers, I mean the staff there, and all the parents also that just come together on a daily basis to make this, to make the kids just a great day, each and every day. So thank y'all.
Thank you. We will now play the recorded message for public testimony, so please listen carefully.
My name is Nikki. I'm an AISD parent. In the season of thanks, I want to say thank you to the principals at our TAP school. The cavalry finally came to serve your schools and is trampling right over you. AISD showed up too late and is taking your job and your students away, and I'm so sorry. You aren't the cause of your school's closing. Thank you for the many more months that you will work this year to grow your schools, and thank you for the years you invested in them back when it was just you and your school community and the area nonprofit supporting the work. Your commitment is obvious, and our thanks should be coming from every corner of Austin ISD. Thank you to ISD staff and trustees for the monumental work that you've been doing involved in right-siding our community and our schools in our district. Thank you for families at Sunset Valley, Ridgetop, and Riley for your readiness to build community and continue in bilingual education. The teachers and leaders will make all the difference in the years ahead at your new schools. Thank you to the teachers at TAP campuses. The work you do doesn't always receive the respect and pay it deserves, despite.
Delay the votes on closures, consolidations, and program changes. Approve TAPs with restarts. This district tore apart Dovey, Burnett, and Webb. That harm still echoes. Please don't repeat it. We keep hearing we have to do hard things. The hard things are investing in our school communities. Hard things are trimming administrative excess so we can pay teachers and fund campuses. Hard things would have been implementing TAPs 2.5 years ago, so we weren't one step from TDA takeover. That failure was not on the community. It was on leadership. Leadership who was warned, and they said, we have systems. We won't be here. But if they have systems, they don't work. We were promised cuts away from campuses first. We got performative cuts, increased spending, fast-track school closures, built largely by 2 people now in lead for lack of integrity of the process, as the district said. That issue has
Good evening, trustees, superintendent, and staff. This is Ann Teich, former AISD trustee 2012-2020 and retired AISD educator of 34 years, speaking to agenda item 3.1. I urge the trustees to approve the plans outlined in 3.1. It's the right thing to do to ensure the success of AISD students now and in the future. AISD's core mission is to educate students. Identifying the resources needed to accomplish that mission take precedence over the agendas of some adults. Trustees, it is not the right thing to do the bidding of a small group of vocal constituents who either do not understand or respect the overall burden faced by the district because of state action or inaction, or who do not understand or respect the needs of all AISD students, especially the most vulnerable ones. I congratulate the superintendent and the trustees for taking this bold step. It will go a long way to providing equity in the distribution of resources needed to educate our students so they become principled, critical, creative thinkers who can pursue life, liberty, and happiness in the 21st century and beyond. Change is hard and uncertainty is hard, but we live in a world of constant change and uncertainty. We need to learn to react to change and uncertainty by being proactive and with mindfulness, not with anger. Peace out.
My name is Patrick Bettis. I'm a parent of a child at Wadane Elementary, and calling to just say let's do a restart. Let's not close the campus. There's already a lot of damage that's being done. Let's mitigate that. Let's do something different. Let's pull together for our kids, make the investments into these schools that they've needed for a while, and don't close these schools because you're going to be destroying the community.
Good evening. This is Rachel Bettis. I am a parent of a child that's in the special education program at Wadane Elementary. I just wanted to add my thoughts and ask trustees to please vote yes on restarting Wadane. If that is our option that's left, we have found such a surprising blessing there. All of this data, the principal, he's out with the kids. He knows our son by name. He is so friendly and so professional. Truly cares about the students, and then the teacher name has been such a blessing for our son. But considering the neurodivergence there, we are hoping for as little amount of change as possible. We are fortunate enough to be able to walk to school, which is also a blessing, and we would love to see the location continue at minimum. Thank you for your consideration, and I know these decisions are tough, but yeah, we would love to see Wadane remain open and that building remain open for a restart. Thank you so much. God bless. Bye-bye.
My name is Carol Regley. I have my doctorate in occupational therapy and am an adjunct faculty at ACC Eastview. I urge you to keep the historic school, Oak Springs Elementary, open because closing it would undermine the very equity goals we all share. This campus is more than a building. It is an anchor and an education hub that includes ACC and the early college high school. The students, many from historically marginalized communities, walk to the school. They do not have transportation to another campus. Relocating them would immediately create barriers to attendance, safety, and academic stability. The district has already invested millions in redeveloping this campus. The school is fully staffed this year, including interventionists who were previously missing. Even under past staffing shortages, this campus nearly met the standard this year. With the right support, it is poised to exceed it. We cannot achieve educational equity by disrupting communities or by placing the burden on our youngest learners. Closing the school would not solve a problem, it would create deeper ones. Let's honor our investment, our students, and our commitment to equity by preserving this campus and giving it the stability it needs to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our callers and our speakers. This concludes our public testimony. Trustees, are there any questions seeking clarification? All right, thank you. We'll have more public, oh, yes, sorry, yes.
No, I have a question for the superintendent. As we are preparing for TAPS, I really am wondering, I know that you've mentioned that you really want to take things to TEA that we know will be approved so that we can begin the work and continue the work that people are already doing. Would it be possible to take a school that has shown progress and ask for additional time?
I do not believe that would be possible for us to do.
You don't believe it would be possible for us to do, or you don't believe that TEA would accept it?
I do not believe TEA would accept it.
Okay. I'm saddened because some schools have been struggling. They've been struggling all along. But we also have schools that are making that incremental progress. And why our state would then say, no, we don't want to give you more additional help. I think Trustee Whitley Chu has beaten this horse, and I agree, it is punishment to not reward people when they are making those gains. And I specifically speaking about WIN, and because it is a Montessori school, and we have to have a place for that. Our community wants that. And I can tell you that the new plan that has come out, it is doable, but there has to be a lot of work done to transition this community into its new community. And there has to be a commitment to this work to do what we said we were going to do. Thank you.
Anyone else with comments about our testimony clarification? All right, thank you. As a reminder to our community, please feel free to share comments or questions on items with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org, and we will have more public comment and public testimony when we get to our voting meeting after the hearing is over. Thank you. So next up is our presentation on the turnaround plans that the administration has created and is recommending that we send to the Texas Education Agency. Mr. Segura, would you please introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, President Boswell. I'd like to invite up Dr. LaTanya Amberson, Assistant Superintendent of School Improvement, Jennifer Pace, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary School Leadership, Dr. Angel Wilson, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary School Leadership, Dr. Mary Ann Maxwell, Assistant Superintendent of Academics, and Brandy Hosick, Talent and Strategy Officer. And so before we get going and before I hand it over to the team, I want to just kind of acknowledge the variety of things that we are working through concurrently. Certainly the turnaround plans and the work that we've done has been intentional. It is important that we recognize that it has to be in compliance with Texas Education Agency requirements, but it's also occurring at a time when AISD is working through many other things, including budget deficits, program realignments, the ever-shifting accountability system, which I think Trustee Hunter just maybe was referencing, and all in an effort for us as a school district to stabilize and move to a period of time when we have strong neighborhood schools that every student can access in Austin. And so as we transition to the next slide, I want to be really clear that turnaround plans are required. Once a school receives 2 unacceptable counts, and I'll be really clear, an acceptable count can be gained in a variety of ways. One way is to have 3 consecutive Ds. Another way, that will give you 1, or another way would be just to have 1 F or 2 Fs. So when we think about the accumulation of the ratings, sometimes they go back to 2018, 2019, and we include the history in our turnaround plans, but just to be crystal clear, different combinations of unacceptable ratings can contribute to the count. But once you receive your second unacceptable count, you then are required by order of the commissioner to develop a turnaround plan. In most cases, the turnaround plans are developed in year 2, and then you implement in year 3, and then you have 2 years to kind of ensure that the plan works and ultimately break the accountability chain before the 5th year. There are different types of success criteria that the agency offers to be explored. It's also important to note that whenever you have comprehensive changes, as we do, there are often kind of things that you have to consider, and that's where conversations with the agency become very critical. We do not have the ability to submit plans that will be unsuccessful or not accepted. There is a period where they'll review and provide feedback and responses, but ultimately before we have a plan implemented, it must be accepted, or we risk further escalation via state intervention up to installation of a board of managers, which we'll talk about more in a moment. As we go to the next slide, I want to call out the 6 different strategies that are available to all school districts across the state of Texas. Whenever you build a turnaround plan, just being really precise, we have 6, which include the intensive curriculum and instruction improvement. often called school improvement. Restart, district managed. This is what we have done at Burnett, Webb, and Dobie. We have a Restart, partner managed, which is what our community might kind of as a reference point look to Mendez and our partner that's operating Mendez currently. We have a closure and reassign, where the students are reassigned to a school that has a C or better rating, and in that instance, the TAP is assigned to that school. We have a new school, district managed. I want to be really, really clear. A new school has to be new. It has to be a new scope, meaning new programming, or serve a different student population. And so you can do that as a district run school, or you can have a partner do it. So those are your 6 options. I also want to be really clear that the system is designed to give school districts fewer and fewer options as they progress along the unacceptable accountability kind of chain, meaning that if you have 2 UAs, all 6 are available to you. If you have 3, it is unlikely that school improvement will be made available to you, because the idea from the agency's perspective is that the intervention should meet the urgency around the kind of unacceptable accountability chain that's been created for that campus. The other thing I want to call out, go back if you don't mind, that if a school receives its 5th unacceptable accountability rating, the commissioner shall, and shall is an important word because he's required to do this, order the closure of the school or install a board of managers. This is something that is often referred to as a state takeover. This is what we're talking about. As we talk about in the next couple slides, the work that we're doing at Burnett, Webb, and Dobie, those 3 schools are currently in their 5th year. So a lot of focus, a lot of intentionality, and we've talked about that in the past, but I want to be sure we all understand that that is currently the case as we speak. As we transition to the next slide, I want to also communicate to our trustees and community that the 1882 contingency, and what this means is that a partner that has demonstrated the ability to restart or turn around a campus going from an F to a C or better, if it's completed by a partner and they've demonstrated that success in the past, an organization like a school district or school district can enter into an agreement and have them run the school. And when that occurs, the state offers a pause, a 2-year pause period. Whenever a school is in its 5th year, you can actually have the turnaround plan approved or amended by the agency, and they can allow you to pursue the 1882 contingency plan, and then that 5th year ends up becoming your first of the 2-year pause. And so, as we did with Burnett, Webb, and Dobie back on June 26th of this year, we stated that we have that ability in all of our turnaround plans to the district. I also want to be really clear that we note this in many of the turnaround plans, but not all. And the reason for that is if you state that the 1882 contingency is available at all the turnaround plans, it could create a challenge for the district to staff that school if it's a school that is receiving a turnaround plan from another school. An example of this would be Bedichek. So Bedichek's turnaround plan is being assigned to Covington. And so we want to be really clear that in that instance, because Covington currently does not have any UAs, but is receiving the turnaround plan from Bedichek, we do not want the staff or the community to feel as though the 1882 contingency is part of that work, because it's different. And we just wanted to be really kind of clear around when we're using it in the language and when we're not. But again, we have that ability regardless if it's in the plan or not. As we go to the next slide, just a little bit about the history of Austin ISD. As I said, these unacceptable accountability chains go back to the 18-19 school year, most notably the schools that have 4 UAs, in this case being Burnett, Webb, and Dobie. I gave a presentation and I shared with the community, I think last Friday, where I went through every school, and one of the things that was reinforced in that presentation was just the number of schools that shifted in accountability between the 22 and 23 school year, which is when the summative assessment or STAR changed. We had many, many schools, near a dozen, that went from a B to an F. And unfortunately, some of those schools are part of the turnaround plans that we have here. So when you think about it, kind of the assessment changed, summative assessment changed, these schools dropped down, they've been building back up, but they still have not been able to break the accountability chain. As you can see here, the system is, we've been working very hard. Just 2 data points I think worth calling out is, from last year to this year in 24-25, we've had an increase in schools that were rated A and a decrease in schools that were rated an F, and I do expect that to go down significantly this year as well. Next slide, please. I'm going to now hand it over to Dr. Amerson to take us through the next set of slides.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Segura. As we reflect on the school improvement work that we are currently existing in with Dobie, Webb, and Burnett, we want to share some lessons that we've learned and how we're going to turn those lessons into opportunities. Lessons learned from our restart efforts reinforce that strong systems, data-driven decision-making, and collaboration are essential for student growth. The effective use of high-quality instructional materials, combined with leadership coaching and targeted professional development, helps build and sustain teacher effectiveness. Strategic staffing practices, targeted and early recruitment, proactive vacancy management, along with operational planning such as student data trackers and targeted interventions, are critical to ensuring coordinated and successful campus improvement. To take what we've learned and transform them into opportunities, I first want to say that the school improvement work is already underway. We have already started those efforts, but we will transform our learned lessons into opportunities. We will strengthen planning, staffing efforts, and student supports. Data-driven decisions will guide instruction, and recruitment and retention will be enhanced through more strategic staffing. Collaborative planning will align general and special education instruction, while family engagement will expand through clear TAP communication, at-home partner support, adult ESL programs, and enrollment assistance, complemented by expanded wraparound services. Instructional improvements will include a revised master schedule, expanded electives and interventions, and continuations of the Lighthouse program and professional development will be targeted. Some examples that will show how what we have experienced previously prior to the TAP implementation as to what they will expect going forward are next on my list of things to share with you. The first example would be for the middle school restart. To maximize teaching and learning opportunities, campuses will have increased learning time. The recommended schedule will shift from a 4-period day to a 5-period day, reducing individual class periods for approximately 90 minutes to 70 while increasing the overall weekly instructional minutes. The revised schedule provides 450 minutes per week for ELA, which is reading and writing, and math, and 270 minutes per week for science and social studies. The model will also introduce one extended day session per week and expands access to summer school opportunities to support additional learning time for students who need it. Family engagement. Is that the next slide, please? Family engagement is also an area that we're going to deepen supports for our campuses. We're going to be utilizing the dual capacity building framework as developed by Dr. Karen Mapp from Harvard University. It is a research-based model for family school partnerships. The model calls for engagement practices that are learning-focused, relational, collaborative, developmental, and culturally responsive. It shifts the family engagement from isolated events to sustained partnerships that support school improvement. And for the next slide, I will turn it over to Dr. Maxwell.
Good evening. So an important piece of this work is how we are evaluating what's happening and how we're evaluating the progress of our students and our campuses while all of this is being implemented. And so the table in front of you is an example really of all the things that we collect throughout the year. Some of them are key benchmarks and some of them are just ongoing pieces of information that we collect. On the left-hand side of the table, it's more quantitative in nature, and then moving towards the right-hand side of the table, qualitative in nature, which is really important because we don't want to just depend on strict scoring of assessments that we see, but we also want to make sure that what we're seeing in student work, what we're seeing in practices on the campuses, in PLCs, what we're seeing in classroom practices and student behaviors in classrooms are really matching everything that we're also seeing in student outcomes in their assessments. And so all of these are things that we gather throughout the year. And many of these assessments, of course, we've talked about our MAP growth, which we collect several times a year. In this instance, really beginning of year and middle of year are very key to see where we are by the middle of year to make solid projections for where we'll be at the end of year. STAR interim, which is in very early spring, is also another good indicator of that. Curriculum-based assessments are things that we collect along the way, and we can look at overall percent scores for those. Also an important piece of that is student writing. We collect extended constructed responses and short constructed responses in those assessments and use common rubrics to evaluate student writing. And so that's a way that we really look at student work and analyze their writing. Of course, we have campus-level assessments and data trackers that campuses put into those data trackers. Those are teacher-created assessments. They can be formal in nature. They can be very informal in nature, but it's collected at the campus level and shared with us. And of course, we have campus observations. We're out on campuses, district-level walkthroughs, and then we have technical partners that also join us on those walkthroughs. So we have two sets of observational data that we can calibrate on in the classrooms and then also in PLCs. It's a big part of what we see in practices at campuses. The timeline for this, of course, starts with the beginning of year MAP, our MAP growth assessments. And then what we can do with that at beginning of year is really look at just historically where we've been at beginning of year with the campuses to kind of check at the beginning where we are. There's ongoing data collection with our curriculum-based assessments and with observations and teacher assessments and the student work that we're seeing happen. And then by middle of year MAP and then the early spring STAR interim, particularly by middle of year MAP, we have strong predictions. We can make strong projections for where students will perform on the STAR test at the end of the year. Those middle of year MAP projections, STAR projected proficiency scores are anywhere between lower 80s to upper 80s as far as their accuracy for predicting where we'll be in STAR. So depending on the content area, 84 to 85%, up to 88%. They're even just a little bit, in our district we found, our CDA department has found they're just a little bit more reliable even than the STAR interim projections. And so on the next slide too, what we wanted to make sure we called out here is all of those systems are really centered around what we've developed for stronger, robust systems for student-centered planning. Our MTSS system is really at the heart of this, really knowing where each student is and identifying what they need and having a response plan. So we start with that data collection in PLCs or CSTs, which are our campus study teams, lots of acronyms that are part of our MTSS process. They collect, especially for students that we're worried about receiving that might need interventions. They collect additional data, progress monitor for our students, and then we have action plans for each student. So and part of what we provide at the district level, our CDA department provides early how kids have performed historically, where they are at even coming into the year, and then additionally how they're doing right now. And so those are individualized per student so that we know where every student is, and that's part of the information. It really centers around all of that information that's ongoing. So it's not just us looking at this from outside, but it's really dependent on the information that we're receiving and that campuses are gathering about students as well. So from the student experience, they'll start with that beginning of year MAP. They'll move on to ongoing assessments like teacher-created, curriculum-based assessments, and things happening in the classroom. And then again, by middle of year, they'll take MAP again and STAR interim, and we'll have a pretty good projection to either finish the year with intensified interventions or do exactly what that student needs. We get good information from all of those assessments to make sure that we're making good student-centered plans.
Okay, good evening, trustees, President Boswell, Superintendent Segura. Our turnaround approach is intentional. Each campus has been matched with the strategy that best aligns to its needs, capacity, and long-term sustainability. 7 campuses are designated for closure reassignment, moving students to campuses with stronger systems and capacity. That's Barrington, Bedichek, Dawson, Oak Springs, Martin, Wynn, Montessori, and Wadane. 5 campuses are moving into a restart model using the ACE framework to dramatically strengthen instructional systems. That's Linder, Sanchez, Paredes, Pecan Springs, and Wooldridge. And then 12 campuses will implement a school improvement strategy focused on intensive curriculum and instructional coherence for acceleration. That's T.A. Brown, Go Valley, Hart, Houston, Jordan, Norman Sims, Overton, Padrone, Pickle, Sadler, Means, Wooten, and Eastside. Early College High School included for its federal label. And I want to emphasize that the strategy assigned to each campus was not chosen lightly. These decisions were part of a broader effort to build stronger, more sustainable neighborhood schools across Austin ISD. In determining the most appropriate strategy for each campus, we considered community input, whether the plan would be accepted by TEA under state law, current and projected student enrollment, the condition of facilities and modernization projects, the proximity and performance of nearby schools, and multi-year achievement trends to select the strategy that gives each campus the greatest likelihood of success and that best positions our district to improve outcomes for students long term. Next slide, please. Most elementary students are being reassigned to, or most students, period, are being assigned to nearby A, B, or C schools, Dawson to Galindo, Oak Springs to Blackshear, the majority of Barrington to Guerrero Thompson, the majority of Bedichek to Covington, and the majority of Martin to Keeling. We do have Wadane assigned to Rodriguez, which is currently D-rated, but was B-rated the previous year, and the majority of Wynn assigned to Andrews, which is a D-rated campus, and a smaller percentage to Pecan Springs, currently a 3UA restart campus. A smaller percentage of Bedichek is assigned to Paredes, currently a 3UA campus, and a smaller percentage of Martin assigned to Marshall, a D-rated campus. We approach all student assignment decisions thoughtfully and iteratively with a focus on aligning moves to accountability requirements while keeping students connected to their communities. Receiving campuses were selected based on proximity and available capacity, and we carefully considered accountability ratings and performance trends throughout the process. We made multiple revisions in direct response to community feedback to ensure that the final assignments were both thoughtful and feasible. In cases where students are moving to a restart campus or a D-rated campus, we were intentional about keeping the number of reassigned students manageable and aligned to the level of resources and support the district can provide. Our goal has been and continues to be to create a transition plan that is community responsive, instructionally sound, and positioned to deliver stronger outcomes for students. To support this, all restart and D-rated receiving campuses will receive substantial additional resources, including enhanced leadership coaching, increased staffing, and targeted academic interventions.
Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Segura. Would like to talk to you a little bit about those investments and resources. So starting all the way to the right on our school improvement, which would be with our 2 UAs, would an additional allotment for staffing. It's really important that we provide guidance on that, but also allow our principal of that school to say these are the positions that are most beneficial to this campus. Every campus is nuanced, and every situation is different, and so being able to provide general allotment of dollars for staffing and have their input is incredibly important. Same goes for our restarts and reassignments in the restart and reassignment column, as you see there. Again, having incredible principal discretion along with their executive directors about what are some high leverage positions you can bring on. On some campuses, it may be that a graduation coach is the highest leverage piece that they might need to get through the barrier. On others, it may be that more content interventionists might be what they would choose to bring on. So again, principal autonomy with that. We have reserved an amount of money for professional incentives. I want to call attention to this in contrast to a stipend, because there will be goals and metrics attached to these, and the additional monies would be upon achieving those set goals. And additional money for supplemental hours, family supports and resources, and additional discretionary funds for our restarts and redesigns, approximately about $1 million per campus, and for our school improvement in the ballpark of $350,000 in those particular buckets. Moving on to the actual timeline, this board meeting here is actually bullet 1 in November, so this is where our Board of Trustees are going to vote on our TAPs. Tomorrow, based on the outcome of tonight, our staff, all staff on all campuses are set to receive a preliminary preference survey. So regardless if they are a TAP campus, TAP adjacent, or not involved in a TAP whatsoever, all staff members will get a preliminary preference survey. Last year, when we were in a shortened runway to staff up for some of our TAP campuses, we had quite a few folks that said, I absolutely would love to go and do that, but the timeline is short. And so we are going to capitalize on our timeline now with this. Thank you. In December, our principals will be selected by our superintendent to lead our TAP campuses, and in January, we will enter into a hiring freeze. That goes for central office, et cetera. There are plenty of positions that our campus-based staff should have the availability to go into those positions, and we will hold those open until they are able to do so, to make sure that we are helping every single person that we can find a best fit for next school year. We will progress through the spring with match fairs for those that would like to meet some of our different principals and look at different campuses. We will have approximately 3, but we will not open up for external hiring until April. And that takes us through the timeline of the spring.
This slide provides student achievement targets calculated by our CDA department. I just want to point out that the state accountability system rates our campuses based on domain 1 or 2 and 3. Domain 3 is the federal side of our accountability system. For the turnaround plans, we were focused on 2A and growth. The district has set clear academic goals to support improvement and achieve a C rating, which breaks accountability. We're focusing on increasing student performance across all grades and subjects. Emphasis will be placed on student growth, which I said before, particularly in Domain 2, while supporting emergent bilingual students on TELPAS and ensuring proficiency on STAR assessments. These goals provide a strategic path to improve student outcomes and meet state accountability standards. The turnaround plans are for 2 years, so this would be our goal at the end of 2 years. And we do have provided for you the targets for elementary and middle school. And with that, I'm going to allow Ms. Pace to share.
Thank you. Yeah, as you can see, our targets are clear and ambitious, and we are aligning strategies to meet them. We are prioritizing our emergent bilinguals. We are setting firm minimum expectations, and MTSS fidelity is non-negotiable. We are confident in meeting these goals, and we're not starting from scratch. The core systems needed to improve, HQIM, curriculum-based assessments, PLC structures, intervention systems, are already in place and being strengthened this year. Our TAP monitoring and support systems will accelerate the growth we are already experiencing. Curriculum-based assessments, weekly campus visits, and frequent data reviews allow us to make student and campus-level adjustments quickly and efficiently. Increasing leadership capacity remains a priority in our TAP campuses with improved staffing timelines, dedicated principal and principal supervisor support, and targeted resources at our highest needs campuses. With our aligned systems, focused support, and consistent monitoring, we're positioned to meet these goals and exit turnaround status.
So we do have one high school that's currently developing a TAP. That's Eastside Early College High School. The campus is currently rated a D and it has been identified based on the federal label of comprehensive support and improvement. So performance goals for the high school are aligned to achieving an overall campus rating of a C as well, just like elementary and middle school. The goals focus on increasing student achievement, strengthening growth for all learners, and improving outcomes for student groups that drive accountability. The targets are designed to ensure measurable progress towards state expectation and to position the campus not just for improvement for the moment, but improvement beyond the CSI exit. For the purpose of explaining CSI, it's when a school performs in the bottom 5% of the state. So I just want to make sure that I explain that.
Yeah, thank you, team. As we wrap this up, I want to be really clear. There's been a lot that's gone into the development of the turnaround plans, and I also want to acknowledge that there are many things that have to be considered, and I thank you, Jennifer Pace, for kind of identifying some of those things. One of the challenges that we have as a school district is that we have many of them that we have to work through, and we have to do them well, implement well, if we are going to ensure that our students get what they need to be successful, and also we appropriately kind of manage the state intervention risk. And so there are a lot of competing elements, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions. But I also want our community to know that we are building these TAPs upon work that has been progressing for the last couple years in a real meaningful way. And so there were a couple of slides that I shared in the beginning that showed the decline in the total number of F schools, the increase in total number of A schools, and just I think it's important that we talk about this because I don't want our community to think that this accumulation is somehow something that we cannot go through and be successful at if we do it together. I believe strongly that we can, and there's evidence that the system is responding, and some of those are listed out here. So with that, I want to hand it over to our trustees, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you all so much for the presentation and the work, and thank you, Superintendent Segura. Trustees, who has questions? Trustee Hunter.
I was trying to let somebody else go first, but I'm ready. On slide 11, can we put slide 11 back up? Thank you. I have a question about, I want to make sure, we've had one grading period, correct? 9 weeks, okay? And we've had a boy, correct? Have we had an interim star? No interim star. Okay, have we had any district authored benchmarks? How many? About 3. My question is, how many parents understand how well or how not well their students are doing at this point?
Thank you for that question. So the expectation is for campuses to provide reports to parents from the MAP data. They get the progress report data, and we had a day designated in the fall for parent conferences. That is something that we had not done previously for secondary that we do now. So we did have a parent conference day, and we will have another one in the spring, and the campuses have been charged with making certain that the parents do understand where their children are academically. And how they're progressing.
What is the percentage on attendance for the parents' conferences?
I do not have that data for you right now, but I can get that for you.
Because that's how we got here, sure. Right? And when we're talking with parents, helping them understand, I, as you know, am a teacher educator. And I always tell my teachers, you need to make sure parents understand that a 50% does not mean their kid did 50% of the work. It means that's what they got. They could have done 8% of the work, but you're going to give them a 50 because it's hard to come back from anything else. And I still am not comfortable that our parents, we cannot hand them pieces of, they got so much, sure. Right? I got a light bill, I got a gas bill. What is this? Are you doing okay in school? Good. Right? We have to be able to, parents need to know, He is really struggling. She is not on grade level. We have the tutoring. We noticed that she hasn't been coming to tutoring. That's family engagement, right? That's dual capacity. Hey, 6th grade parents, ELA, every kid, we're gonna send you home with 2 books. Can you check in on, and if nothing else, looking out the kitchen is like, get that book, right? We have to help them.
Sure.
It's a partnership, and we only have them for so long, and in these schools, we have them on Wednesday a little bit longer, but it's still not enough. So I need some data, I need some numbers, I need to know that parents understand what is going on.
Sure. I'll let you know, or I'll explain what our efforts will be to strengthen this area, because we do realize there's opportunity there. The campuses will be required to hold conferences, whether it be virtual, in person, teleconference, because not all families can come in person, and we realize that. They need to offer multiple ways for parents to engage. Number one, we're going to have a tracker. We're going to have the campuses document when they contact parents, how they contacted parents, and what was communicated. Something that we did in the summer for the restarts was train them over this model with APTT, which is Academic Parent Teacher Teams, and that is a model where it's beyond involvement, because they don't come in and just do activities like a literacy night or a math night, but they actually engage in the teaching and the learning process. So there is opportunity there. There has been training on it, but can we improve in that area? Absolutely, which is why this is listed as one of our opportunities. So the introduction has been there. There is a process going forward to where we can monitor more closely.
Okay, thank you. I still have some more questions, but Mr. Superintendent, I hear what we're saying, and I keep hearing the campus. They are at capacity, man. They are doing it all day, every day. And I don't know how we can get support for that, because you work all day, and I understand, like, you're going to be making phone calls at night on your way home, and that's why I have a Google number. But let's keep talking about that. Because, it's November. Okay, on page 16, I just really want to help I think that's Brandy's slide. Chief, what's that slide?
Yes, ma'am.
I know, because when I first got this job, I was not even working, right? And everything was a strain. That wasn't me, y'all. Everything was a strain, and I get it, and I'm worried about $300, and I'm over here talking about $5 million. I understand now that those numbers are not even what we need.
No, that's correct.
$1 million?
That's correct.
Right? That's like a $300 light bill, and you say, girl, I got 10. That's what, and I know we don't have anymore, right? Like, but I need our community to understand that those numbers look big, and I've been talking to some older residents, and they're very frustrated about those numbers, and I had to take time to really talk about that. That's nothing. It takes a lot. It is a heavy lift. And we're not even compensating people for their work. So I really think that that's something we need to be transparent about. Like, I would like to see what it would really take, and this is what we got, right? I think that helps people understand, so that we don't wind up in a situation where people feel like we're not being good stewards of the money that they've entrusted us with to teach these children. The interim star was page 11, page 16. No, that was it. I think that was just those 2 pages. That was it. Thank you.
Okay, who else has questions? Trustee Singh.
Yeah, I really appreciate the work. And I'm glad to see that, we have a dollar amount for investments for each of the schools. And so one question I had was, it's about the likely, so much of this is about, obviously the TAPs are there so that we are sure we invest in the schools that are really needing support. I think one question but the other side of it, it's not really just up to us, right? TEA approves these plans. So I'd love for the superintendent to talk a little bit about the TEA success criteria, particularly for the 2 campuses, Wedane and Wynn. I'm really I will say, like, I'm good with everything, but I still have a lot of hesitancy around these two. So I want you to reassure me that TEA will accept these, because this is a closure and reassign for these two campuses. According to TEA's own success criteria, not the law, but TEA, what they have, the way that they have interpreted and created their written success criteria, which I've asked Josh if he could put them on board docs. It says if you're going to do a closure and reassign, that it needs to be an A, B, or C school. But for when that the kids go to and that adopt that TAP. However, we are actually proposing two campuses, Wedane and Wynn, to do closure and reassign that are going to be going to D campuses. So please help me reconcile this, which I think is a misalignment. If you have talked to TEA and they have given you reassurance, I want more details on that. I think we really, if I'm voting on this, I have to feel very, very, like 100% confident that we are giving TEA something that they're going to accept, because this is displacing a lot of people, and I know that you care about that. I just need to know a little more.
Yeah, so I appreciate the question, and this is something we've talked about for a little while now, and I want to be really clear. I am not going to bring anything to the Board of Trustees that I do not think will be accepted by the agency. I think to be clear, like, I would never bring something that I didn't think would be accepted. And as you mentioned, the agency does have different criteria, success criteria for this specific response that does get amended quite often. In fact, it was amended not too long ago because it used to be just A and B schools. And so for our families and for our trustees, just about 6 or 8 weeks ago, they got amended and C's campuses were added. So the agency does make changes. They are used as guidance. As you said, it's not the law. We do engage with the agency, I would say, on a weekly basis. It is something that was built up whenever we entered into the TA agreed order with special education. So we work with staff, we work with, at times deputy commissioners, and we're asking them all the time, given the comprehensiveness of the work that we're taking on, the number of schools that we are providing TAPs for, you don't have the ability in every instance to be as responsive as you'd like to be regarding the criteria. Meaning if it was just A or B, then you might end up having to move students across the school district. Now that you've added C, you have more flexibility, but you still don't have the ability to meet that everywhere. And so the guidance from the agency has been, if the school district, AISD, is taking on a comprehensive plan, which we are, with all of these coupled with the programmatic moves and ultimately the boundary changes which are coming, they look at the whole. And so what we've been really clear about is if we're going to move students to a school that is a D, we would look at the history. In Rodriguez's case, last year they were a B. And they do not have a UA. They have a D, not a UA count, they just have a D. And then we have to describe in our turnaround plans the supports that we're going to provide those schools that are receiving students that are currently a D. And based on the stability that we've seen at Rodriguez, because we're talking about specifically Wedane, we have extreme confidence that they'll be able to meet the needs of those students and ultimately receive a rating that'll break the accountability chain. For Wynn, Andrews and Pecan Springs, there are two different elements here I think that are worth talking about. The first is the minority as far as student population going to Pecan Springs. Pecan Springs is also going through a restart itself. And so from the agency's perspective, those students going to that school, that will be addressed and those students will receive what they need. And you're effectively kind of ensuring that we are meeting the students' needs by way of that restart. So that kind of helps address that student population that would be moving to Pecan Springs. For Andrews, given that it is a D as well, it's very similar to what we talked about with Wedane, where we need to ensure, okay, so what is the history been at the school? What resources are you going to deploy? What other options are available to the district? What A, B, or C schools were considered, and why were they not considered? And so we go through all of that. We collaborate as a team. We ask questions. We look at different solutions. I will tell you that we've made adjustments already. Woodane was a school that, what we heard from community, and one of the things that I heard from trustees was the split between Houston and Rodriguez was one that introduced a risk of going to an F school, right? And so we made that change, but we don't have the ability necessarily to move wholly into another school that is closer than Rodriguez. So Palm ends up being, could you move them wholly into Palm, which is further away? And so all of that kind of comes into it, but I would say that we have committed to providing the resources wherever our students go. They are guidelines. They are not stated in law or education code. And I feel confident with the various conversations we had as a team with the agency that they will be accepted. As far as do we have anything in written form, that is not how the agency typically works. They share with you their ideas. They will give you feedback, but they often don't put things in writing, I think just because that's just how they work. But we have had lots of conversations, and I'm happy to share with you the dates and when those occurred, the timelines, all those things. But I have a confidence that it'll be accepted, if that's helpful.
Okay, and then, okay, I appreciate that. I think it's really important for the transparency, so I appreciate that a lot. Sorry, I really, so that's, let me let all that marinate. I did want to go back to something that Dr. Maxwell talked a little bit about, was the correlation between the MOI, the middle of the year maps, and the STAR test, about 80 to 85%. So even though we're not talking about the 3 middle schools that currently have TAPs today, I think it is useful to think about, bring them into the conversation to get a sense of how they've been doing, to help us understand or gain some reassurance, confidence in our work with all of these other TAPs going forward. So I raised this at the last board meeting and have submitted a couple of trackers. I did receive your email. I haven't had a chance to read it, Dr. Maxwell, so I know that you, but anyway, can we hear a little bit about how we're doing with, Dobie and Lamar, Dobie and Webb and Burnett?
Sure. I'll start and then hand it over to Dr. Amerson and Dr. Maxwell. One of the things that I would say is we were attempting to kind of bring in the lessons learned based on what we observed as we restarted Dobie, Burnett, and Webb. And one of the things that I think really impacted us was the fact that that was approved on June 26th. Right? So June 26th is when we approved it, which meant that the hiring of the principal, the hiring of staff all occurred in a period when there are very, very few staff available, and almost every educator has found a home within Central Texas. And so I just want to state that because I don't know if it's going to be easy to correlate, necessarily kind of how Burnett, Webb, and Dobie have been going, because we had to catch up because of the compression from 23, 24, 25 accountability and when the board approved that TAP versus when we started. We literally had 2.5 months, 2 months runway to do it. In this instance, we'll have, almost 7 or 8. So I'll start there, and then I'll hand it over to Dr. Amerson and Dr. Maxwell to take us maybe through more of the data points. I do want to also tell our trustees that based on that feedback, I do want to come back and do a deep dive either at the board information session in December or the board voting meeting to go through the 3 schools in its entirety. And the reason for that being is that there are some milestones that we're going to receive over the next 3 weeks, some data points that'll really help us understand. Because right now what you're going to hear is an incomplete picture because the middle of year, we haven't collected, there's just things, as Trustee Hunter said, that you're still in you finished the first reporting period and you're in the middle going forward. So I just wanted to kind of caveat that because there are some data points right around the corner that will really tell you what you want.
And so given all that context, I just really have been asking for a while what our beginning of year this year was for those 3 campuses versus last year. Are they the same, better, or worse?
So the timing of that question makes it provides a little bit of difficulty. The reason is that the MAP assessment changed a little bit this year. The assessment itself did. It is still very, very similar. It's an adaptive assessment that students take, and it kind of goes in and out of different ranges to kind of see what they know. They changed that a little bit to be more the questions that come up, the next adaptive questions that come up are more focused on grade level content to make sure that they are fully mastering that grade level content before it moves them up. And so the test itself changed a little bit, and with the change of the test, they also updated the national norms. So the norms were from pre-COVID, and so they updated the national norms to how the nation is performing on this test in the last several years versus pre-COVID. Overall performance in the nation has declined, and so they've adjusted some of the norms of the assessment. What we tend to look at are student achievement percentiles a lot. We'll talk about this a little bit more in our board report for literacy and numeracy. But it's that also changes kind of the performance level of the students on the assessment. So math is one of the ones that has been most affected by the changes in the assessment and the norms as well. It's not as much for language arts, and for our Restart campuses now this year we're actually doing it for science as well. So with all that said, comparisons from that we typically make from which we've talked about a lot, we should compare boy to boy and moi to moi. It's a little more difficult to do that right now because of the changes in the assessment and the changes in the norms of the test.
Well, I can wait till December. It sounds like the answer is probably no. Like they're probably not, because I imagine if they were better, you would have been like, yes, we're doing better.
We're actually we had a couple of meetings this week with NWEA to further understand the changes and the norms so that we can adjust what we're looking at to make sure that we're on target and we're interpreting it correctly. So it's a little harder to say yes or no, especially when it comes to math, because the performance is actually different, not just from the new assessment, but in different grade levels. So it's kind of a complicated answer that we're working on right now.
No,
what we do expect is the STAR projected proficiency will still be very much on target, especially that the test has narrowed a little bit more to grade level, not completely, but a little more focused on grade level. It kind of even tightens what they are tested on, which should give us even a stronger prediction for what that end of year grade level assessment should be.
I appreciate that explanation and context. So it sounds like we just don't have the right information yet. It hasn't been interpreted all the way through. So I will be patient. But I'm really looking forward to seeing that data and just really deep diving into staffing and everything else, because I think that's going to be a model. And the reason I raise it here in this conversation is because I think our community is going to expect that for these 24 tabs as well.
For the restarts, perhaps the two UAs, right?
Maybe not as much for those, but I mean, honestly, that's probably something that we as a board should talk about, what we expect as we track all of this. And then the other question is one also that I had brought up last time, which was around the transfer ARDs. So in our TAP plans where students are going to be moved to another campus, I would like to know how many students are going to have a transfer ARD, and do we have the capacity to do that?
Dr. Shirley's making her way up to the. She's stuck.
Thank you. So as far as requiring an ARD, we are going to be requiring ARDs for any student who is currently receiving a centralized placement, and that placement would be changing. Families are also welcome to request an ARD, and the campus will definitely hold that ARD. So that will be an option, and we're going to look at every student as an individual student and really look at their needs in the determination of whether an ARD will need to be held. Keep in mind that annual ARDs are happening all during the year as well. So some families may want to address or ask questions during ARDs that are being held in the spring as well, but may not want to hold a separate ARD that may be, just extra stress on a family to have so many meetings scheduled in such a short period of time.
Yeah, and Dr. Cherry Lee, I think it'd be helpful to maybe describe how the platform and the data system we have in place now kind of helps us ensure that every student is getting what they need in the time that we have, and that you have the resources to ensure that if any new ARDs that would not be otherwise completed because of the change, we have the staff to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's
the main
I just
question.
need a real concise.
Yes, we have the resources.
Like, do we have a sense of how many? Are we talking about 100 kids? Or are we talking about 1,000 kids?
So we're looking at about, are you talking about specifically a turnaround, or are you looking at consolidation?
With the turnaround plans.
It would have to be for a reassignment or a closure, because
Right.
if it's
Yeah,
because
if they're
a
like
student would
moving
have to be
to
a move.
Correct. So we're looking at about 850 students right now, and that number may fluctuate just depending on the number of students receiving special education. But we're looking at about 850 students receiving special education that would be reassigned.
Okay, and then out of those 850, how many of them are required to have an ARD before the transfer? All
So-
of them, or just
So all students are required to have an annual ARD, and you're asking which
like
students would be a
additional? Is there like
centralized
an
placement?
additional ARD that?
Centralized placement.
For those students that are receiving a centralized placement, I can get that information to you. I don't have that exact number on hand.
Okay.
But I can get that information to you as well. And again, families can request an ARD if they would like to further the discussion in ARD. They could also request just a meeting to discuss what that, if they had additional concerns. But our team is going to work very closely with staff and with campuses to develop guidance for the sending campus and also the receiving campus again, so that we have a fluid transition plan for students.
I appreciate that a
Yeah,
lot.
absolutely.
Yeah, so the term is centralized placement for the students that are,
Those are the ones that
would have to have one.
Correct.
Okay. And we don't know about how many those are out of the 850. Is it a large, I mean, I guess you'll tell me.
It's a
Okay.
small number of students.
Okay.
It's likely around 10% of those students.
That's
It's not a
helpful.
large number.
Okay.
But I can get the exact metrics to you within, well, probably right after the fall break.
Okay, thank you.
So less than 100 or around 100.
Okay, and you feel like confident that we have the capacity, superintendent, to do those?
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That's my main question.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and we're planning for that, and,
Oh, yeah. No, we are staffed up in a way to do this work that we've never been, I mean, honestly. And with the
Okay.
systems in place, we're better positioned to support our students like we never have before. And that's just the honest truth.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee D'Arioste, and then we'll come to Trustee Quintana.
Yeah, I just want to ask a clarifying question. For the other students that are not centralized placement, how are we modifying their paperwork to reflect the new campus?
So within our system, when students move to a new campus, that information will be reflected in the digital management system. So that information is documented through the system, and it's aligned through ERP. So ERP is where all of our student information systems are housed, and that information automatically will be updated when students are enrolled at their receiving campus.
Well, but my question is, the student has an IEP, it has the name of the campus on it. How are you changing the name of the campus without an IEP meeting?
How are we changing the name of the campus?
Yeah, on the IEP, it's going to say the student is served at a specific campus. If we close that campus, the literal IEP still has them assigned at the last campus. So how do you switch them to the new campus? Don't you have to have an ARD to confirm the new placement?
Well, the ARD committee is going to determine the services and the programming, but not the location of the services.
Right. My concern is that any parent go through initial placement, when you discuss the services, they're going to ask where the service is going to be offered. Like that's how a centralized placement would come up, right? Is that you would say there's an option for service on another campus, but these parents aren't going to have that decision. It's just going to say they've been reassigned to a new campus.
So again, for those students that are receiving a centralized placement, we will be conducting an ARD meeting, and we will be identifying that campus in the spring. So the families will know where their child will be placed if it's not at the reassigned campus.
Right. And so for the other students, though, that's what I'm saying is like they're not going to have had that discussion. So, I mean, just in the literal sense, if we still had all paper IEPs, I get that you have a digital management system. The student would have an IEP, it would say the name of the school on it. And when they would go to a new school, the new school would have to change that IEP. They would have to write an IEP with the name of the new school on it. I get that we have a digital document system, but the family still has a procedural process to go and change that. You don't you can't just change the name on the IEP, is my understanding. You have to go through the process to make any amendment to that document.
I mean, we'll work with our legal department on that, as well as IT, as far as the process of what that could look like in our digital management system. And we'll consider that. I don't believe that we would need to have an ARD to change the reassignment of the school within that ARD paperwork. But again, we'll work with legal and with IT to review that.
Okay, I mean, I just have a concern on procedurally how we were going to do it.
Thank you for lifting that.
Trustee Quintana?
Yes. Hi. Thanks, y'all. I have just a couple of clarifying questions in general about restarts. It is my understanding that if a school, if a school is going to be closed and reassigned to another school, that there should be no more than 20 students in each class in that new reassigned school. Is that true?
Are you talking about the staffing plan associated with the new allocations based on what we're investing and how we're investing?
I'm asking about
It's not
the
a requirement.
classroom size.
Yeah, it's not a requirement. In our documents, one of the things that we've committed to is if it's a restart or a 3UA, we are changing the student to teacher ratio, but it's not a requirement.
So then what will be the new student to teacher ratio at Rodriguez?
Can we please put the slide number 9 back on? Thank you so much. Thank you, Trustee Quintana. So this is a proposal. So for our 3 UAs, you can see by level, and right now with what we're talking about, we're strictly addressing elementary and middle, but right now we staff at a 1-to-24, K through 4 with a waiver. We would have a 1-to-20 ratio. It would not be a legal requirement of any sort, but we will try to keep those ratios much lower than what we normally do for our 3 UA campuses. And then for our seat count into our formula for middle school, right now we staff at a 1-to-29 and a large formula that has weights in it. We would drop that ratio, that factor down to 25.
Okay, I guess I'm just trying to do some math here. So if Wydane currently has 342 students and Rodriguez currently has 345, that equals 687. And if we were doing 20 students max, like we're trying to do, with 27 classrooms available at Rodriguez, that would be 540 students. Mm-hmm. So we're not going to do the 1-to-20 ratio.
We are going to try to keep it as low as we possibly can with the space that is available on that campus. So
right, but we have like numbers, like concrete numbers right now. So
of course, for today's enrollment, absolutely.
Okay, so yeah, I guess, are you saying that we can't exactly say what the ratio is because we don't know what the enrollment will be in the fall?
So specific to Rodriguez, is Wydane coming in as a 2 UA? Or is it a 3 UA?
It's a 3.
Okay, so it's going to Rodriguez. Given that ratio, we would have to, first of all, we need to analyze the space in there. I do believe that there are some classrooms that are not being used as efficiently. I've spoken to Christine Steenford about this. She's the expert on actual space, but we would have to keep, you are correct, if we are strictly out of space and we have more students than we have ratio or space for a 1-to-20, we will have to go to a 1-to-21. We would have to go to a 1-to-22, but the effort would be to keep it as low as we possibly could with the space that we had.
Okay. I also want to talk about the number of kids who are receiving special education in both schools. Let's see. I have the numbers. So special education services for the combined needs of 92 Rodriguez students and 83. And so when we're talking about rooms and capacity, I'm worried that we're not going to have the capacity to give our special education students the room that they need when we combine 92 students with 83 students.
Yeah, so one of the things, Trustee Quintana, is that, you know, many of our students, as a district, about 74%, those students that receive special education services are in the general education classroom. So the 1 to 10 ratio that I think that would trigger a modified allocation by classroom would be like life skills. It would be a different program, and so I don't want to speak to just merging the two and assuming that that student population would be a 1 to 10 ratio, because that's not how. It's kind of not how we operate and kind of support students who receive special education services. And so I'd have to look at the student populations to be able to tell you precisely how many of those students would actually contribute to a 1 to 10 allocation, 1 to 10 student teacher ratio versus the recommended staffing ratio that was just on the screen. Is that because most of the students will be in general education classrooms? But I'd have to break that down and look specifically at the students' services at that campus.
Could I, if I could jump in? I mean, that does touch on to a question then is, without having looked at, you know, so we're going to still have resource scores, SBS, and life skills that all potentially would need their own room. And so part of my concern is within looking at all of those pieces, you know, those could result in centralized placements that we're not going to, that we don't have any prediction of yet. And so, you know, as an example, you combine those two campuses and you might say we actually need 2 life skills and we can't fit 2 life skills on the campus. And so now you're going to have to centrally place half of those life skills kids somewhere else. And I haven't seen any data that's showing how we can anticipate that. All our staffing stuff has been saying that we're going to look at that in the spring, but without having those numbers, you know, there's the potential for a lot of kids that are going to need to get moved around.
So I think this is where the refinement campus by campus, I mean, when students come into school, different student populations as they matriculate through our campuses, we make adjustments all the time. You know, where we add pre-K, maybe we make an adjustment. We really try to modify our space allocations based on student need, right? And we've adjusted the ratios to ensure that every school has an allocated number of classrooms, even though they may not need that number of classrooms, right? So that's why overall utilization was actually dropped down when we started this entire process, because we were kind of assuming whether it was the case or not that we were going to protect these rooms for these types of services. So I hear you, and I think that's in the details as far as, you know, how many students may need to move or not move, and, you know, we can, you know, provide that data. I guess the question I have is, you know, when it comes to student movement, you know, we're doing our best with the number of facilities, resources, funds that we have, and everything is competing against each other. And so I can provide a balance of what that looks like, what it could look like, but it really comes down to getting the principals together, getting all of our resources together, and then planning student by student. And at this point, without a vote, without, you know, and the scale that we're talking about, I think the detail you want, we're just not yet able to provide. But we know that total student population, we're confident they would fit at Rodriguez. Rodriguez not too long ago was much, much larger than it is now. And we do know that certain schools don't use the space the way that maybe it could be used. And so what we can do is provide more detail around that. I'm confident that we have the overall space, but space does move and does get used in different ways all the time. But we can provide that clarity moving forward.
Yeah, I guess the question that leaves me with is, given the context of the concerns and just physical space, you know, if we get put in that position, it seems like we would have a choice between moving SPED students to a different campus or raising the cap on how many gen ed students are in a room. I'm just thinking of my own experience when I was teaching. I mean, you got to have a room for resource.
And that's why the ratio, I mean, we're committing to dropping down the ratio for general education classrooms to the best of our ability. But you're exactly right. It's in there as recommended, right? It's not. So what's fixed is the number of seats that we have, the building. We looked at splitting up the student population to address this concern. And what we heard from community is don't split the school up. We heard that from trustees. Don't go to enough school. So even though it'd be modernized school at Houston. So we had a solution that addressed that space, and then we took it back. And now we're going to a school that wholly can fit Rodriguez, that's closest to Rodriguez. And so I think this is just an example of how all these things come to play together, and the real recognition that in the area you have lots of surplus seats. And so, I would just say that's kind of what we're going through right now is what we've been going through as we kind of arrive at this final solution or recommendation, I would say.
Yeah, I think just the distinction is that for some of the SPED families, it's not going to be necessarily about seats. It's actually about the whole room, because just, the grouping is slightly different. Mm-hmm. And I think it would be helpful if, we're making some sort of guarantee that we're not splitting up individual SPED populations from campuses, because I think that's part of the concern around the centralized placement question that's still open-ended, is whether programs are going to get moved around, because not every elementary is going to have SBS or scores or.
I would also offer back to the general education question, Trustee Quintana and Trustee Urioste, because of space issues, can also be creative with additional paraprofessionals in the room to help lower the ratio. And if we were in that situation, if we were not able to expand by another teacher, we can certainly put another adult in the room, a TA, that would help with assisting in that room. There's different ways to work through that.
Okay. I think those are all of my questions for now. Thank you.
Trustee Kaufman.
Thank you. I just want to understand a little bit more about the space or the projections in Southeast Austin. And so I know that we have some communities where our student population is growing and others where it's shrinking. What are the demographers' projections for that area in terms of the capacity for the schools in the next couple of years?
Well, I'd have to pull up the.
I mean, has that been considered in this?
Oh yeah, I mean,
say that the capacity is there right now, and it will be there in the next few years as apartments build or as.
There is a declining enrollment in this entire area. We had proposed, until we made the change in timeline, even the closure adjacent to this school, which is Palm. You have a surplus of seats in this area, a significant number of seats, and so. And as we talked about the comprehensiveness of the work, that's one of the things we're trying to balance out. So yeah, there is a surplus. I can, Trustee Kaufman, if you give me, maybe 30 minutes or 10 minutes, I can pull up kind of the general the estimate for the area, but we do have a surplus.
Well, you probably already looked at this. I'm looking specifically at the alternative plan presented by the Wadene community, where it mentions the additional apartments being built in the area that would be zoned to the school. And it mentions the closing of a charter school nearby that could potentially reintroduce students to our district that we could capture in a positive way, if we were to have spaces available. So just wanted to know if you considered those factors and what the response is.
Yeah, so the demographer did meet with developments and developers that had progressed their project far enough along to have certainty that the project would make. And so I know consistently they did that across the process. We actually asked them to go back multiple occasions whenever we heard from community that there was something missing. I think sometimes we think the student yield is going to be bigger than what it is. And we're talking about, over 1,000 students that are of empty seats in this area. And so with an apartment complex, with a closure of a school, like we would still have plenty of capacity. And so I think it's just kind of order of scale. Now I can go back and if you'd like me to, I can give you kind of the details, but we've been consistent about ensuring that our demographer went back and asked the questions. We've identified in the report which developments we are considering, and if we weren't, the reason why. I can't speak to the adjacent development. I'll have to look it up. But in either case, you're going to have plenty of seats. That's just the reality of what we've seen in that part of Austin.
And just in in the big picture of capacity of the district to manage these plans and to support communities into making the improvements, what would be the impact of the board accepting some of the closure proposals and rejecting one or two of the others in terms of capacity?
Well, I think about the whole. We have over 20,000 empty seats. We have a deficit budget that continues to grow. We're trying to align feeder patterns. We're trying to balance enrollment. And so if any one of these were converted from a reassignment to a restart, then we would be then investing the money into a restart so that the staff, everything would restart it over, and it would be one less closure, right? So the reduction in cost offset would not exist, right? So instead of closing 10 schools, you would close 9. If there was another one that the board didn't want to do, that would be 8. And so the question comes back to the board. The expectation, I think, from the board to the superintendent was to do all of this and try to get to a balanced school system. And I would just say that every time you add a school back on, the question becomes, are we going to take another school off? Is there another resource that we can identify that would bridge that gap? Because the reality is that you still are going to have seats even with these schools coming offline. And so that would be the impact. It would be us not being able to get to a place where we do have a stable school system. It would take longer. And I don't know what those actions would be, but I think you'd probably have to begin to reintroduce things that have been previously taken off the table at some point. Not necessarily now, but you'd have to do that.
And what would you anticipate the impact on that particular school? So you said that these decisions on reassignment or restart were based on specific factors affecting that school on a variety of things. It's not, those were independent decisions based on the unique nature of each school and their situation. So if you're recommending reassignment for a particular school and the board were to say, we will not vote in favor of reassignment, but we would vote in favor of a restart, what would you anticipate the impact on that school and community and the students to be in terms of our capacity to support that school individually? Not the big picture, not the boundaries, but for that school. If we're thinking about each of these turnaround plans as an individual component that a school needs to be successful in the state accountability system.
We're talking about a district managed restart because we've lost the opportunity to do a charter restart, just to be clear. That would be the thing that would reduce the risk the most, given the 2-year pause. But I have heard from our trustees consistently and from our community that's not something that we want to do or should be doing if there are other options. And I heard that from this community as well when I've been there, and I've also heard it since then with other community members in the area. So a restart, it would turn over the staff. We'd have to meet the expectations and from the agency, and start that work. So is it possible? I mean, of course. I mean, we can do those things. I would have to very quickly, within hours, try to do almost the impossible and change the documents to upload. And I think you ultimately get to a place where we're not removing risk necessarily across the system, from a budget risk perspective, from implementation risk. That's one more restart that we have to work through, and we will do it. But I just want to be honest, these are hard. These are very hard to do, and we're doing lots of them already. And doing one more where we hadn't planned on doing one, again, it's the board's will, but it would. I don't want the board to think that it will necessarily ensure that the system as a whole will be that will meet our overall goals. And I understand, I understand how Wadain and the community, the position, the adjacency to everything, and I think that's why my focus has really been about Mendez and trying to figure out how to kind of take Mendez back and position a strong school at Mendez in the future. And I know these are very connected, And so I just want you to know, our trustees to know, like that's how we're thinking about it. It is hyper specific to the school. It is regional with all the other schools. What I wouldn't want to have happen is this instance where Mendez and Woodane are both not there, right? That's something I don't think our board would want. I certainly don't want that. But the reality is we do have lots of empty seats, and the school has accumulated the unacceptable accountability ratings that require an action by us, or the agency will do it for us.
And just to be clear, I'm not asking about that one particular campus. I'm really asking generally about the decision making. I really want, I understand that we have to make decisions for the whole district, and that every decision has an impact and a ripple effect. But at the same time, I also understand that every one of these campuses has an individualized plan that's meant to be community developed and in partnership with the community and specific to the actual needs of that campus. And so I just want to ensure that we're going into this looking at each campus individually and not, at the same time as recognizing we have constraints around that.
Yeah.
But that it's that, we were looking at this campus individually, that this campus plan has been identified as the one that's most likely to lead to long-term success for the community and for the students that it serves, et cetera. And that's just what I really want to probe on, is just ensuring that that when we vote for these, that we're voting in good conscience, that this is what's going to be, that we're not sacrificing a community for the greater good, that we're finding solutions that will benefit every community while sustaining the district for the community. And to be clear, I'm not saying I'm saying that's the commitment we saying that's the communication that we need, and that's the commitment and promise we have to make to the district, and we have to say that is genuinely what is happening, or we need to change the plan, one or the other, right?
Yeah, and I think our board is seeing. I hope our community is seeing, like, when we can adjust, we do. I mean, we made adjustments on many of these turnaround plans already. Our community has shared with us things that will work, things that won't work, but there are also constraints that we're operating in. And if the objective of the board is to not make those requirement of the superintendent, then that won't be the case. But I have to get to a balanced budget. I have to address the accountability risk. I have to address the TA agreed order. I have to do all of these things at a point when we have limited resources. And there are certain things that I can adjust and modify and improve on, and I think we've done that well where we can. And there are some that, as much as I want to do it, I know that it'll be difficult for us to implement, or it ultimately isn't going to move us towards that collective goal, even as much as I want to do it. And there are lots of schools and lots of changes in these plans that I'm really sorry about. I mean, I feel devastated that we have to do this. But we just don't have options. I mean, we are very limited in what we can do. The question I would have is, if the number of seats and the number of turnaround plans and the number of accountability risks that we're managing are not of the same concern as before, then I would need to know that. I would need to be clear as far as my direction goes, because I've been trying to manage all of these collectively on behalf of AISD. And there are just some where I can make adjustments, and I heard from the community that a split wasn't going to work. I heard that don't send students to an F-rated campus, even though it would be modernized. We made that adjustment. We wanted the school to be together. We made it work at Rodriguez based on the feedback we've had for the agency. It works, and so that still is responsive, but not necessarily back to a completely different change in the plan. And so I just want to kind of note that, because we are really trying to be responsive. It's just there are some things that we can't do without changing our overall objectives as a system for like the years. That's just.
Okay, thank you. And I just to repeat, I'm not asking just about Woodane. I'm also asking about Barrington and Meditech and Wynn and Dawson and Martin. Like, I just want to ensure that we're communicating honestly and clearly to the communities that we are doing the very best we can to provide the plan that will help their community to be successful. Yeah, thank you.
I have a clarifying question, or from our experience. When we were here last year or doing the same thing, the call was Save Our School. And the community wanted that, and we said yes. Community does not understand what that meant. The thing that they loved about their school, their principal, their teachers, that's the thing that has to turn over. We think, well, this teacher's a really great teacher, so she's going to stay. But that's not the measurement at which teachers are looked at. And I really, it is still breaking my heart that when I, talk to people at Adobe and they're like, well, Miss So-and-so's not here anymore. And, oh, she's over at a whole nother school, but she's still doing something over here after school. There's no good choice. All right, literally, that's a Sophie's choice. You restart the school. The thing that you love about the school, you don't have anymore. I don't have an answer for that, but I really think it's important that the community understand that, because my community did not, right? They did not know the teachers, the ones that were working the hardest, didn't meet this description that we get, right? And then the principal has to be a special kind of principal. I don't know if that's if it's like different because this is a TAP, and I mean this was like more UAs, but I just want people to really understand like what that means.
Yeah, I think, Trustee Hunter, thank you for that. And when I talked about the strategies, the fact that Wadain, and I think we're still talking about Wadain, is a 3UA, the district managed restart would include precisely what you said. We'd have to ensure that 60% of the educators in the core instructional areas met the definition of highly effective. Again, not Matthias's definition, not the state, not these people's definition, it's the state of Texas definition. So there are a number of years of experience, TIA designation, nationally board certified. There are things that we have to ensure our educators have in those classroom spaces. And then we have to ensure the principal has demonstrated the ability to turn around a campus. And that is a very clear definition, going from an F to a C, right? That is not something that many principals have, right? It's just not. And the state also kind of looks at the administration that's there, who was there when the school accumulated the unacceptable accountability counts. And so all of that requires effectively a pretty significant turnover. Now, we work really hard to make sure we have familiar faces. We look at classified staff that can stay. We look at essential areas, like all the other staff that we can stay. We want to keep them. But it is a different school when this gets done. It just is.
I just want people to understand, like, if that's what you want, understand that's what you're getting, right? I just really want that out there.
Thank you. Trustee Quintana.
Well, while we're speaking about staff, I guess I would just like to ask and clarify these numbers that I have in front of me. That at Wydane, there are 5 teachers with TIA designations, 10 teachers who are highly effective or distinguished, and that about 91% of the staff is certified, 96% is teaching within a certified field, and around 88 have 3 or more years of teaching.
I don't have those specific metrics in front of me, but I can confirm your first measure about the TIA designations, because as a part of our list of how many teachers across the district were qualifying, and I have that by campus. But to be clear, there's TIA designation and then there's TAP eligibility, which is a slight expansion of that. For Wydane specifically, and I know this because I was speaking to the principal yesterday, there are, I believe, 8 teachers that meet that expanded, within that expanded eligibility, 8 core. And then there are an additional 8 non-core, being essential areas, pre-K, et cetera, as defined by TAP standards.
That meet
TAP eligibility.
Okay, so that's 16.
Correct.
And then they have 12 classified staff and TAs. So would they have to meet any sort of requirement?
They do not have to meet any sort of requirement. We want a blend. We want familiar faces for our kiddos in all spaces.
Okay, so that's good. So that's like 28, and then they have 2 people in the front office, 5 people in the cafeteria, 3 people on the custodial staff. So as far as the turnover and familiar faces, I mean, it's a concern. It's heartbreaking to have to let our teachers and principals go, but I just want to clarify that this wouldn't be an entire sweep,
correct,
of the school.
Yeah, so I would say, Trustee Quintana, yes, that's exactly right, which is why I was referring to the 60% as the minimum criteria. The one thing I want to say is we are going to hire a principal for this school if it was to be a restart. And one of the things we need is for that principal to be able to identify his or her leadership team. It's really important. You know, if you just bring a leader in without the ability to hire anybody that is going to support them, it's a challenge. So you're right. It's not a complete sweep, but I also don't want the presumption after this meeting concludes that every single person you just listed would perhaps remain, because there would be some space there for that principal to make his or her own decision regarding administrative staff that are closest to them. I mean, this is one of the things we've observed, right, wrong, or indifferent, is that if that leader isn't able to hire the people that they're going to rely on to move the school, that it doesn't always work out. And we have lots of examples of that in Austin ISD. So I just wanted to, you're right, but I just wanted to kind of put that little note just because that's how it might work out. But yeah, it's not a clean sweep. It never is. We don't want it to be, honestly. We want familiar faces. We want our staff to feel welcome. We want students to see faces that they know and love.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate that clarification, because that's the first time I think that I've heard that little nuanced point. But, you know, I think they have a lot of great teachers to choose from, whoever the principal is. I know that, was it in 2019, Whiting was a B-rated school. I'd be curious to know how many of the teachers that were teaching at that time are still there. Because, you know, I think that our accountability system has changed a lot. How we test our students has changed, but I would be surprised if the quality of our teachers have changed if they were a B-rated school 6 years ago.
We can provide that data to you.
So just the number of teachers who were there then that are there now in the areas that were grade level, like 3rd grade and above, who contributed to the rating. Okay.
Thank you. Anything else? Trustee Singh.
Sorry. Okay, so I just have to pause for a moment and just appreciate that Whiting went up from 49 to 57 from last year to this year. And I know that other schools, I know when do you happen to know, you probably have this memorized, but I just feel like we have to recognize that many of these schools are actually on an upward trajectory.
So, Trustee Singh, I'm glad you brought that up, because I gave a presentation that I shared with the entire community that kind of listed out the progression of each school. Mm-hmm. You're right. I mean, these schools have gone from 40s to low 50s to high 50s. Mm-hmm. It's very frustrating because we have, I think, near a dozen, or about a dozen that are between 59 and 58. They have a 59 or a 58, and they're right there. And what I also tell communities, and this is what is very frustrating also, is that the agency sees an F and it's an F. But you're exactly right, and this is why in the video that I sent, I was very clear, and I even talked about the progression and the move, and how many of these schools were B's in 22, and then were an F in 23, and then 23, 24, 25, they've been climbing out, and they are so very close. So you're exactly right. It's heartbreaking.
So infuriating. I mean, so when went from a 45 to a 57. I mean, it's just. I should stop talking, but I'm really sorry that this is a situation, y'all. This is really terrible. And from what I'm hearing, if we were to convert Whiting and went back to a restart instead of a closure and reassign, we'd have to replace some of the most important people on those campuses, correct, to do a restart and meet the TAP requirements set by TEA.
There would definitely be a movement of staff, but as the Trustee Quintana said, not all staff.
Not all staff, but...
And it depends on the school. I mean, honestly, some schools don't have the same numbers. I don't want to speak to specifically how many Wynn does versus Wadane, but every school has a very different number. So some could be much less than, the 7 plus the remainder could be 2 or 3. Some could have a much higher percentage. Just depends.
Okay. And the other quick point I wanted to just bring up is I do want to thank you and the staff for the adjustments you made to Sanchez and Pickle. And was there another one?
Yes. There are several. Yeah. So Pickle, Wooten, Sanchez, kind of Wynn Montessori, working through that. But that's maybe part of the other conversation. But yeah, we made lots of different
I feel like I'm throwing you under the bus. So I want to make sure, I do appreciate and recognize all the good work here. And I just wanted to also add, when we're looking at the restart, at the TAP plans, and I very much appreciate the response to the questions I had around the baselines versus the targets. So in the TAP plans, there's a target metric, for each thing that, the STAR, we expect X percentage of kids to get meets on the algebra STAR or, whatever. And we don't have the baseline in there. But my understanding is you created those targets based on what it would take to get that campus up to a C. Is that correct?
To break the accountability chain, correct. Yes, C or better.
That's a C, okay.
C or better, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. And then did you, I believe you did create a spreadsheet that actually has the baseline for each of the campuses. Was that, or is that available if we wanted to know? Just so we get a sense of so for Eastside, for example, it says in their TAP that this year, the year we're in right now, 22% of the students will get a meets or above on the Algebra 1 STAR, okay? Last year, they were at 11%. I'm sorry, no, 25% for this year. Last year, they were at 11%. And so we're more than doubling, the percentage of kids who are going to pass the STAR in algebra this year. So I just, but I had to kind of look up their taper from last year to get that. So I think it'll just be very helpful for us in our the next phase when we're actually monitoring all this, to have a clear understanding of the baselines, just like we do with our scorecard. Real clear understanding of the baselines and the targets, and really understanding okay, do we even know how close we are to getting to 25% at Eastside, for example, and what markers are we using to help determine that?
Yeah, that's exactly how we are doing it. The one thing I would also offer is that percentages can be deceiving sometimes because student populations vary from campus to campus. And this is, I think, one of the challenges we have with really small schools. We've talked about this a lot with our schools that have about 150 to 180 students, where one student movement, a family moving out, right, could change a school from a C to an F. It happens. It happened this year in 2025, multiple times. And so at a high school like Eastside, you think about, well, the student population is less than 700, the number of students that are taking the class versus, you realize that it actually is very attainable. We can move. So the percentage increase, and I just shot you a text, I would expect them to increase by that amount because the starting point is so low. They need to double.
Yeah.
Right. So I think when we show that work, we can maybe be very clear about where we are, how the N or the number of students multiplied by the percentage, or actually tied to after the multiplication occurs, is being supported, so that we're very clear as to how we believe we'll meet that target. So because it can seem as though it's a huge jump, but really, given what we're tracking, we can do it. So I think that's what's lacking and what we need to produce and how we'll track it on our end.
All right. Thanks so much.
All right. I have a few questions. First, can you explain the difference between the schools that have to put this into action immediately next year and kind of whether you get a C or not, how it impacts different the TAPs, the TIPs, the different plans? Some are TAPs that go into effect, and some are TAPs that may go into effect.
Yeah, so what you're referring to, President Boswell, and in our community for awareness, it's really a difference between 3 UA and 2 UA campuses that are being developed right now. So the compression of the release of accountability ratings, right? So we had 2023 released in the spring of 2025, and then we had 24 and 25 accountability released August 15th, 16th, something like that. And so what happened is you had schools that got their second and third UA like at the exact same time from a release or requirement date. And so the agency gave guidance to all school districts, and again, there are hundreds of school districts and hundreds of schools that are doing this right now. They said, if you have a 2 UA, develop your plan. It must get approved, and then you'll implement at the start of 26-27. For 3 UAs, you develop the plan, and you begin to implement as soon as they get approved, effectively, so spring 2026, right? And so for us, because some of these are restarts, some of them are reassignments, the way that we've structured it is the reassignment action will occur next year, but the work leading up to it and the things that we're doing now as part of that plan are occurring in the spring semester. An example of that will be hiring, right? So we're going to hire principals for these schools in December, and then they're going to start kind of building out their team in the spring. That would be an action that's in alignment with the TAP that'll be implemented, already being implemented, but fully actionable in 26-27. If it's a 2 UA, obviously 2 UAs are mostly school improvement. We're not going through that process because that'll be the following year. Is that helpful?
That is helpful. Thank you. And on slide 5, I know we have the 1882 contingency, and it's written specifically into some of the plans. It's available. I know. Can you help me understand if closing a school is an option in the same way in 1882 is if we have a school that we've put together and we feel like it's not going to be successful?
Yeah, so when this occurs, it's when a school is in the year where they're taking the summative assessment or taking STAR in the spring semester that would contribute to its 5th UA, right? And so the way that it would work, and this is really for those schools that are further along in the accountability process, you cannot, if you were to choose a school closure versus an 1882 turnaround plan, the students would still take the summative assessment or the STAR before the closing actually occurred. And so it doesn't protect you from having the intervention of a school closure or installation of a board of managers, and so the flexibility in 1882 is that it gives you it consumes that first pause year in that 5th year. And that allows us to restart, again, if we need to, it allows us to restart, monitor growth, because as Trustee Singh said, many of these schools are right there. I mean, they're right there. And so a D is a pause. I fully expect to have way fewer F schools because of the great work that's been going on and just the period. So they can't be used interchangeably. Was that helpful?
That is helpful. Thank you. And I do want to pause and really share what our caller shared, what so many of my colleagues have shared, what you've shared, is just thank you to everyone who has been doing so much good work, to our educators, our principals, our classroom, teachers in the classroom, all the staff on campuses that support our students have obviously been working really hard. Our families have been working hard to support our students, and it is to interrupt that rapid progress is painful and scary, I will say, because we know this is working in a lot of places, and we're in a really hard place where this is the solution. We have a short menu to pick from, and I just want to really echo what I've heard is that we know people have been doing such good work because we see it paying off, and we also see the passion that people have for our schools, that families are so excited to choose these schools. And I think it's on us to, even as we're having to do these painful things, to do everything we can to offer those supports to keep that momentum and to keep families feeling like they have a place and to make sure our students feel like they have a place. So I just want to pause for a minute and share that appreciation and that recognition. I have a question on slide 12, the continuous evaluation of work. I think to Trustee Singh's point, kind of how do we track this? And I will say, knowing what's what with the 3 schools right now with Dobie, Webb, and Burnett, it's a little scary not to know whether we're making progress halfway through the year. That's really frightening, and a quarter of the way through the time that we have. And so we adopted a constraint on our scorecard. We changed our scorecard to make room for this very specifically. And to the superintendent, I would really love understanding how all of this is going to be evaluated. If you can bring a calendar to us, a recommendation to us about how we're going to track this. Yep. I see you looking at Dr. Maxwell in a way that suggests you may already be talking about this. Yeah. So I really, after we're past this moment, if you could bring that to us, I think that would be really valuable. So we can know as a board, and so our community can know how we'll know if we're doing what needs to be done. So thank you for that.
I think December information session or December board meeting, we want to share that. So yeah, we can definitely do that.
Yeah, and I think just a calendar for sharing it about all of the schools with our community, I think would be really valuable. I don't know if that looks like a dashboard, board meetings, progress monitoring, but this is a big deal, and it's really existential for our district remaining hours, with our community voice, and really want to be sure we're being thoughtful about that. I have a question on slide 16. If we believe that these strategies are valuable, the supplemental hours, the family supports, some discretionary funds on that campus, because I think we've been talking about campuses know themselves best, right? Why is that not part of the school improvement work? If we think that's important, because we are trying so hard to keep those schools from falling into that spot. And if they're valuable strategies, what can we do to help make sure that's funded?
Yeah, so I would say it adds up quickly. I was obviously pushing the team to really be thoughtful about the allocation of resources for our 3 UAs as well as 2 UAs. And as you can see, it adds up quickly. When you sum these two together, it's, $18.25 million. And I also want to be clear with our trustees and with our community, like we're actively pursuing like grants, like anything that can help offset this cost so it doesn't all hit general operating budget. There are certainly things that we can pursue and partnerships we can explore. We kind of backed into and used staffing as the primary driver. But I also want to be really clear that there's flexibility within these line items, which is why I didn't put allocated amounts and use kind of an estimated number. Because what happens is as you get into each school, there are, one school may need 7% versus, and fewer dollars for discretionary funds, or they have another resource they can rely upon. So I guess we could add that to those schools if we needed to regarding, given the number, and if it was the same allocation, maybe something slightly less, just to kind of start. I can certainly talk to Katrina and see, if it was like 30,000 or 25,000 coupled with the money that they have already, does that help us kind of move along? Because I'm gonna have to multiply that by the number of 2 UAs, and it'll add up. But I am certainly happy to look at it. We can explore it, and I don't know, team, if that's something the board wants. And again, it doesn't have to be codified in this document. What I can say is we're going to explore it and then bring it back as part of the budget, because this is for the next fiscal year, right? But I can certainly do that. Do you want to answer?
I was only going to add, sir, that it also, Trustee Boswell, with the staffing allocation, it actually will free up quite a few dollars that they are spending right now on staff and title money that they can also reallocate in those ways. And so this or that, we would much rather, be able to take the load of trying to keep a staff member and take that load off and let them use those dollars in a discretionary, which would do the same thing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think, I think our community has shown a real willingness to, a crisis is an opportunity for people to see needs and to see, what not everyone has to pay attention to all the time, the lack of funding, the shortage of funding, the high stakes accountability, what's at stake if we don't help our students in the way that we need to help them, that we very much want to help them, that we are helping them, just not at the speed. We have to accelerate that. And I do think there's a moment to really lean into our community. These are our community schools, and lean in and say, can you help us? We don't have these things here. We would like to have these things here. So lean on us as well to be your allies in that, because we aren't the people doing it in the classroom. We're not the people working directly with our teachers, but we are out in the community and can be supports to that if you feel like that has value. So thank you for that. My next question is, what kind of analysis was done? I'd just like to understand, are we looking at individual students going to these campuses based on the populations now? Are we looking at comparable student populations in other districts? Like, how do we have a sense that schools with these percentages of emergent bilingual students, these percentages of students with economic disadvantages, these percentages of students who are scoring at certain things on the STAR, how do we have faith and confidence? Kind of what work have you done to understand the populations you're putting together and why we believe this will be successful at each of these campuses?
Yeah, so I'll start off, and I'm certainly happy to add kind of all these reports here that we've been kind of accumulating and building over a period of time. And what we did was we used estimates based on projected reside, as well as kind of an assumption regarding distribution of students at any split campus. An example of that would be if a school has 60% emergent bilingual student population and that school is splitting, then we would kind of take a weighted average and apply that to the receiving school. And then we would kind of use a calculation to just re-baseline and figure out, okay, what is the new expected emergent bilingual student population, or their new student population that identifies the economic disadvantage, all of the groups. And then we took that and we compared it to other schools in Austin ISD, as well as other schools in the state of Texas, to see, could schools with similar demographics be successful? And the answer is yes, very much so, yes. How much of a change did we see in each of those distributions? And what I'll say, it's quite small. You might see a school go from like 38.5% emergent bilingual to 39.5% or 40%. They're all really quite small, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that in many cases there's similar student populations, and you're adding to the numerator and the denominator at the same time. And these are all relatively close to each other, right? So when you think about the city of Austin, just kind of geographically, you don't see huge swings when there are two schools that are near each other, and that's what we have in most cases. And so that was could the student population of the profile be successful? Yes. The second question is, based on historical kind of summative assessments for each student, this is kind of projection based, what do we think the projection will be of the combined school? We ran those numbers, we have those numbers, we know kind of where we end up, and I think in many cases, in almost all cases, it puts us in a position to be successful. I also want to be really honest. Students, when they come into a new school community, it could feel a certain way. We have to make sure we have the supports, or it may not work that way. But we've done the analysis, and we feel that the movement within the student populations doesn't move us too far up or down the spectrum that makes it to where we won't be successful. There's evidence in the state of Texas, and there's evidence in our school system. And I'm happy to maybe even post these, but we did do the work.
Thank you. I think our community, some people are curious. I think it would be fantastic to post it. I think, especially because you are doing the work, please, I think that would be really valuable to people. Thank you for that. And thank you for the explanation of how you got there, because there obviously is a deep amount of work in this. I think it's helpful for people to hear. So I went and pulled the data from the 2025 STAR campus level data at the state. And I pulled out, I have special concern about middle school, I think for good reason. And, historically that's been a challenge for us. I think we're seeing it with W. Webb and Burnett that we're there for a reason. And I know good middle school work has been done. But I pulled all the 6 through 8 middle schools that are not charters in the state. And 3 of the 15 middle schools with the highest concentration of emergent bilingual students are in Austin ISD, and all 3 are campuses with Fs. And I really want to understand at campuses when we're putting together, we are a geographically segregated city. We are a linguistically segregated city. We are an economically segregated city. We're a racially segregated city. And when we are putting campuses together that happen to be nearby, we are matching need with need often. And I really want to understand, with language especially, you see a higher correlation with lower campus ratings with language than you do with economic disadvantage, which are two of the categories that are on those spreadsheets. And I really want to understand how we are going to make sure if you learn language, so much of your language learning happens like this, not in a classroom. Your hours in the classroom are limited. And the language you're speaking on the bus, on the playground, at lunch, at home, often, outweighs, if you're speaking a language that's easier, comfortable that you're not learning, outweighs what you're doing in the classroom. What is our plan to make sure that our speakers of Spanish and other language really get that exposure to English that they need to be really successful by the time they're in middle school, testing in English, that we want to help our students retain their language, but we also want to be sure that they are successful in our system, under the accountability system we have, and in the world when they graduate, by being truly bilingual. And how do these plans include that?
Yeah, thank you, President Boswell. So I'll have Dr. Maxwell maybe just kind of touch on it and then hand it over to Yvette Cardenas, or if you want to kick it off, either way.
Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. So the plans really address this, I think, and a lot of the work that we've been doing this last year and that we've increased this year and have really started concentrating, really doing some concentrated things in middle school as well, have to do around language development. Yes, one of the things that we know would benefit are, exposure to English when they're in the playground and all the spaces in a campus. There are different levels of vocabulary that are spoken in those spaces. So that's very common vocabulary, and it's not necessarily academic vocabulary or the kind of a vocabulary that English language learners need on a regular basis to truly access learning and really change the student outcome trajectory. So one of the really the really important things that we continue to focus on is whether you're in a one-way or you're in a two-way dual language program, you are focused on language of instruction. Again, we keep talking about that. It's it seems like such a simple thing, but that provides significant access in the academic classroom and the academic structure that changes the kind of language that students are actually acquiring. The added benefit of additional English speakers, English native speakers in that classroom in a two-way or in a one-way, because we have both of those situations, just the ratio is different in the classroom, is that you do have, I called it language brokering, I think a couple of meetings ago. That's the back and forth with the two languages, so you get more exposure to the language that you are not native to, just by way of being around each other, but really that improves significantly when it's focused on academic learning, whether it's talking about math, whether you're in your language arts portion of the day. One of the things that we've started training our staff on and then have rolled out multiple trainings this year with instructional leaders and with teachers is CBLI, content-based language instruction, so that you're marrying content and really strong language strategies when you're delivering that content. And that, again, that is across all content areas. So that is something, and at the middle schools, we've added a few additional tools that campuses are using to monitor where they are in their language acquisition, and then they actually have some instructional pieces in those tools that help teachers respond to where students are in English language acquisition, and then have things in the classroom that they can do that respond to that. That is all part of our strategy for emergent bilinguals. There's a very specific section in these plans that speaks specifically to emergent bilinguals, but those are really the highest yield strategies that exist that we've already started implementing. But yeah, they're definitely a specific part of this plan. And Ms. Cardenas, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that.
Well, Dr. Maxwell, very well said. I just want to go ahead and reiterate the importance of language of instruction. Again, just repeating what Dr. Maxwell said, but we are also investing a lot of professional learning and supporting of teachers to maintain that language, which is, we have the language allocation plan for dual language programs, And it's really looking at content and language together in the development of both, so it's academic language as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the academic language. I can talk to someone on a bus, and I can't talk about math. So yeah, I totally get in Spanish. I totally get that there are a lot of gaps because I didn't get that academic foundation. So thank you for that in the same way. So my last questions are really about the choice of D to F campuses. I've shared my concern about that, you know, with turnaround plans and our choice to do things that are not in TEA's success guide recommended, and we know that initially it was F campuses that were reassigned were intended to go to A or B campuses. With this cycle, they changed it to A, B, or C, but the documents nowhere say D. And we, you know, I trust that you've had all those conversations and that TEA, the people you're talking with, are telling you it will be okay. And I am really struggling, partly because that's a big lift for a campus that's struggling to not be a D and needs to be successful, and partly because the whole point is we need our kids to be in environments where things are working, and we don't want to further stress schools that are making that progress that needs to be sustained, and we need plans that are going to work, and we need plans that TEA is going to be okay with. And, you know, telling you in a meeting is not the same as having them approved. And I would just love to hear from our council, our board council, and our general counsel about where the rules live, kind of the difference between a law and a rule, and kind of what risk we have, and then what happens if our plans are not approved.
Thank you, President Boswell, Board of Trustees. So I think what you have referred to, I know, is in the success criteria, and I understand the superintendent and the team have, you know, worked with TEA, and the understanding is that we are producing plans that we believe will be approved. So I'll just first kind of comment on the process. I think you understand that we have to submit, once, you know, if this board approves those plans, then we'll submit it to TEA for approval. But if there are things that need to be adjusted, or if they don't believe that the plans as presented meet their criteria or are sufficient, then they will respond back to the district and give us an opportunity to make any adjustments. And they're also, within that process, required to be specific as to what they believe needs to change. And after that occurs, then we'll have an opportunity to resubmit. And so I guess I'm highlighting here that there's more than just one opportunity to ensure that these plans are successful, although I know we've worked on the front end, as the superintendent indicated, to ensure that we're going to be presenting plans that will be approved. That criteria that you're referencing, you're right, and I know it's been said before, it is not law. It is a success criteria which has changed from my understanding. There are many different iterations, but it is one of 5 criteria. And there's a list of other criteria that has to be indicated that I understand the team has worked through to ensure that the plans meet. And so I know, you know, with what we've worked through, I think we've tried the best we can with the team to make sure that these students end up in campuses in which they're aligned for success. But I know that there are some instances in which students are not going to A, B, or C campuses. But I believe there's other plans, again, in place to ensure that those students are successful. And throughout the process, I think there'll be an opportunity, if there needs to be changes, for those changes to occur.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, Ms. Badillo, I'd just love to know kind of your thoughts on it, and as a trustee being asked to vote for things that don't align with what TEA has published. That
Right.
feels uncomfortable.
Yeah, understandably so. I would say in terms of difference between law and a regulation, the law is the law. It's passed by the legislature. But as I know you're very familiar with Chapter 39 and 39A, they leave a lot of room for interpretation, and that's the function of the regulations. So the regulations come in and plug in the gaps. Outside of that, TEA has regulatory guidance that they issue that doesn't carry the weight necessarily of law or regulation, but it's what they use. It's how they interpret those things. So from the standpoint of feeling like you're being asked to approve something that is not necessarily consistent with what that regulatory guidance might suggest is optimal or what they're looking for, yeah, I get the cognitive dissonance that exists there. But I do, and I know you all know that your administration has worked exhaustively with the agency to try to make sure that that you've got plans that you're considering right now that they will approve. So as far as the inherent risk in that, I think it is risk that you've been living in, and it's risk that you're going to continue to be in. I don't think there is a path forward that frees you from that. You are going to be living in this space tonight, tomorrow night, and probably for the next several years. And there's no way to really make that any easier. There just isn't.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll just say the campuses, the plans I'm most concerned about are WIN with Andrews, which has a D carrying the TAP, and some students going to Pecan Springs, which is a multi-UA campus. So the stress of that on Pecan Springs and just that divergence from best guidance. Concerned about the Wujane going to Rodriguez with a D. That concerns me. I'm glad the community is staying together under this plan, which I think is better than it was, but that does concern me. Especially with Palm there, and I know Palm was listed to close, but Palm was right there and isn't a D. And then the Wooldridge restart, sending a significant number of students to Barrington. Barrington to Wooldridge. Yes, concerns me with Wooldridge having the need for a restart and absorbing more students from Barrington. That is a concern to me of adding, again, extra stress to a system that is already under stress. And then Bedichek and Paredes, that concerns me. And Martin to Marshall, which has been working very hard, that has a D and has been working very hard to pull out of that, and again, adding more stress to that system. So those all concern me. Not just from it doesn't work on paper, from what TEA has said, but just are there enough resources to help manage that stress, especially because we know students are bringing mobility during the year. They're bringing hunger. They're bringing a lack of health insurance. They're bringing a lot of other things in that stresses our systems, and I have real concerns. And I appreciate the video. I think that was helpful. But I still just really want to voice those concerns.
Yeah, President Boswell, I appreciate that, and those are our concerns as well. I think if we had options, better options that still allowed us to progress as a system forward, we would have. That's what you would see in your documents. I think when we started this process, one of the things we heard from trustees loud and clear was not to perhaps overload a school, and that's why we created splits. And I would argue that Woodane splitting to Rodriguez and Houston was in response to what we heard initially in this process of not having a school that needs that type of support wholly going into one school. And after we went through the process, we heard from community that they wanted to stay together. So we made adjustments in our plan to be able to take that on and do it well. And so, and then we talk a lot about the fact that these are ratings, and our students are more than a score, and our schools are more than a score. And so, like Rodriguez being a D now, being a B last year, these schools are doing incredible things. They are. And I think you have to look at all of it, not distill it down to a single letter grade. And I think that when we look at the work that's occurring on all of our campuses, these are the options that we've arrived at given all the constraints that we're managing. And they don't fit in a clean box, a TEA box. It was never going to, because the system is so complex. But we have a path that I think moves us forward. And we'll hear what they say, and we're happy to make adjustments if they're not accepted, and we'll be responsive as we always have been.
Yeah. Thank you for that, and I will tell you, I'm one of the first people to say that the scores measure one thing. They don't measure everything, and they don't measure who our kids are or the work that's happening on campuses, or how much our kids are learning and growing and figuring things out. And it's the measure we have to live by. That is the measure we have to meet. while we are doing all the other good things for our kids. These measures matter, and I know I voiced it before, and I just want to continue to voice it because I do have real concerns. Thank you. Any additional questions? Trustee Hunter.
I'm going to, a little bit of point of clarification what the superintendent is just saying, just so the community can understand. The plans are due for everybody, the whole state, tomorrow.
That's correct.
That's part one.
Tomorrow, close of business.
Yeah, that's hundreds of them, right?
Yes.
By March, I think it's the 17th. What is it?
Well, so before they have to give a response?
Yes.
It's 60 days.
60 days. So then they will say, you're good, move forward, or they'll say, no, you're lost, or no, there's a cure period.
Yeah, so what they'll do is, and it'll be before, I expect, because we've been able to engage with the agency this entire time, that it won't take 60 days. If you recall, when we had the TAPs approved for Burnett, Webb, and Dobie, it was within a couple weeks, even though they had allocated, 60 days. So I would expect that. I would push for that to occur. So I don't expect us to wait 60 days before we get a response from the agency. As Kenneth Walker mentioned, our general counsel, we would expect to get specific comments that are actionable, meaning that if there is a TAP that doesn't meet their expectations for whatever reason, comments regarding and red lines specifically as to why it doesn't work. And then we would be responsive to it. We would then have the ability to submit an updated plan, and at that point, there would be a review period and then acceptance. And again, at that point, we would effectively, we'd have to have a really good reason not to be responsive to those comments, right? Like we would ensure 100% acceptance at that point.
And then the final, so we send it, they look at it, they review it. If there's issues, it comes back to us. And then by what date are they like, okay, go to it?
Is it 15 days after the second?
I think
Josh?
isn't it April?
April 8th. That's by date now, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I just want everybody to be on the same page.
Yep.
Information.
Thank you. Any additional? Yes.
So one quick clarification is, in filing these, at that point, it doesn't matter what the school gets this year? We have to implement no matter what?
So it depends if it's a 2 UA or 3 UA.
3 UAs.
Yeah, so the 2 UAs are drafting right now, and we're submitting. Those are all the school improvement schools, and they were listed there. But 3 UA, they have to implement.
So even if they got an A this year, we'd still have to implement?
Correct.
Point of more clarification for our community. So there are TAPs that are written to be like, you on the list. There are TAPs that are implemented saying you must do these things, right? How are they differentiated when we say 2 UA, 3 UA?
Yeah, so 2 UA predominantly.
Which means unacceptable.
2 unacceptable accounts. And again, it doesn't necessarily mean 2 Fs. It could be 3 Ds and an F. It could be 4 Ds. There are lots of ways that you can get there. And again, these go back to 2018, 2019 school year. So here you go. Thank you. The 2 UAs are in almost in every case a school improvement strategy, unless they're receiving from another school, and then that strategy is modified. And so you can see here there are 12 schools. They're all listed there. That are identified as school improvement. And so when we submit to the agency tomorrow, it'll all be there. And then we would kind of implement fully in 26, 27. We would plan, but we would really implementing that school year. For 3 UAs, we're getting started now, effectively. We have to assume, and I'm going to assume that by and large, these will be largely accepted. I do not expect a significant change, maybe some refinement in an area or two. And the reason being is that we have to hire principals. We have to start the process because we do not want to miss the opportunity in the spring semester to ensure that these schools are fully staffed. And so we are going to proceed, and again, I'm going to push the agency to give us clarity sooner than later. But that's how we're going to differentiate between 2 UA and 3 UA. So closure and reassigns and restarts are 3 UA, and then school improvement is all 2 UA.
Okay. And all the schools that have to implement, in the state of Texas, are all going to need turnaround principals.
Correct.
So Austin at 11, or is it 12?
So the restarts are, it's a combination because one of the things that I want to be really clear is if a school is going to a high-performing school, right, in this case, like, I'm going to use Barrington as a good example. Barrington is going, the majority of the students are going to Guro Thompson, and so therefore Barrington's turnaround plan is going to be assigned to Guro Thompson. From the agency's perspective, because GT has been historically high-performing, they would expect that school to have very little disruption and continue to perform, right? Because they've set up systems, they've implemented well, so you're not expecting a disruption in that case, meaning that there's not going to be a turnaround plan that has us suggesting in any way that the principal at GT is going to turn over. So I want to be really clear, even though it is a TAP 3 UA, it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to find a turnaround principal. Excellent. Which is why the team and I have gone through and built strategies for each of these, and depending on the vote tonight, we'll kind of begin to take that forward. But it's not always one for one. There's going to be some of that shifting.
And then you may see that there's a school that has a TAP plan, but is also closing.
TAP plan, but also, so by way of a reassignment. So what I think you're referring to is a school like Bedichek. Is that correct? Wynn. That's exactly right. So Wynn Montessori has 3 UAs. They've been progressing, as Trustee Singh said, to a 59. I expect they're going to get to a D or not better this year for sure. The way that it works is the majority of students that are being reassigned, in this case to Andrews will receive the turnaround plan that Wynn historically that had accumulated, because it's based on where the assigned students are in the attendance boundary. That's how it works. In our conversation we're about to have regarding all the other movement in the system, you'll see the Montessori program get relocated, but those are 2 separate actions. One is owned by the administration and by the board, and the other is kind of in response to turnaround plans. That is also going to be true for Martin, Dawson, Bedichek, Barrington, as you just mentioned, which is a closure, right? And then Woodane.
Okay. I'm getting into the weeds of that so that people can understand what is happening. Yeah. Because if you think it's one thing and you're like, you don't have to do that. It's not necessary to do that. And you can feel that, but I don't want there to, as much as there can be, I don't want there to be asymmetry of information, right? You know what I know, so you understand why I'm doing what I'm doing. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? All right. Thank you all so much for the work, the conversation, the information. Thank you, Superintendent Segura. And thank you to everyone who's come for the other part of our meeting as well, for waiting while we had a really thorough, thoughtful discussion about this as well. So at this time, we will adjourn our public hearing, take a short break, and then return to open the regular voting meeting. Vice President Willie-Chu, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I move to adjourn the meeting.
The meeting is adjourned at 7:32 p.m. and we will be back in just a very few minutes. Good evening. We are back. In compliance with Chapter 551 Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a regular voting meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, November 20th, 2025 at 7:58 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at Austin ISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Down Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning English is available on those platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. Welcome and thank you for joining us. Thank you for sticking with us. We will now move to our first item, which is public testimony items for our items on the voting agenda. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public testimony portion of our meeting called a dedicated Austin ISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. Tonight we have 33 people who signed up to speak in person. We have 119 people who left a recorded message. And we will now move to in-person testimony first. In order to provide as many opportunities for input as possible within a limited time period, each speaker will be allotted 1 minute with no substitutions or yielding of time. Callers who signed up to speak in person will be invited to come to the microphone when their name is called. As you come to the microphone, please press a button to turn it on. A device will light up as you move through your 1 minute. When the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in a single sentence. We ask that whether you come to give a complaint or praise, that you please reference any staff member by position or abbreviated last name. We ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect for others. Our in-person speakers tonight will be Erica Hoffman, Joseph Arriaga. We have Lauren Arriaga, who's not coming. So Erica Hoffman, Joseph Arriaga, Addison Coulter, and Brennan Griffin. We'll start with those four. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Erica Hoffman. I'm a proud member with Education Austin, a proud teacher at International High School, and I'm here to talk about our campus closure. IHS serves newcomer students ages 14 to 17 who need specialized scaffolded English language support in all content areas. Initially, the plan was for IHS to close and transition as a program to Navarro High School. On Friday, we received an updated plan which removed all language about a program transition and that newcomer students will instead be reporting to their home campus with newcomer supports. With this update, IHS staff need to receive priority placement in openings at secondary high school campuses where newcomer supports are offered. We also expect our collective expertise to be respected with a seat at the table to further strengthen and build out the newcomer programming offered at this level. We expect that all newcomer students and families will receive specialized support with quality programming for all content areas, just as they would at International High School. Finally, we demand that AISD step out with courage to defend the immigrant populations of students, staff, and community members you have a duty to serve. AISD's silence and inaction in the face of this racist deportation policies and attacks on our community is a disgrace.
What a journey. But as I tell my son, anything worth doing is rarely easy. My comment tonight is simple. Why are we closing schools in item 14? Why are schools in item 14.3 being closed? This shouldn't be a trick question. According to the district's own documents, it's not TAP, it's not teachers, it's not budget. If that reason isn't crystal clear, trustees, you should vote no to 14.3. A no vote is a yes to growing DL, not shrinking it. A no vote is a yes to the idea that strong communities can solve big problems. A no is a yes to harnessing the power of this amazing community behind me. Vote no, and let's go get started on the hard work of turning this district around. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, one sec.
Oh, there we go. My name is Addison Coulter, here to represent Texas Appleseed, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that works at the intersection of policy, advocacy, and the law to improve the lives of all Texans. Thank you to the board and superintendent for this opportunity to speak. I am here to discuss how Austin ISD has an opportunity to decrease economic and racial segregation as it goes through the painful process of school consolidation and redrawing of attendance zones. Districts across the state are facing school consolidations and boundary changes. My research shows that in the last 3 academic years, 131 schools have closed in 36 districts across the state, with as many as 60 more schools slated for closures in 13 additional districts. Even as the city of Austin has grown, the number of school-age children in the city has not. Combined with expanding charter schools and the potential for losing more students to recently enacted education savings accounts, it is clear that AISD faces challenges in student enrollment that are beyond its control. However, the segregation of AISD schools is within its control. Closing schools without addressing persistent segregation by race and economic status will just set schools up for failure. We measured the index of dissimilarity for AISD, which quantifies how evenly groups are distributed across schools, and this AISD consistently scores at 60% or higher for black to white segregation, Hispanics to white segregation, and economic disadvantage. And I'll let my colleagues speak on this further.
Thank you. My name is Brennan Griffin, Senior Deputy Director at Texas Appleseed. Thanks again to the trustees for this opportunity to speak. Benefits of school integration are widespread and well studied. We can provide many citations around that. And it's not a panacea, nothing is for improving schools, but, and I know we've had, the school district has decided to delay sort of a widespread redrawing of attendance zones, but we really believe that this is an important thing to address in the coming months. Through Texas Appleseed, I'm an advocate for safe, effective, and accountable schools for all students. As an Austin native who attended AISD schools, I benefited from a prior generation of integration efforts, attending magnet schools before student populations were separated as they are now in campuses like LASA. And as a parent of 2 AISD students and a third who will go to AISD schools soon, I believe that school integration is really an incredibly important element in any plan to deliver the kind of education that all students deserve. The district is going through the second set of school closures in the last few years. Demographics have changed, and the attendance zones have not really been revised in many years in a wide-scale way, and many of them don't make any sense. Many schools have just not even enough students in their catchment area to fill half the building. I live next to LBJ High School, which is in that situation. I applaud your willingness to start to address some of these issues, and I think that this is one of the ways that you can really go forward in terms of trying to improve the education we can offer to all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tanner Van Essen, Elizabeth Slama-Sines, and Delicia McLean, and Drew Martinez.
It was right. Okay. Good evening, trustees. It feels like we're in a strange place right now. The board is supposed to work for the public and the district for the board, but along the way in this consolidation process, that seems to have flipped. I don't know what happened, but it seems like that's not how this is supposed to work. Right now, it seems like we're disregarding our AISD values while dictating what a plan should be and what our schools should be on what one person's view of AISD should look like. Whether community agrees or doesn't agree, that doesn't seem to matter. It seems like this process was already done the day the draft came out. The process has been opaque, contradictory, unidirectional, and actually punitive. It's an attack on dual language programming. This is not leadership. This is not how we build strong schools. I'm asking you tonight to do right by these communities and vote no on 14.3. Give the communities a chance to make a plan that strengthens AISD instead of ripping it apart.
My name is Elizabeth Slama-Sines. I'm currently the Riley PTA president, home of the Mighty Mustangs. I begin with gratitude, clarity, and an unshakable commitment to public education. Thank you for considering keeping our Mandarin and Spanish program together. We have weathered a pandemic, broken 504 SPED systems, leadership turnover, all while losing Title I funds. In that chaos, Principal Olano stepped in and did what leaders do, stabilize the ground under us and rebuild systems, culture, and expectations. Not perfectly, but with courage and heart. This process taught us that there is opportunity within every adversity. We are not afraid. We are ready to show our equity muscles. In the spirit of true partnership, we will do the work, but you got to do the walk. With all communities, we trust the district will show up with support, communication, and follow through with every family and all staff members. Oh my goodness. Matías, tú dijiste juntos. Thank you all.
This is a classic case of escalation of commitment. You see it everywhere. You see it when someone sits at a slot machine pulling a lever again and again because they're convinced the next pull will be the one. You see it in people who stay in bad relationships, not because it's working, but because they've already invested so much that walking away feels impossible. For those unfamiliar, escalation of commitment, or sunk cost, is when we keep doing something even after it's clear that it's a bad idea, simply because we poured so much time, money, or energy into it. And that's exactly what's happening here. You agreed to consider school consolidations this summer, but superintendent had been preparing these consolidations for months. You asked for equity, and instead he targeted the middle class and went after our 4 wall-to-walls. His story keeps shifting, and the data, it's not just flawed, it's manipulated. We saw proportions presented with mismatched sample sizes, building scores tanked because of outdated toilets, while major strengths were ignored. Critical information like how many EBs are already in dual language and at which schools, and how many aren't at which schools. You were pushed toward two-way dual language as the key, even though research shows no significant difference in outcomes compared to one-way. Trustees, just because you were initially open to closures does not mean that you must follow through when the foundation of this plan is based on a manipulation and deception. Even this week, staff continued to alter public records within 72-hour window when that was explicitly prohibited. You are not trapped at a slot machine. You are not bound by your word. You can still walk away, and you should, by voting no to 14.3 as well as 14.1 and 14.2.
There we go. My name is Drew Martinez, and I'm a parent of a student at Becker Elementary. When we enrolled in Becker, we signed a commitment to complete the dual language program through elementary school, and I believe in honoring commitments. But I question whether those who drafted item 14.3 hold the same value. This plan breaks up communities and leaves families with nowhere to go. It eliminates hundreds of dual language seats in South and Central Austin with no available placements for displaced students. We're told to just trust us, but that trust has been broken. The plan was built on rushed, incomplete data and a process that actively discouraged community input at every step in the process, as reflected now by the district executives that are on leave. This plan fails to meet its own academic and financial goals, and it does not meet TEA requirements. Closing down a school like Becker does not serve any purpose than to drive away families. If the board wants to salvage long-term trust with the community, then I urge them to vote no on 14.3.
Thank you. Next up, we have Carla Landry, who will be reading for Adam Sparks, who had to leave early. We have Stacy Woodburn-Henry, Steve Swanson, Selena Martinez, and Alfonso Moreno.
Hi, my name is Carla Landry. I am a parent of 2 children at Maplewood, and I am presenting this on behalf of Adam Sparks, also a Maplewood parent. At the beginning of this process, one of the trustees said that they would be unable to vote for this round of school closures until the financial savings and enrollment loss from the last round of school closures was released. We now have been told that these numbers will never be forthcoming, and yet we expect a yes vote tonight. It is imperative that this board direct the district to produce a report next September that lists campus by campus financial savings and enrollment loss for each closed campus. Trustee Boswell has said in a statement that for every 72 students that leave the district, AISD loses $1 million. When presented with those numbers, the superintendent claimed it wasn't true. The district has no numbers from 2019, and if left to their own devices, they will not have clear, transparent numbers for 2025 either. I once again urge the trustees to direct the administration to provide a school-by-school report on the financial savings and enrollment loss for each campus that is closed to be presented by next fall. Thank you.
Trustees, thank you for the tireless work you're doing in this challenging moment for AISD. Only a deep devotion to public education could keep you at this table, and we stand with you in wanting a strong future for public schools. Change is necessary, but this plan is not. Every problem the district faces cannot be solved at once, not successfully. Please focus on delivering strong turnaround plans. Let these schools concentrate on meeting targets without simultaneously upending everything else in this district. AISD has incredible dual language programs that took a decade to build. Children whose parents were told to never speak their native language are bringing it back to their families. Kids attending a DL program are learning to be inclusive, global citizens and solve problems in a second language. These programs are attracting families to a shrinking district. And yet, Becker is now the only dual language program being moved into a zoned school that cannot fit us. Our 3rd and 4th graders were not given the same option to stay together as other campuses. Even families who live 1 block from Becker are now divided because the new boundary line was inexplicably drawn through the middle of our neighborhood. We are the only zip code where 2 adjacent neighborhood schools are slated for closure. Please support students in need without destabilizing existing, thriving, and dedicated communities. Please vote no on 14.3.
Good evening. I'm Steve Swanson. Good evening. I am Steve Swanson, and again, I am grateful for, and we must recognize the importance of our AISD lawyers, their rules of professional conduct, and their vital role in the planning of schools. Their rules include providing our board and superintendent with an informed understanding of their legal rights and obligations in Chapter 11 of the Education Code, rights to training under the TEA, and their obligations and strategies that align with community-based planning and actions serving the needs of students, preventing harm and loss in our schools, and making effective use of community resources, stopping our alignment with a harmful A through F accountability system. The condition of our planning process, revealed in the news, at board meetings, through public information requests, and by our superintendent acknowledging the need for integrity, demonstrates the need and opportunity to start learning and fulfilling rights and obligations in Chapter 11. Please know, acting to prevent harm and loss in our schools is our lawful responsibility today and in the future. Instead of voting on plans tonight, including school turnaround plans with the professional leadership of our lawyers, let's start learning and fulfilling our rights and obligations that align with preventing harm and loss in our schools, and not turn our schools over to the state. TEA has failed in serving us, and TEA needs to turn around. Thank you.
Let's take a moment to think about the communities and students that will be impacted by the recommended closures. This plan lacks vision and is based in fear, which limits your ability to think creatively. Unlike the majority of schools on this closure list, this plan deserves an unacceptable rating. President Boswell, trustees Quintana, Trustee Kaufman, Trustee de Urizote, Trustee Whitley Chu, Trustee Singh, Trustee Hunter, Trustee Foster, and Trustee Gonzalez. You have a choice. You have the power. Vote no. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alfonso Moreno. I'm a parent of a pre-K student at Ridgetop Elementary. I'm originally from Mexico. We're a bilingual household, and we transferred to Ridgetop specifically because of its high-quality Spanish education. I'm grateful to AISD that my daughter is now on her way to fluently talking to her grandparents and family who don't speak English. For many families in Ridgetop like mine, that dual language program pathway is everything. Closing Ridgetop is a mistake. 14.3 is not a program move, it's a program closure. If this is about equity, it seems short-sighted. Closing a thriving, multiracial, high-achieving school like Ridgetop destroys exactly the kind of integrated community that so many have fought to build. If this is about finances, this is not a responsible plan. You have no attrition data, even though attrition is AISD's biggest financial threat. The options Ridgetop are given are disingenuous. They do not guarantee dual language access to our own zone schools, even for bilingual families like mine. Our community went from 60% supportive of the plan to 90% opposed after Friday's changes. Giving Ridgetop the same consideration as the campuses removed from the closure list would help rebuild trust in this district. This is a false trade-off. We do not need to turn thriving schools into abandoned buildings to support struggling campuses. You still have the opportunity to get this right without destroying what's already working. Please vote no on 14.3.
Thank you. Next up, we have Rosina Castellanos, Andrea Hayden, Magdalena Riley, Jason Rodriguez, and Nikki Shubitz.
Test. Okay. Hi, my name is Rosina Castellanos, and I'm a Becker parent of a second and fourth grader. I chose a wall-to-wall dual language program so my kids could stay connected to my native language and their heritage. For 5 years, Becker's dual language program has shaped their education and sense of community. Throughout this process, our community has made a consistent ask to keep us together in a South Central location and to preserve dual language access for the kids who have invested years in the program. Despite submitting extensive feedback and viable solutions that help achieve AISD's goal to better serve emergent bilingual students, the latest version of the plan makes our asks impossible. The plan removes hundreds of dual language seats and does not show how students will continue their bilingual path. There's still no verified financial benefit, and the district has not adequately modeled attrition or the loss of dual language funding. Those are financial risks, not savings. Please vote no on 14.3. Let's regroup and build a community-driven plan that preserves dual language funding and supports AISD's long-term stability. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Andrea Hayden, Director of Bands at Bedichek Middle School. For the past several months, I've held on to hope that my school, my community, might be spared from the Collins Consolidation and Closure Plan. I'm sorry, I don't cry. I came to Bedichek 4 years ago as the Assistant Band Director and became Head Band Director in 2023. When I arrived, the program had seen a new director every year for 4 years. My first goal was simple: give students stability. I committed to staying. I built trust, and together we rebuilt a program. In 2023, we had 93 students enrolled in band. Today, we have over 220 students. To the districts, these might just be numbers, but to me, they are kids who make me laugh, who challenge me, and who remind me every day why I drive an hour from Round Rock to South Austin to be their teacher. The district doesn't see the students facing homelessness, food insecurity, abuse, anxiety, or instability, but I do. Many of us support our students in ways that go far beyond our job title. In my classroom, I have a wall covered with student shout-outs, notes, drawings, and messages from families. Those aren't decorations. They're reminders of the relationships and trust we've built. Bedichek is more than a school. It is a family. And for many kids, it is the only place where they feel safe, accepted, and successful. This consolidation plan threatens all of that. My students are worried about not about test scores or budgets, but about losing their teachers, their friends, and their sense of belonging. And while staff have been told we'll be reassigned, that is not what keeps me up at night. This isn't about my job, it's about my kids. It's about Lincoln, who found a home in the band hall and carries an instrument heavier than he is every single day. It's about Yair, who bursts in every day to share the latest chisme. It's about Amy, Gerald, Zayla, Natalie, Ramiro, Brian, Monse, Haley, Joseph, and so many others whose lives are rooted at Bedichek. Middle school is already one of the hardest stages of childhood. Asking students to start over across 3 different campuses to rebuild friendships, to search for trusted adults, to try to find where they fit is not what's best for their emotional or academic well-being. I understand that Bedichek needs support. I understand the need for a TAP plan, but many of our families do not have access to tutoring, transportation, or outside resources. Many of our students go home to care for younger siblings while their parents work night shifts. Many walk bike or take the city bus to school. Instead of closing our doors and scattering our students to a failing school, a charter school, and a fine arts academy that is unprepared for a TAP plan or the needs of our students, we should invest in the community that already exists at Bedichek. Our students
Thank you, and I'm so sorry to interrupt. We have a lot of speakers.
Oh, I understand.
Thank
I
you.
just respectfully ask that you reconsider the closure of Bedichek. Give us the opportunity to implement a standard TAP plan and show that our students can accomplish everything. Help me keep my promise to them that I will stay, that I will not give up to them, and that they matter beyond measure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Magdalena. I want to thank everyone for allowing us to speak. I want to thank the district and the Board of Trustees for all your work. I know you're up against a lot. I am a Becker mom of 2. I'm going to say something unpopular, and the only reason I'm going to say it is because it's true, which is this final draft. The first thing I did when I looked at it was start looking at options outside of the school district. I'm sorry that I'm breaking up, and that is not what happened when I saw the first 2 drafts, and I want to make that clear. I have a very precocious child. I know that's not the goal. He's not the kid that dual language is designed for, but dual language is the reason we're keeping him in public school. He has not been served well by public school because he's kind of too smart. But dual language and the Becker community are the reason that we have stayed in public school. And so the only thing I'm asking is for everyone to consider all of the needs that are being met by these programs. I think emergent bilinguals need to be the center of the programs. The programs need to change to serve them, but I think we also need to protect the other needs that are being met by these programs by voting no on 14.3 or offering an amendment that lets Becker stay in dual language and together as a community. Thank you.
Okay, hopefully this is working. In this season of thanks, I want to thank the principals of our TAP schools. The cavalry is finally coming to serve your students, but it's trampling right over you. AISD showed up too late and is taking your job and your students away, and I'm so sorry. You are not the cause of your schools closing. Thank you for the many more months that you will work this year to grow your schools. And thank you for the years you invested in them back when it was just you and your school community and the area nonprofits doing the work. Your commitment is obvious, and our thanks should be coming from every corner of Austin ISD. Thank you to the AISD staff and trustees for this monumental work that you are involved in to right-size our schools and our districts. Thank you to teachers at TAP campuses. The work that you do does not always receive the respect it deserves, nor the pay. The jobs are harder than the jobs at other schools. You show up each day to inspire, connect, and lift up the kids in those communities. And thank you for the caring way that you are navigating this heart-wrenching season. Moving forward, we must learn from the circumstances that led us here.
Our commitment must be to sustain the community investments made and to ensure every staff member and principal transitioning from these campuses is fully supported. We owe it to them and to our students to get this next chapter right.
Thank you. Is Jason Rodriguez here? Okay, if Jason shows up, he can jump in line when he shows up again. Next up is Mary Alice Ruiz, Pim Mayo, Teo Vigil, Erica Fink, and Maria Murphy Mayberry.
Good evening, esteemed board members and Superintendent Matias. I have to open with a little flower that was given to me, made for me special by 2 students, and this is why we do the work for our children. And it's all about keeping their dreams and hopes alive. I spoke to that last time. And I'm, the dyslexia interventionist, special ed certified. I also serve on the CAC and now recently recruited for being Ed Austin representative. I'm busy. And so I just wanted to begin thanking you on behalf of our community to trustees Quintana, I'm so tired, guys, I'm sorry, for coming to our CAC meeting and for attending our event that we had and also CAC meeting. You listened to our concerns, answered our questions, and also board members, because it's evident from the plan, providing that opportunity for all students to come to our school, remain at our school, is paramount for their dreams to continue. And we wanted just to let you know that we appreciate it, and we want to also pay or applaud all the community members, parents, students, families for the advocacy work. We stand together in unity. I know it's difficult. It has been difficult for us, and I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm really tired tonight, but thank you.
Thank you. Is Pim Mayo here? Awesome, thank you. And then after Pim, it will be Teo. Thank you.
Okay, I pushed the button. No, it's on. Okay. My name is Pim Mayo. I'm a parent of 2 Ridgetop Rattlers, speaking tonight only as a parent. You must vote no on agenda item 14.3. The proposed dual language program changes violate TEA rules, which are adopted into AASD policy EHBE. According to Rule 89.1227, AISD must continue dual language programming for current DL students. This is a mandate, not a suggestion. Item 14.3 does not provide DL continuity. There are simply not enough seats. Combining Becker, Riley, Ridgetop, and Sunset Valley into Odom, Pickles, Sanchez, and Wooten leaves 750 students without access to dual language. This number was calculated using the data rubrics projected enrollment for next school year. This, in and of itself, shows AISD does not intend to provide the required continuity in violation of TA rules and AISD policy. The district also bears responsibility for ending dual language for students who started just a few weeks ago at a school that is now slated to close, kids like my pre-K son. By closing 4 dual language programs, AISD is not just breaking a promise to our families. If AISD is found in violation of Rule 89.1227, a TEA takeover won't be because parents objected to this plan. It will be because you failed to comply with TEA rules.
Hello, my name is Teo, and I am in 3rd grade at Ridgetop. I want to ask you, please save my school. Adults always tell kids that our voices matter. You tell us to be leaders and to speak up. So I am speaking up today because this is very important to me and to my friends. At school, I learned to listen to my feelings. When I think about this plan, it makes me feel sad, worried, and confused. I think you should listen to your feelings too. Good choices do not feel like this. They shouldn't feel bad. That's our body telling you to stop. We love Ridgetop. We love learning Spanish. We love learning fun stuff in fun ways. Our teachers care about us. Our lunch ladies care about us. Everyone at our school makes us feel safe. None of my friends want to leave. I don't think kids should be split from each other. We want to stay together. All kids matter the same. Adults should not pick and choose between schools. All kids are good, including us kids at Ridgetop. I know you already made a plan, but grown-ups can change their minds when something does not feel right anymore. Please say no to this plan, or if you really think you need to close Ridgetop, please do it slowly. You can change your mind. Adults can do that. Thanks.
Teo, before we go to our next speaker, I want to say thank you so much to you and your friends for being here. We don't hear from students nearly as often as we would like, and I really want to thank you for coming to talk to us. Thank you so much. All right, Erica, try to top that.
All right. That's impossible. That's impossible. I want green. Thought that was going to happen, and it did. All right. Good evening. I'm Erica Fink, and I'm speaking on behalf of Ridgetop families, urging you to vote no on 14.3. My own Rattler is in first grade at Ridgetop, and my second will start pre-K next year. Our students, who currently have a safe, under 10-minute walk to a highly rated program, were suddenly given an impossible, inequitable choice. Attend an F-rated school under a TAP to keep dual language, or move to our newly zoned school, Riley, with a 40-minute walk that crosses both airport and 290. For most families, an unearned TAP with a 2-year star-heavy focus is not a viable option. The TAP was not part of the plan until Friday, 6 days ago. We feel blindsided, we feel betrayed, and we're not alone. Riley Dual Language and Becker are right here with us. When we choose neighborhood campuses over TAP, it will splinter friendships across multiple schools, and it will overcrowd Riley. There is no TEA deadline requiring these last-minute program changes. Finding reasonable solutions for these 3 schools will not break the budget. Tonight, we urge you to vote no on item 14.3 so our students can stay in dual language without TAP, stay safe on their commute, and stay in their successful neighborhood schools they love. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
Did I start it? Oh, hi. My name is Maria. I am a parent of 2 AISD students, and even though we're a transfer family, we've been part of the Becker community since 2017. I appreciate the time dedicated to this process by the board and want to ask for your accountability on your important duty to provide fiscal oversight of the district and our public tax dollars. Item 14.3 proposes to close 3 financially stable campuses, but the district has not provided an expense or savings budget or shown projected income loss from student attrition specific to this plan in the backup. This is bare minimum information that has been requested by the board and the community. It is needed to understand if the true savings realized are actually enough to benefit the district long term and to justify the current harm being caused to students, educators, and communities. The public needs to trust not just the district, but our elected board as responsible stewards of our students' education, our educators' livelihoods, and our public tax dollars. A vote to enact 14.3 with no financials considered is in direct conflict with your duties as a board and destroys any belief that you are exercising independent oversight on behalf of our community. Please vote no on 14.3.
Thank you. Next up, we have Christine Allen, Cheryl Bradley, Natalie Wilson, and Rebecca Steen.
it on? Oh, great, okay. My name is Christine Allen, and I'm a Becker, and I'm a parent of a 5th grader at Becker Elementary and a passionate advocate of linguistic justice. However, I am not here tonight to talk about those things. I am against item 14.2, which imposes the most draconian TEA punishment, aka turnaround strategy, on Barrington, Dawson, Oak Springs, Wadane, Wynn, Bedichek, and Martin. It was the city and the district. By the way, where the hell is the city? That opted out of righting the wrongs of extreme segregation and inequity for decades, thus denying a quality education to generations of our working class Black and Latino families. Don't condemn them to the TEA equivalent of the death penalty for a crime they did not commit. They are not dead branches, nor are they barren soil. Furthermore, I oppose closing any schools, including Becker, Sunset Valley, and Ridgetop, without giving all affected non-managerial workers a seat at the table. To start, give them an anonymous input mechanism to remove the fear of retaliation during the reassignment process. The workers of AISD, the teachers, the front desk staff, the custodians, counselors, food service workers, and librarians are not consumables. They are the cornerstone of our children's well-being and success and a democratic future for us all. Please treat them as such. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees, superintendent. I do have a concern. Trustee Boswell, you asked some very good questions, and you spoke of your concern with Wynn going to Andrews and the economically disadvantaged students there. Well, I agree, but you also have the same issue with that portion of students going to Pecan Springs. Then you also have the same issue with Oak Springs going to Blackshear. Blackshear may be overall a C, but if you look how economically disadvantaged students are rated, it's D and F. This district has slid into segregationism. Y'all, you just can't go backwards. And that's what's happening. It's racist, it's classism. You just can't do it. So yes, I want the board to look at 14.1, 14.2, 14.3, and not only do you have emerging bilinguals, but there are African American students in this district as well. No one speaks about them. They're not on the news. If you look at, you see you see Nelson Linder back there. You see the teachers right here, and you see me. You've broken the trust of our community. We don't trust you, and nor do you do anything to regain that trust. Our children are spread everywhere. They're at Blackshear, they're at Oak Springs. You've got to regain that trust, but you don't do anything. But you expect us to trust you. Well, we don't. We don't. And I was called the forever trustee. Well, I am the forever trustee because you have my granddaughter. And as long as you have her, you have me.
In 1935, the descendants of Herman E. Becker sold 3 acres to the Austin Public Free Schools for $1. Herman Becker Elementary is the first elementary school south of the river and has been continuously occupied since 1936. In many ways, Becker is part and parcel of the history of the development of the South Austin community. There is no current AISD policy that is being violated by the current dual language classroom configurations. And if anything, Enroll Austin has hampered individual campuses' ability to prioritize emergent bilingual students. So wall-to-wall campuses are being uprooted based on a not yet adopted policy. We have not received any assurances that there will be faithful implementation of the wall-to-wall dual language programs moving to other campuses. Please vote no on the closure of the 4 wall-to-wall dual language campuses. If you must take Becker's dual language program, please, at the very least, leave us with a neighborhood school and the tools to rebuild. Trustees, are you comfortable being the board that votes to close the first elementary school in South Austin?
Hi there. I think it's working. My name is Rebecca. I've been here since 2000. I got here as quick as I could. And I've worked in all parts of Austin and have made friends with people and children in all parts of Austin. So I'm here for Becker, but more than anything, I don't want you to close any school, right? The one thing that I'm going to talk about, though, is are we just trying to close dual language schools? This plan reduces all options in South Central Austin. Dawson zoned to Galindo, Sunset Valley's pushed to Odom, and with Jocelyn being taken off the table, that eliminates the overflow that many families were counting on. We're no longer moving programs, we're just closing schools, 3 of which are excelling. Sunset Valley's at 65% capacity, but Becker and Ridgetop, they're over capacity and waitlisted. It took 14 years to build these thriving communities, which can't easily be replicated. Don't blow apart things that work. Focus on the kids this year. TE is requiring you to vote on TAPS, and let's start there. People are leaving the district. People are starting Spanish immersion home pods and moving to Spain. They're moving to Spain. Read the room, know your audience. You will lose enrollment. Vote no on 14-3.
Thank you all. We have 5 more in-person speakers. Next up is Ashley Kimball, Eric Ramos, Jason Rodriguez, Nelson Linder, and Robert Johnson. Thank you.
Get my readers here. Do we push this button?
You're good.
Oh, just kidding. So we've heard a lot of great things already, so I'm going to make mine really short. I get that you all are faced with some very difficult choices and related to budgets and consolidation here, but I do feel like you need to at least have an understanding of the impact of the children and the families and the communities. And I know a lot of people have already talked about that. But I think just having so much change happening across our city at one time, I think we have no idea of the impact and the ripple effect that that's going to have next year. So just in worrying about that as a starting point. But I think just the awareness of just Becker being, specifically, as obviously I'm here for Becker, that we are a 90-year-old community that has taken 9 decades to build. We have the largest presence at the annual Martin Luther King March. We take 3 bus loads of people on taking a day off school. You know, everybody already has off, but they're the parents, everyone is there. So that is because we believe in love and equality and sharing those values. We have a green classroom that's been there for 40 years. It is run by 140 parent volunteers, many of which are here and volunteer, that they get to have that connection with the children in their schools in that community. We have a gala and a party every year. So these children are learning about how to grow and cook their own food. Every week they're in that garden. So these are things I think across the city, programs that need to be replicated and not squashed. I didn't even mention the dual language program. My children are actually out of Becker right now, but I've been in the neighborhood for 18 years. It is the cornerstone of our community, and the good energy that we create and spread from this bubble is palpable, and it is going, if the school goes away, that energy will leave our bubble. So just, I think there's a ripple effect that I think we're just not even aware of that's going to happen. So hang on to our pants, y'all. Vote no, vote
no. Okay, so my name is Eric Ramos, and I'm proud to be in my 11th year teaching at Martin Middle School. But I have 2 requests for you tonight. One is that you truly talk to the communities of schools you're closing. And I don't mean at sometime in the future. I mean Monday, December 1st. You get tomorrow to recover from this meeting, and Monday we start. Because this district has a history of promising to everyone, but delivering to few. My second request is that we have a public, open, transparent communication about what removing the 3 schools and all the boundary changes did to our budget and how that's going to look going forward, because we all know we're in a bad budget situation and every little bit counts. So I think it's clear, it needs to be clear to the community what that did and how that's going to look going forward, because we have much more tough conversations going. Thank you.
Yes, I'm next, right? We've got 2 items here. This is an article in 2007 under Superintendent Forgione. This is your own equity assignment book about equity in this system that most of you probably didn't like, but that's another conversation. My name is Nelson Linder. I am the president of the Austin NAACP. I'm here tonight based on a concept called equal protection of the law for all children. I'm also a parent. I maintain that all of you are also parents. These children depend on you and your support to accomplish their goal. In 2007, it says that you guys frowned on the idea of school closure. I've been watching you in secret the past few months. I don't see any frown. I see you've already submitted to a state agency that's violating equal protection law. You're lacking one thing: concern for your students, you're their protectors, lack of fear of fascist organizations, and a commitment to make these communities stay together. When you close a school, that is a cataclysmic experience. These kids have fear, they lose their familiarity, the parents are under stress. That would never create effective schools. To even do that, to me, is a violation of your oath and profession. As I close out, these problems are solvable. But when you abandon your schools, your neighborhood, your children, my children, our schools, that's also a violation of democracy. As I close out, let me share some about democracy. The word comes from ancient Greece. Demos means people. They are the foundation. Lathos means authority. Right now, folks have too much authority. I want to challenge you to regain your courage and think about these families and these children that are entitled to equal protection of the law, even if we're in a fascist environment. And I want to challenge you to look at yourself in the mirror. See, how do you feel sacrificing your schools because you say they're not failing? And one final point. Our schools are not failing. We are failing. As administrators, educators, when our schools fail, it's because you have failed. Stand up, be counted, embrace all of your children, regardless of race, ensure they get the resources they need, and don't let fascist organizations with too much power scare you when you actually abandon our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One more speaker, I think. Yes, thank you.
You guys are making it hard to follow. Just hit the button. You're set. I'm set? Okay, here we go. My name is Robert Johnson. I have 3 children, and this is my 8th year as a Sunset Valley parent. After this year, I have 1 elementary-age child. We want to continue their dual language education, and if this plan passes, we will send them to Odom. My argument is not down to the level of AISD programming or where I have to drive my children. Of 5 elementary schools in Southwest Austin, Sunset Valley scored the highest on the data rubric created and scored by AISD. The scores were not close. Sunset Valley barely missed the middle quintile, with 2 schools in the 4th quintile and 2 just out of the bottom quintile. Despite these numbers, Sunset Valley was the one selected for closure. We've been told that there are many factors that go into the decisions to close schools, but I've been given no solid data. Explanation on these factors is owed to all the families of all the schools closing. Sunset Valley is a sought-after and exemplary dual language school on a beautiful campus with a police department 400 yards away that is dedicated to the safety of the children from drop-off to pick-up every day. Odom, a Southwest Austin neighborhood school, is having the dual language program foisted upon them and becoming non-zoned. In the feedback I've seen and heard, families are upset about losing their neighborhood school. I used to think this process has been rushed. I still think that, but the true failure has been that this process has the illusion that anyone in the administration is listening or cares. Week after week of platitudes has led to the complete resignation that there's nothing anyone can do. The fight has fallen out of a lot of parents. You're going to lose students, and you're going to lose parent volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our in-person speakers. We will now play recorded messages for public testimony, so please listen carefully.
Hi, this is Leah Smith calling about turnaround plans, consolidations, and program moves. I'm a parent at Riley Elementary. Thank you for hearing us and letting us keep our dual language communities together moving to Wooten. We understand the need to move and are happy to join the Wooten community. Our CAP, the turnaround program, and with her experience feels that this is something she's confident about. We trust our leadership and staff to accomplish this. The turnaround plan is better than a TEA takeover. I also appreciate having the option to stay at the Riley Neighborhood School and reboot it. I feel like there's a lot of opportunities there. I know there may still be details to work out, but I hope you vote yes so that we can move forward and just plan for next year. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jill Carley, and I am a parent at Ridgetop Elementary, slated for closure despite strong accountability scores and an overwhelmingly popular program. I was on board with the district's equity arguments, with the budget arguments, with the first round of consolidation plans, but the refinements of the last 2 weeks amount to an inequitable dissolution of our program. If it's so important to get it right for Maplewood and Bricker Woods, why is Ridgetop not given the same consideration now that the closure is no longer linked to a TAP? Pick an argument and stick with it, or stop emphasizing that process matters to you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Candace Knight. I'm the parent of a 4th grade student at Ridgetop Elementary. I'm calling to urge you to vote no on 14.3, which would close Ridgetop. The reason why is because there was a last-minute change to the plan just 5 days ago before the vote. The plan before was to close Ridgetop, but to allow the entire community to move to Pickle in a wall-to-wall dual language program in a school with no TAP. That changed just 5 days ago. Now, Ridgetop will close, but there is no access for the entire community to move to any particular school with wall-to-wall dual language, and all of the options for us will have TAPs. This is a huge change. It is unacceptable to the Ridgetop community. I'm a big advocate for public education in Austin ISD, but you are leaving me no choice but to leave the district if this plan goes forward. Vote no on 14.3.
Hi, my name is Rachel Bowden, and I'm a parent of 2 kids at Blackshear Elementary School. I support the plan to welcome Oak Springs students into Blackshear, but to have a successful turnaround plan, our students need stability, not more change. With that in mind, please do not close the historic Blackshear campus. In addition to Blackshear's important legacy, its specific location has significant benefits, with proximity to Keeling Middle School, Carver Library, and Houston Tillotson. Partnering with HT gives us a direct source of diverse teachers, enabling our school to stay fully staffed even amid challenging teacher shortages. While Blackshear is historic, it's well maintained and has the space to accommodate our larger attendance boundary. Building more seats when we have too few students doesn't make sense. It would be more cost-effective to fully modernize Blackshear rather than building a newer and smaller school. Thank you for listening and for your work to strengthen our public schools.
My name is Andy Selby. I'm a 60-year resident living in Tarrytown and then Bolden. I urge the board to tweak its plan for consolidation to preserve either the Becker or Dawson campuses so we have one South Central campus left besides Travis Heights that serves people by providing dual language. I know you've got a tweak proposed to you signed by a number of individuals who have kids in the schools. We sent our child, before there was dual language anywhere but Sanchez, through Sanchez years ago. Great program. She got what she needed. Very difficult, though, long time ago. Now you've got a thriving program at Becker. that you're about to explode. You're also hollowing out South Central Austin as schools, much like Pease was diminished and disappeared in Central Austin. Notice no schools nuked east of Lamar, none at all. Thank you for your service, especially because you deserve every compliment for working as hard as you do.
Hi, my name is Gabe Hernandez, and I'm a parent of a student at Blackshear Elementary School. I'm calling to support the consolidation of Oak Springs and Blackshear Elementary School, but I want to be clear that I do not wish for the consolidated Blackshear to move to a new construction at Oak Springs. I think multiple moves will be disruptive while students and teachers are focusing on the turnaround plan.
Hi, my name is Cindy Reed, and I'm calling as a concerned Ridgetop parent, asking you to vote no on 14.3. Friday's plan is not a programmatic move, it is a program's closure. It is something completely different than what has been communicated to Ridgetop parents this whole process, with less than 1 week's notice and zero parental involvement. We are urging you to vote no on 14.3 and give this the time to have collaboration that it needs. We were supportive of moving as a community to Pickle, and now we will be completely fractured, spread throughout the district. We need to prioritize all children's education, and since Ridgetop is no longer connected to supporting and keeping a tap away from the district, we urge you to vote no, especially since this plan relies on portables against the AISD directive. More than 87% of Ridgetop parents now have shifted and do not support this plan, whereas almost 60% of us supported it. Vote no on 14.3. Please listen to the families. Please include us in this decision making.
My name is Julie Wimmer, and my home is zoned to Riley Elementary School. And I would like to ask the board to delay changes to the dual language programs, including changes to Riley Elementary. In asking this, I'm aligned with the ask by the Becker Elementary PTA. There just hasn't been sufficient time and community input for the drastic changes that are being suggested for the dual language programs. And especially for my neighborhood that is zoned to Riley, the community has not had sufficient input into what's to come for that elementary school. So I would advocate for the TAP changes to be made and for changes to the dual language programs to be held for further community input. Thanks.
My name is Emily Trevino. I'm an Austin native, Becker parent, and a first-time caller, urging you to vote no on 14.3. We have patiently participated in each step of this consolidation process, recognizing the immense challenges the district faces. Yet, with each version of the plan, we have watched Becker's community become more fractured and opportunities to continue with dual language learning disappear. At this point, our bilingual sons no longer have a clear path to continue learning one of their heritage languages at school. We support Sanchez continuing to be a zoned campus serving its neighborhood, but it's clear that there isn't sufficient space for us there or in our neighborhood dual language program. This process was rushed and lacked transparency, community voice, and data that would have helped communities shape a better plan. Sadly, trust has been broken. Please vote no on 14.3.
I'm a parent of 2 students at Blackshear Fine Arts Elementary School. I appreciate the engagement and communication about consolidation and TEA accountability this year, and I'm hopeful that we can avoid a state involvement with our school district. I support the boundary change that consolidates Oak Springs and Blackshear Elementaries, which I understand is set to be voted on today. I also appreciate the opportunity to continue to discuss the transition and future campus location. The future campus location is an important and impactful decision. Keeping the school at the historic Blackshear campus has clear benefits. For example, the building is in good condition. There is capacity for all students. Teachers and staff have experience running the school when it was over 400 students. Current teachers have demonstrated success in improving the school accountability rating. The historic nature of the school helps attract and maintain experienced teachers. There's diversity among students and teachers. Supportive services are available, and the building accommodates fine arts programming. It's all there. Why move? I request an opportunity to meet with both school communities and the AISD leadership before a decision is made. Thank you.
My name is Jeff Hopkins. I'm a Ridgetop parent.
From the beginning of this process, the Ridgetop community has been mostly united in solidarity behind our principal in supporting this plan. We moved forward in good faith with the district to do, in our minds, our part in ensuring a successful 25-26 school year. Knowing that these changes were likely to cause rifts in our community, what was top of mind for most of us was solidarity and staying as together as possible. No one wanted to see this good thing end. It is hard today not to feel like we have been stabbed in the back. At every turn, it seems the district is listening to everyone but us. A school community that should have been considered a crown jewel of AISD is shattered, scattered to the wind, and left to figure it out on their own. No matter how you vote tonight, the rift that we all feared is here. It is irrevocable, and you are going to hear it, because AISD has now sent a message loud and clear to all parents. Be loud, be uncooperative, be angry. It works.
My name is Mark Wimmer, and my children attend Riley Elementary. Please vote against the changes to wall-to-wall dual language programs. Since the initial plan came out in October, we've been urged to just accept the plan, as we were told our programs were just moving to a new location, that everything would be the same, including the principal and staff. Now, at the last minute, the district has completely changed course, and now our programs are going to an existing school with 2 unacceptable academic ratings. This is a drastic departure from the earlier drafts, and the district never bothered to discuss them with our community or solicit our feedback. Now, parents at Riley, Ridgetop, and Becker are being asked to decide whether to give up on dual language education or attend a failing school where there are no guarantees there will be space for their kids or who will even be staffing those schools. Because of the lack of community engagement on this issue, including with Wooten, Pickle, and Sanchez, who might not want their schools to be overtaken by these programs, families have lost faith in the district's handling of this plan. I'm asking you to vote no on item 14.3 so Riley, Ridgetop, and Becker's dual language programs can remain in their current locations for next year. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Claire Croslin. I'm calling from Riley. This is my third take. So I want to encourage the board to vote yes on the current plan. Please, let's get started on planning for the next school year. My family hasn't decided whether or not we're going to Wooten or to stay at Riley, but we really need to understand what these options look like as soon as possible to make our decision. So we love that Mandarin is sticking around at Wooten. We hope that with the turnaround plan and the new programming there, and we hope that the Riley Montessori strand and neighborhood strand will get a leader soon that can really prepare the school for the fresh start. So thank you so much for voting yes, and that's my time. Thanks. Bye.
Hello, my name is Paulette Woodfin, and I am the proud parent of twin girls at Ridgetop Elementary. My girls have been thriving in their wall-to-wall dual language program. Our community has been patient and has tried to work along the parameters of the initial draft. However, Friday's draft gives our community unacceptable options for next year and beyond. Please take the time to not rush this vote. Please vote no on 14.3. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Long. I'm a parent of 2 students in the Riley Mandarin Dual Language Program. I want to say thank you for keeping the program centrally located at Wooten Elementary in the updated plan. This program has proven success, and with continued AIC support, it can further increase enrollment and better serve emergent bilingual students. I look forward to ongoing investment and resources for this program. I hope that AIC will strengthen the recruitment and marketing efforts to ensure the Mandarin Dual Language Program is accessible to Asian American emergent bilingual students who remain underrepresented in the current enrollment. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is May. I'm a parent of 2 children in the reside area of Ridgetop Elementary. First, I just wanted to thank the district for taking the time and feedback from schools such as Pickle and Wooten into consideration for this most recent plan. However, now that the programmatic changes are no longer tied to TAPS, I asked the board to consider delaying the programmatic closures to analyze alongside the boundary and consolidation closures that are now slated for next year. The plan released Friday not only significantly changes the dual language schools, but it also results in potential capacity issues at Riley Elementary, trying to fit Riley Reside, Ridgetop Reside, and the Wynn community into one school with just about 300 seats. This also allows for us not to really have any time to give you guys feedback on the most recent changes. So please consider focusing this year on the turnaround plans and minimize further disruption by addressing these programmatic and boundary consolidations more holistically next year. Thank you.
Hi, this is Janet Pollock, a parent at Ridgetop Elementary, and I have a question/comment on 14.3. Seeing as the district has changed the draft for the programmatic change for dual language so many times, why does this need to be done this year? Ridgetop especially is no longer connected to the TAP as Pickle is remaining a zone school. It seems as if Maplewood and Bregger Woods are getting another year to quote-unquote make sure that they get it right. Why isn't Ridgetop being given the same courtesy? With all of the recent changes in language and lack of clarity that the 1114 draft put out, many parents have lost faith in the current plan. One more year at Ridgetop surely won't break the budget. If you want our community to be behind you, you need to get it right the first time, and then we will support the implementation. We understand and support moving to a more emerging bilingual population, but not at the expense of the current Ridgetop community. Thank you.
Hello, trustees. This is Deborah Benoon, a mom from Ridgetop. I'm asking you to vote no on item 14.3. Friday's sudden change from a program move to a program closure for Ridgetop without community engagement since that new news breaks months of AISD assurances. It would dismantle high-performing, diverse, dual language program and scatter students across multiple campuses. It also makes no sense to close a successful school and send students to a campus under a state-mandated TAP plan. This process has been flawed, and the new proposal has had no stakeholder feedback. 87% of surveyed Ridgetop caretakers urge you to vote no on item 14.3. This vote is separate from TAP requirements. Thank you.
This is Michelle at Ridgetop Mom. The district has a goal to balance enrollment. However, the 11th hour changes they made on Friday exacerbate the enrollment imbalance in Central Austin and guarantee reliance on portables against AISD directives. Rather than enticing families to move to an under-enrolled campus by relocating Ridgetop's thriving wall-to-wall dual language program intact, the new plan instead closes Ridgetop's program and school while providing no equivalent option for displaced families to move to. Moreover, the plan relocates the Wynn Montessori program, whose current enrollment would fill 95% of the Riley building capacity as a strand within Riley, while also having Riley absorb the entire Ridgetop zone. If Ridgetop is closed, zone families are having their school shut down because we were told it is too small and relies on portables, only to be moved into a school that is too small for the proposed population and will have to rely on portables. Friday's unexpected changes dramatically reshape the reality for Ridgetop families and undermine the district's own objectives to balance enrollment. Please vote no on 14.3 and give the district time to do the proper due diligence and solicit community.
My name is Rochelle Olivares. I'm a parent of a third grader at Weedane Elementary. Each school deserves to be heard. Every school individually deserves a vote on their TAP. I urge you to separate out the vote for agenda item 14.3. Separate the vote for each of the TAPs. We deserve your votes on record for each school. I urge you to vote no for a Weedane closure and approve the amended Weedane restart proposal. Thank you.
Hello, I'm a mom to a third grade Ridgetop student. I'm asking you to vote no on item 14.3. This last minute change breaks Austin ISD's original commitment. And every draft released, we were told Ridgetop would move together to Pickle, an unzoned wall-to-wall dual language campus where our students were guaranteed a spot. As of Friday, that plan suddenly changed, scattering our community across 5 campuses. Ridgetop families trusted Austin ISD and worked in good faith to strengthen the proposal. We supported serving more emerging bilingual students, yet a drastically different plan appeared without any feedback from our community. This process has been flawed, and changes with no community input should be delayed. Most importantly, this shift does not prioritize children because it fractures the Ridgetop community. For transparency, stability, and student-centered planning, please vote no on item 14.3. Let's take the time to get this right.
Hello, my name is Adrienne Manessis. I have a third grader in the Spanish program at Riley Elementary. I want to strongly encourage the board to vote in favor of the plan. No one thinks the situation is ideal, but a TEA takeover would be the absolute worst possible outcome, and Riley families understand this. We're supportive of the plan to move our dual language programs a short distance away to Wooten and to merge with their school. We're not scared of assuming Wooten's TAP plan, and we're confident that if our awesome teachers and principal are allowed to come with us, the TAP plan will be implemented successfully, and the new merged Wooten campus will be a model for success. We'll miss our Riley campus, but we're happy that neighborhood and Montessori students will continue to enjoy it. We're all ready to get started on our transition, and we hope that you will vote to get us across the finish line. Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Orr. I am the parent of 2 zoned students at Ridgetop. AISD has 24 schools requiring a TAP. Our cost per pupil is the second highest in the state, and our matriculation rate is among the lowest. The state is coming. It's just a matter of time. After 3 months of flailing leadership and changing plans, I doubt any of us, including you all, are confident in the details of the plan before you today. That said, adoption of item 14.1 to implement school TAPs is necessary to stop the bleeding and offer desperate aid. However, I urge you to vote no to 14.3. Closing successful programs to move kids from them into failing schools puts those students at risk and dilutes campus TAP resources. Further, forcing teachers and leadership into established schools breeds bitterness and creates a divided school community. You all have convinced me AISD needs reform, but this is too little too late. By foregoing the initial plan, you conceded that you do not have the political will to be the reformers. Please do not disrupt successful schools and programs in a half-hearted attempt to keep the state out. It's too late. Give us a little more time together. Vote no on 14.3.
Hello, this is Carla Lopez-Bray. I'm a parent at Ridgetop Elementary with a student in kindergarten and second grade. I am calling to respectfully urge the Board of Trustees to vote no on 14.3. The new proposed plan was a complete bait and switch from what was originally offered to us with the initial consolidation plan. Our family is a district transfer that was on board with moving to Pickle when we were guaranteed a seat in dual language. That is no longer a guarantee. Our program is being done away with, and we are no longer tied to a cap, so we respectfully ask the board to please vote no on 14.3 and continue our amazing program at Ridgetop Elementary. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Goodbye.
My name is Catherine, and I am a District 1 resident testifying on Agenda Item 14.3. I urge the board to vote no on Agenda Item 14.3. When you say you are committed to making generational change, it is clear that you mean it. To resume wall-to-wall dual language in 2 years will quicken the displacement of generations of Black and Brown communities that have already gone through this once before. The communities of Odom, Pickle, Sanchez, and Wooten have been talked about more than talked to in this process. This plan has already done harm to the broader Austin ISD community. This plan does not make it clear how you will serve the students at these campuses. It just makes it clear how you plan to shuffle them. Please do not move forward with this plan and hurt communities already feeling the pain of being left behind by other public institutions.
I'm Natasha Rogers, a parent at Matthews Elementary. Please keep 6th grade at Matthews Elementary for at least 1 more year. With a pause on the consolidations and closures for non-TAP schools, there's no reason to remove the 6th grade at Matthews at this time. Currently, there are resources and capacity to continue to serve this grade and great interest by students and parents. Matthews 6th grade has outperformed other 6th grades in reading and math. Why remove a successful outlier? We think it would be worthwhile to let the class remain at Matthews next year and study how and why it's successful. Perhaps there are teaching strategies that can help with other 6th grades. Moving these students permanently to middle school would eliminate their safe, stable, and familiar setting. Keeping them in 6th grade, the elementary level provides an essential year of growing maturity and learning stability before transitioning to middle school. Finally, the 6th grade year in elementary school offers unique high-impact opportunities that facilitate leadership development and positive social integration. Thank you for your time, Board of Trustees and Superintendent.
Yes, my name is Matthew McCurry. I wanted to call and formally implore the Board of Trustees to vote no on Prop 14.3, which would effectively close the school at Ridgetop. This proposition is separate from the turnaround plan proposition, and that is the main thing that should be voted on tomorrow. The way that this has been handled by the school district has been super inconsistent and has waffled all over the place, from getting buy-in initially, and even like not just buy-in, but like family members or people with kids at Ridgetop openly supporting the plan and vouching for it. And the plan has completely changed since then, so it's really been treated unfairly. And I just feel as if the best thing to do here would be to start again and reconsider this for the school year beginning 2027 and leave this as is for 2026.
I am calling today to express my strong belief that we need to replace our top leaders, specifically the superintendents and executive directors. We are currently facing a staggering budget deficit of $110 million, a situation that has arisen from years of mismanagement and ineffective leadership. We have seen a troubling trend of failing schools, many of which have received consecutive failing grades from the TEA. This is a clear indication that the current administration has not adequately addressed these issues. Instead, decisions such as school closures have been made without sufficient community input, uprooting families, and disregarding their voices. Furthermore, it is concerning that the administration has not utilized data analysis effectively to inform decisions or provide the necessary resources to struggling schools. The narrative that school closures were inevitable, yet no proactive measures were taken, reflects the lack of self-awareness and accountability. I must also address the troubling decision our executive director and superintendent to accept substantial raises in 2023, knowing full well the financial issues we face. This decision has become a problem for our community and budget. Their main profession is to help children, not take for them. It raises serious questions about the priorities of our leadership when so many schools are failing and the community is in distress.
Hi, I am a Riley parent, and I was just calling to say thank you for listening to us and keeping the community with the Spanish dual language and the Mandarin dual language and our general community together when you're moving our school. I'm looking forward to joining with the Wooten community as well. And I think that the turnaround plan feels very doable, especially under the leadership of our current principal, who has experience in turnaround plans. So I guess calling to say thank you.
Hello, my name is Taylor O'Connor. I am a parent of a kindergartner at Ridgetop Elementary. I urge the board to delay the vote on moving dual language campuses, specifically Ridgetop. The current plan was given to us on Friday and has not been adequately informed to the parents and the people involved. We need more information on what this program would look like. And at this point, it feels like a program closure and not a program move. We ask the board to delay the vote on this measure so that we can listen to public comment and get feedback so that this can work for all involved, students, teachers, admin, and parents.
Hi, my name is Catherine Kyoto, and my daughter will be entering kindergarten next year. And I'm calling because I wanted to share for our cohort of families who are entering AISD for the first time how profoundly our confidence in AISD has been shaken by the consolidation proposal and review process. We see, us and our cohort, just what incredible challenges AISD is facing. And I think what shakes our confidence is that the way we are moving forward on those challenges, which we absolutely need to do, does not seem to be able to answer really foundational questions about whether a given move will save money, with what level of assumed attrition, things like that, and the lack of detailed thinking about how the consolidations will work. I want to thank you all so much for your service in this incredibly difficult time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jan O'Neill. I have a granddaughter that attends Ridgetop Elementary School. Please vote no on 14.3. Don't rip these kids up and ruin the community that they have built so strong. I'm Detroit educated and look at their schools. Please don't tear up these schools. Thank you.
My name is Natalie, and I'm a parent at Ridgetop Elementary. I'm asking the board to vote no on item 14.3 related to programmatic moves. These are no longer program moves. They're actually program closures, and they represent an indefensible bait and switch at the 11th hour. As of Friday's changes, the very programs that the district said were needed to serve more emergent bilingual families and had to move are now being proposed to close. A change of this magnitude requires much, much more consideration. These changes were never contemplated in any of the draft plans. They are only appearing in the final plan. Our community has had no opportunity to give feedback on this massive change, which is an even more severe process issue than the failure to consider feedback that led to previous changes in timelines for other portions of this plan. 14.3 is not ready for prime time. Ridgetop wants to work with the district to find the right path forward. Please vote no so that we have the time to do so. Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to ask to just please get rid of the Montessori program. It's failing. It's going to bring a tap to the school that it's being transferred to. And the students and parents asked for that. Also, can you keep dual language at Riley? And, yeah. Anyway, I know it's a hard job, and good luck. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, my name is Katie Moses. I'm the mom to a second grader and a fifth grader at Ridgetop. I'm asking you to vote no on item 14.3 specifically. I totally understand the need to vote on the TAPs, but Ridgetop does not need to be closed next year to still be in compliance with the TAPs. The change that was made just 5 days ago, we had been on board before that. 5 days ago, y'all pulled the rug out from underneath us. It's not acceptable to close Ridgetop if you're keeping Brecker, Maplewood, and Palm open because they're not tied to a TAP. We were largely behind this plan until 5 days ago when the rug got pulled out. We're not able to stay together. This is not wall-to-wall. This is a total change. So please don't vote. Please vote no on 14.3 so we can have some time to plan and make this successful for Ridgetop students as well as Pickle students. Thank you.
My name is Michael Rodriguez. I am the parent of 2 elementary age school children at Ridgetop. We collaborated with the district to refine the plan for the benefit of Ridgetop students, the teachers, the district as a whole, and really our whole community. We understood that dual language programs should serve more emerging bilingual students, and we asked that our community be allowed to stay together as we move campuses. This was part of the plan until Friday. We were led to believe that this would happen, and this did not happen. In fact, we feel that we've been hoodwinked, that the district has really pulled the rug out from under us because some of those other campuses that are not being closed made more noise, and now we feel that we should have made more noise. We should have been less compliant. We ask you to vote no on the measure to close Ridgetop Elementary because you're not just closing a school, you're decimating a community. Thank you.
My name is Alex Beasley. I am the parent of 2 children at Ridgetop Elementary School, and I am calling to urge the trustees to vote no on 14.3. This newest version of the plan, released just 6 days before today's vote, introduces radical changes that especially impact the dual language program across the district. The Ridgetop community has been supportive from the beginning and has been promised throughout this process the chance for our community, our students, our teachers, our families, and our leaders to stay together with the new consolidation plan. However, this new plan, again released just 6 days before today's vote, completely jettisons that commitment. Please vote no on 14.3 and take more time to get these program changes right. I support changes coming to the district. I support changes to the dual language program, but this plan has not had the time for any engagement or to make sure that serious errors are not being made. Please vote no on 14.3 and take more time.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Howard. My husband, Santiago, and I, we have 2 children at Ridgetop. We're a bilingual family. Declining enrollment and budget pressures are driving this consolidation plan, but I need to sound a serious warning. Closing or relocating successful wall-to-wall dual language programs risk pushing families out of AISD to the zones they came from, moving away, or choosing private school. AISD's wall-to-wall dual language education is academically strong, culturally affirming, and deeply valued in this city and community. Families choose AISD because of these programs. Uprooting them breaks trust, and we can't afford to lose more students. Emergent bilingual communities, they deserve reliable, well-resourced schools. And as Austin's demographics continue to shift, moving these campuses to chase population changes is not sustainable. Instead, AISD should strengthen and expand wall-to-wall dual language programs across the city so they remain accessible and stable for all families no matter where they live. I urge you, protect these programs, protect Ridgetop, vote no on 14.3.
Hi, I'm the parent of 2 children at Ridgetop. I'm calling to strongly urge the board to vote no on 14.3. I've been a supporter of AISD's overall consolidation efforts, but the revised plan released less than a week ago negates the reasonable feedback our community has provided and uses Ridgetop students as pawns in the district's game of chess. Vote no on 14.3.
Hello, my name is Chris Nolan. I'm a parent of 2 children at Becker Elementary. I was calling in regards to the proposed changes to the dual language program. I am calling to urge you to vote against that particular part of this plan. I don't believe that relocating the program is going to necessarily help the school district at large, but more importantly, I believe that the schools that are being relocated from and closed, the students that are attending those schools, their futures have not been adequately or appropriately addressed and dealt with. As a zoned Becker parent, our school is being closed. The school is, of course, like a B school, level school, and we're given the choice between 2 failing schools or 1 struggling school and 1 failing school to go to. So essentially, you're taking our kids out of an educational program that is loved by the city or loved by the area, the community. And
Superintendent Segura and trustees, I reviewed your school improvement and turnaround plans. You outlined new staffing, the ACE model, MTSS support, and added counselors and interventionists. These points show effort. They do not form a complete strategy. You do not state how many counselors each campus will receive or how you will assess students' mental health needs during major transition. Students in turnaround settings face high stress. They need defined support, not general statements. Your academic plan also lacks measurable targets. You describe data cycles, coaching, and observation, but you do not present clear benchmarks. You do not show how progress will be tracked or what actions you will take if goals are not met. Turnaround work requires precise expectations. There's also concern with limited discussion from board. You are expected to question gaps and ensure accountability. I am asking you to publish clear mental health staffing plans, measurable academic goals, and regular updates. Student deserves structure.
Danielle Beatree, parent of student at Riley, zoned for Gillette. Trustees, you must vote yes for this consolidation plan. You have no other options. Schools need resources. Resources are tied to funds. TAP schools need more resources, i.e. funds. AISD has undertaken the most comprehensive research and data application to date and done their job to utilize their resources in this horrible situation with unfair rating systems and denial of funding public schools by TEA in the state. How you transition these consolidations and future consolidations is paramount. The transition is where you have the power and ability to fix the broken system and inequity amongst your represented districts. Furthermore, if as a trustee you have not properly performed your due diligence by attending or hosting community meetings and logged as many hours as others on the dais, then you must abstain from voting because you are woefully unprepared, grossly misinformed, and your opinion is biased.
Hi, trustees. This is Mary Alice Williams, a Ridgetop parent. I'm calling to urge you to vote no on item 14.3. Ridgetop families have spent months working in good faith with the district, building trust around the plan to move our intact dual language program to pickles. We were agreeable to the plan until the district made last-minute changes on Friday that removed that commitment and now divide our community across 5 different schools. This plan is not equitable. Other communities were offered time, engagement, and adjustments based on their feedback. Friday's release and today's vote do not give Ridgetop families the same consideration. The shift to taking on a turnaround plan written for another campus is a drastic change, and families deserve the opportunity to engage before decisions are finalized. Please vote no on 14.3 so the district can listen to feedback and make changes when all communities are given the same opportunity. Thank you.
14.3. Marie, parent, here's my public comment.
Everyone doing fine to keep me on. Ever was a hero. Found the sky's light. You could always find there to go. Because it's played the sky. You got to be your own and not be on straight.
Say no to school closures. Thank you. Delay the votes on closures, consolidations, and program changes. Approve TAPS with restart. This district tore apart Dobie, Barnett, and Webb. The harm still echoes. Please don't repeat it. We keep hearing we have to do hard things, but hard things are investing in our school communities. Hard things are trimming administrative access so we can pay teachers and fund campuses. Hard things would have been implementing TAPS 2.5 years ago so we weren't one step from TEA takeover. That failure was not on the community. It was on leadership. Leadership who was warned, and they said, we have systems. We won't be here. But if they have systems, they don't work. We were promised cuts away from campuses first. We got performative cuts, increased spending, fast-track school closures, but largely by 2 people now on leave for lack of integrity of the process, as the district said. That issue has never been remedied. This is a generational decision pushed through in a few weeks with flawed data, uneven criteria, and engagement that was hollow, performative, and in many cases harmful. Back this up, slow this down, give the community a real process, not a staged one. You are the last safeguard for these children. Do not rubber stamp harm and pretend you're approving inevitabilities. Delay the vote. Protect Austin's future.
Hello, my name is Miriam Sochi Chifino. Thank you for taking my call. I am calling to testify about agenda item 14.3, and I'm urging the board to vote no on this agenda item. Again, 14.3. I'd like to share my story and the reason why I find it important. My child attends one of the schools in AISD. We're a transfer from Lake Travis, and I know that everybody knows that the curriculum isn't necessarily what it should be, but I'm attending one of the schools in AISD because of the community. I know that my child will go to one of the schools and he'll get a good education, but what I'm concerned about is the teachers. Where will all of these teachers go? Where will they find jobs in an already extremely unpredictable market? Thank you.
I'm a mother of 2 young children living in the Boulden Creek neighborhood and had hopes to send my children to their neighborhood elementary school. I'm asking that you vote no to the current consolidation plan. In your focus to move the dual language programs, you have completely disregarded the members in the neighborhoods where the schools currently reside. I think we can all agree that the primary reason to send your child to their local neighborhood school is so the child can be part of their local community, which fosters social emotional safety, relationship building, etc. This is supported by research. However, the current plan literally splits Boulden Creek neighborhood in half, making it impossible to have all neighborhoods in the community in one place. You are already taking away our neighborhood school, Becker, and are not providing us with a good second option for a community school that all members can attend. Please do not completely overlook and dismiss an entire neighborhood in your desire to organize the dual language programs. Let us keep Becker as our home school, or if you have to take it away, please give us an actual viable option for a community school, such as the initially proposed Zilker Elementary that all of us could attend. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Meg, and I'm a parent to a student at Ridgetop Elementary, and I'm calling to voice concerns with the process that's led to this plan that's being voted on tonight. I know many of y'all have been working really hard to try to pull this off in such an impossible time crunch, but this process that we know is going to make generational changes to our schools and communities has been incredibly rushed and filled with last-minute reversals and changes without enough time to meaningfully engage communities along the way. It's been marked by confusing and conflicting messaging, and even in this new draft released only a few days before the vote, we've been told that there's oversights in the language included. So for schools not connected to a TAP, we need to pause and ensure that the decision-making process around school closures gets it right for all of our beloved kids to have the best outcome and least disruption possible. Our family, like many others, is zoned to one of the 3 schools that's now tentatively planned to close in 27. And by proposing to close schools 2 years in a row, passing this plan will set us up to send our kid to 3 different schools by the time he's 7. That doesn't make sense. Please pause on what you can, and let's make sure we're getting this right.
12.2, please codify all of these promises regarding transfers into policy. 12.3 on admissions, that is a change to the policy to clarify that enrollment documents live online. I am urging the board and the administration to allow on-campus registration and to have on-campus registration events, multiple of them with the support of the PSS and other staff. When you have communities who don't drive or have to take an entire day off to take the bus to get to headquarters, you have communities who aren't tech savvy, who don't own computers, and we are making it very, very difficult for our families to register and enroll for school, whereas the charter up the block will give you all the tours that you want. They will register you. They're on campus. We are competing with many other school opportunities and options. And if we want to keep families in Austin ISD, we need to ensure that we're offering tours and registering them on their campus.
My name is Steve Steele, a parent of a 3rd grader and kindergarten at Ridgetop Elementary. Our community supported the original plan because we believed in serving emergent bilingual students, and we trusted AISD's commitment to keep our kids together. But now, just 6 days before the vote, our plan has changed. This is no longer a move. It is a closure, and it leaves our families with only 2 unacceptable choices. Send our children to Pickle, a campus and a 2-year turnaround plan, or abandon dual language and move to Riley, whose future is unclear. Transfers aren't guaranteed anymore. They're only a priority. This will tear our community apart. Other schools, like Brecker Woods and Maplewood, were given more time because their plans weren't tied to a receding TAP. Ridgetop is no longer tied to a TAP either. So why aren't we given the same consideration? We're not fighting change. We're fighting for a responsible plan that protects children. Please listen to Ridgetop families and vote no on item 14.3. Thank you.
Anita Sigler, Pickle Elementary. I am Anita Sigler, the librarian at Pickle Elementary. I want to thank the board for listening to Pickle and their community about being a neighborhood school. I appreciate the pause, and I hope to be able to be part of the solution when it is reconsidered. I have met many people from other schools during this difficult time, and I hope the board will include staff, family members, and community when they begin to work on this again. We are ready to work together. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hi, I am a parent of a student in a dual language program, and I would like to ask you all to vote no on item 14.3. We made a commitment to dual language education. You asked us to do that, and now you are taking it away from us and not leaving any options where we can actually go. The numbers are not adding up. Please vote no on item 14.3. Thank you.
My name is Gabby. As a community member, I'm calling to speak directly against agenda item 14.3. This entanglement with the state TAPs is a profound failure of vision and a true betrayal to the communities you are sworn to protect. Our dual language schools are the crown jewels of this district. Look beyond short-term budget fixes and recognize the immense, irreversible cultural and educational harm this vote will inflict across the district. We are united in our opposition. Show true leadership and integrity by rejecting this destructive measure. I urge you to listen to your constituents, listen to your educators, and make the right choice for every student by voting no against item 14.3. Do not dismantle the programs that make our district exceptional. For the sake of Austin's vibrant future, the community insists that you vote no against item 14.3.
Hello, this is Julia Remington, mother of 3 AISD students, 2 of who are at Matthews Elementary. I'm calling to oppose 14.3, specifically the programmatic moves of wanting to remove 6th grade from Matthews Elementary. You may have recently heard that the 6th grade at Matthews Elementary scored the highest on math and reading scores in the district, and that is shows that it's a proven program that should stay there. Additionally, not having parents have more than a year heads up about a program moving drastically impacts their ability to make good choices for their students. 6th grade was at Matthews for a lot of different reasons, including student retention. Now that Briker Woods is no longer pausing on closure, we have the space at Matthews to keep the 6th grade program there. Please, please implore the district to keep the 6th grade program at Matthews Elementary. It is a proven record of success at retaining students and improving scores for 6th grade students. Thank you.
Delay the votes on closures, consolidations, and program changes. Approve TAPS with restarts. This district tore apart Dovey, Burnett, and Webb. That harm still echoes. Please don't repeat it. We keep hearing we have to do hard things. The hard things are investing in our school communities. Hard things are trimming administrative excess so we can pay teachers and fund campuses. Hard things would have been implementing TAPS 2.5 years ago, so we weren't one step from TDA takeover. That failure was not on the community. It was on leadership. Leadership who was warned, and they said, we have systems. We won't be here. But if they have systems, they don't work. We were promised cuts away from campuses first. We got performative cuts, increased spending, fast-track school closures, built largely by 2 people now on leave for lack of integrity of the process, as the district said. That issue has...
Hi, my name is James Wilson. I'm a parent of 2 Becker students and now a Lively student that's in the 6th grade. I'm a Bolden resident for the past 15, 16 years, and I ask you to please vote no on the agenda on item 14.3 and do not take away our neighborhood school that is so special to all of us in Bolden and our community. Please vote no on 14.3. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rashmi Khosa, and I reside in Bolden neighborhood, where Becker Elementary has existed in the last 90 years since it was built. As a parent, taxpayer, community member, and a supporter of public education, I find it totally unnecessary for AISD to consider closing Becker Elementary. A fully enrolled performing school with a stellar wall-to-wall dual language program with a 10-year success record and a waiting list to enroll. I urge you not to close Becker, and I also want to ensure that I stand by vote no for agenda 14.3. Again, this is Rashmi Khosa, and I have 2 kids who went to Becker Elementary since 2011, and they have had a stellar record. They have gone to great schools, and I still expect and hope that other kids get the same that my children get. Thank you so much, and I beg and urge AISD not to close the school. Thank you.
Hello, I'm calling regarding discussion point 14.2. I'm a parent of a student at Blackshear Elementary School, and I'm calling to support the consolidation of Oak Springs and Blackshear Elementary. But I want to be clear that I don't wish for the consolidation of Blackshear to move to the new construction of Oak Springs. I think it is a waste of resources, and that could be better put towards supporting the children. I think multiple moves will also disrupt the students while the teachers are focusing on the TAP plan and improving the progress of those students. Thank you.
Hi, trustees. I'm Adriana Vizcarrondo Bickford, a Venezuelan immigrant mother. I know we're in a difficult position and there is no easy solution, but one thing I know for certain is the power of a community. And the Becker community has shown over and over again that we're willing to do the hard work and elevate AISD if we're given the chance. Please don't tear that apart. Becker has been essential in honoring and celebrating my kids' Latino heritage and language. And under this latest plan, our community is completely fractured. We are left with 0 realistic options to stay in dual language.
Trust is going to be lost, and that will have real implications for enrollment in AISD. We've showed up, we've offered solutions that benefit the entire district, and still we're being isolated. I urge you to vote no on 14.3 or separate TAPS from the wall-to-wall decision so this can be done thoughtfully and with integrity. We can do hard things together, but not if our community is torn apart. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, trustees. My name is Kathy Clinton, and I am a Becker parent. I have 2 children that are emergent bilinguals, 1 child that is in special education. My ask is to please vote no to 14.3. Becker students were told, hey, we will at least stay together, and our community has been decimated. And there are not enough seats for all of the kids to go. There has been such a lack of transparency, such a lack of planning on the leadership's part. We were told last week that all kids would get a seat, just not the seat that they necessarily want. That is not good leadership. The dual language programs, if they are not wall-to-wall, they are generally one-way programs, and they do not have enough teachers to have students finish out the program for 4th and 5th grade. My ask is that you vote no. This is poorly organized, and there has been very poor transparency. Becker is not attached to a TAP program, and there's no reason for anyone to dismantle a productive school. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anna Bucci. I'm calling from Wadane Elementary School. I'm a 2nd grade teacher here, and I am asking the trustees to vote yes for a restart for Wadane. The community here is amazing. The kids are amazing. They deserve stability. They deserve teachers that they know, a place they're familiar with. And I think it would just be a huge mistake to send our students to another school that's struggling with the same thing. So please vote yes to a restart for Wadane. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Vicki DeBus. I'm calling in regards to agenda item 14.3. I urge the board to vote no against this agenda item. I am a longtime resident of the Bolden Creek neighborhood. All 3 of my children have attended Becker. I am thinking about the future. I am thinking about all the apartments that are being built on South First and Lamar. Where are these kids going to go to school if you close our school? A school that is full of community, a school that has the largest elementary attendance in MLK March, a school that has the largest attendance for children running in the CAP 10K, a school that has a garden program that's been around since 1989, getting children outside. Closing our neighborhood school means saying no to community. Please vote no on agenda item 14.3. Don't be remembered as the board who closed a community school. Vote no. Thank you.
Hi, I just wanted to comment on the consolidation between Blackshear and Oak Springs. It would be very sad if we had to let go of the Blackshear building and all of its history. But for me, 2 of the most important things and priorities should be to welcome the Oak Springs community and help integrate them into the Blackshear community, but also to maintain the culture and ethos of Blackshear and its priority on the arts, especially if the Oak Springs community is coming to Blackshear for the first year, and then we go into Oak Springs' new building. I can think of no better person to help guide that transition, and she is amazing, and she's going to be there welcoming the Oak Springs community in, so she'd be the perfect person to move into the new space. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Cordova, and I'm a former teacher with Austin ISD, and I'm calling to urge the trustees to vote no on action item 14.3 regarding the closure of Becker Elementary School. I believe the planning has been terrible. There has been no transparency at all with the parents and the stakeholders. And I think this is a horrible solution for students. I was a teacher there in 2014, I think it was, and the school was vibrant and the dual language program was great. So I think this is a very bad decision. So that is why I urge all the trustees to vote no on action item 14.3. Thank you.
For the last 13 years, I have lived next door to Ridgetop Elementary with my art studio abutting the playground. Even before I had a family of my own, I drew creative energy from kids at play. The school is a coherent, enriching part of our community. Last year, I took the parent tour and was moved in all she shared, the library with the outdoor area, collective art projects, and that after 7 years, kids leave fluent in both English and Spanish. If Ridgetop has a problem, it's over-enrollment. Austinites want dual language for their children, emerging English speakers, heritage Spanish speakers, and the whole generation of children growing up in a place where Spanish is essential to our community. I want to urge the board to slow down this process and keep Ridgetop and other dual language programs open while we look for more money from philanthropists in our community and from having an accountant look at how the resources come into the school and how we can get more money back from our
Hi, AISD. I want to thank you guys for all the hard work you're doing on the consolidation. I know you have many difficult decisions to make. I'm a parent of a student at Blackshear Elementary, and I just want to call in to support the consolidation of Oak Springs and Blackshear School. But I do want to be clear that I do not wish for the consolidated Blackshear to move to a new construction at Oak Springs. I think these multiple moves would be disruptive while students and teachers are trying to really focus on the turnaround, which is the most important part. And Blackshear is in a really special location nestled in between Houston Tillotson and the Carver Museum and Keeling Middle School. You cannot beat the location, and once you lose that, you do not get it back. So that campus needs to stay open for the long term. Thank you.
Hi, this is Janie Tran-Thurston, a proud parent of a Becker student. I'm asking you to please keep our students together and designate a school in South Central that the majority of our children can actually attend. Becker is the only school not being prioritized for staying together, and our community deserves the same consideration as every other campus. Many of our teachers that I've spoken to live in Buda or Kyle because the rent in Austin is too high and they're not paid a livable wage. If the district is committed to equity, like they say, then please show it by treating our students and teachers fairly. Please do not displace our kids. Thank you.
Agenda item 14.3 raises one major concern. There are not enough seats for all current dual language students to remain in dual language. Even if the program continues somewhere else, many children will lose access simply because there isn't space. When a program exists on paper but becomes out of reach in reality, it creates a divide between the students who can stay in it and the students who cannot. This is an equity issue. Research shows that students who face economic hardship gain significantly from strong dual language programs, especially in literacy and long-term academic growth. Removing access takes away a proven academic support from the students who need it most. Families are also concerned about long-term impact. Once a school is closed and a dual language program is broken apart, it cannot simply be rebuilt later. These campuses took years to build strong academic cultures, and once dismantled, the loss for students is permanent. We know hard decisions have to be made, but they must also be good decisions that protect every child. That's what the majority of our community is asking for.
My name is Fred Becker, a grandson of Herman E. Becker. 90 years ago, my grandfather and P.A. Wilde donated 3 acres so South Austin could have its first school. In 1936, to formally recognize that donation, the Austin School Board approved naming the new school after Herman Becker, my grandfather's father and the father-in-law of P.A. Wilde. Becker Elementary is a true historic gem, but even more than that, over the last century, it has grown into an educational gem. My grandfather and Mr. Wilde's intention was simple, that the children of South Austin would always have access to public education. Although the neighborhood has changed many times, families have continued to fight for that same goal. Today, Becker's fully enrolled, has nationally recognized programs, turns out globally minded bilingual citizens. I ask you, please do not dismantle a thriving communal school. Honor the spirit of my family's generosity and the hard work of everyone who has carried Becker forward for nearly a century. Please vote no on 14.3.
Greetings. I would like to submit a request that the school campus Becker
be kept open, and that more broadly, access to dual language education remain available to the kiddos in the city. Thank you. Greetings. I would like to submit a request that the school campus Becker be kept open, and that more broadly, access to dual language education remain available to the kiddos in the city. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, this is Tony Perez, and I'm a member of the Dove Springs community, and I'm asking trustees to vote yes to restart for Woodin Elementary. Thank you.
My name is Simone Saloom, and I am a Ridgetop parent of a pre-K-4 child, and I'm asking the trustees to vote no on item 14.3. The revised plan released last Friday eliminates the planned school-wide dual language program planned for Pickle Elementary. The Ridgetop community was given no opportunity for input on what is now a program closure and not a program move. Our community was told by the district repeatedly that we would move to Pickle as a community, and now we are being dispersed throughout the district with no guarantee that students can attend the same school. My child is now only guaranteed admittance to our zone school, Maplewood, which is slated for potential closure next year. The decisions made by this district today may force my child to attend 3 different schools in his first 3 years of elementary. Since Friday, Ridgetop has received mixed messages about the possibility of a school-wide dual language program at Pickle. This highlights the disorganized and confusing messaging Ridgetop has received from the district. Superintendent Segura stated that he valued integrity. This last week, the district has shown a lack of integrity in the process and a lack of engaging the impacted communities. Please vote no on 14.3.
This is Patrick Rosenthal, and I wanted to urge the board to vote no on 14.3. I want to flag something important about the consolidation plan. The district savings diagram and subsequent savings data is way too simple, and it leaves out major real-world costs. First, staffing reductions don't work the way the chart implies. Class size caps still apply, so combining campuses rarely reduces teachers, and larger schools need more support staff, SPED, bilingual, behavior, intervention, not less. Second, facility costs usually go up. Putting 700-plus kids into a building designed for far fewer means higher utilities and more maintenance. Third, transportation costs almost always rise. Fourth, the cost of maintaining empty buildings and selling empty buildings is always underestimated. And the biggest issue of all is the enrollment loss. AISD must make a complete 180-degree turn and focus on enrollment loss in the spring. If we do not do this, this is going to continue to happen again and again. Consider community feedback, consider 1882s, and if you do any more cost cutting in the spring, make sure that you include community.
Please vote no to action item 14.3.
I urge the trustees to vote no on action item 14.3 as this impacts children of our close family friends. Dual language instruction isn't just about learning 2 languages. It's a powerful educational strategy that supports long-term success for diverse learners. It's especially impactful in communities with large populations of emergent bilinguals, such as Hispanic children in this state. Dual language programs help English language learners maintain and develop their native language while acquiring English, and native speakers gain proficiency in a second language. Thank you.
My name is Kelly Rich. I'm the proud parent of Ridgetop Radler. I'm here to share some of the most compelling quotes in opposition to this plan. Trustee Hsu, you referred to the parent survey used to develop the plan as, quote, so bad you could cry, and that you didn't understand some of the questions, causing you to feel, quote, extremely mistrustful of the process. Trustee Boswell, on July 15th, you warned the district that the guiding rubric would, quote, penalize our oldest Austin schools. You rightfully called out the district's short-sightedness in not calculating targeted improvement measures to the rubric. Recently, a parent did request the data used for the building cost score for Ridgetop, and they were told, quote, we are working with senior leadership to determine whether any additional documents exist. Trustee Foster, you told us that if schools were removed from the initial list for consolidation, you would not support the plan. Your statement just 3 days ago directly contradicts your previous assertions and, interestingly enough, was released the evening before a planned community feedback session. Lastly, Superintendent Segura, you said that there were, quote, significant concerns about the integrity of specific individuals involved with the plan. We are still waiting for anyone to tell us what that was about. How can you vote yes for a plan where the person in charge admits that there were integrity issues and where members of the board also admit to the flawed data used to inform it? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Beth Bond. I'm a Ridgetop parent. I'm asking you to vote no on item 14.3, that the separate votes in the state-mandated tab does not relate to the PEA deadline. Beyond that, I'm asking for commitment for more clarity on the transfer process, including timelines, details on how the transfer process plays out, and accessible information on scheduling for school tours, which has been left in the past to just word of mouth among parents. Our family took the major step of moving next door to Ridgetop because our main priority was for our daughter to continue her bilingual education in a wall-to-wall program. But we understand we are only one of many families affected by the consolidation. So with concern for not only Ridgetop, but also Pickle, Becker, Sunset Valley, Riley, and others, we're asking for more time and consideration for these changes with monumental generational impacts. The latest plan diminishes hope for what Ridgetop parents have wanted most, moving as a community to Pickle, which we supported as a plan to uplift 2 school communities at once. Now Pickle parents are left with a local school that will be forced to teach only to test, plus teachers are even more alerted than before. It's hard to imagine anyone is happier with this revised plan.
Hi, we're 4th graders at Becker Elementary. We're asking you to vote no on agenda item 14.3 so that we can keep our community together.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Michael, and I'm a kindergarten parent at Ridgetop. I'm asking you to vote no on item 14.3. Friday's update is not a program move. It is a program closure announced with less than a week's notice and no chance for parent input. Ridgetop would close and our popular diverse program would be dissolved, scattering students across multiple campuses with no guarantee they can stay together or remain in the program they started. This is a major last-minute change, and it deserves more time, transparency, and community engagement. Please vote no on 14.3. Thank you.
Hi, this is Lauren Muse, and I'm a parent. The narrative from the district headquarters, consolidations committee staff, and the superintendent have said the opposite from what is true about dual language immersion programs over and over to parents, teachers, school staff, and our board of trustees, you. The consolidating schools, Sanchez, Odom, Wooten, Pickle, are mostly fully staffed with certified dual language teachers. Most emergent bilingual EB students, 85%, are already in dual language programs across the district. We receive extra state funding under HB3 for each student in dual language immersion programs, and it requires continuity for every student participant. Consolidating these schools will eliminate 1,000 seats for students in these programs, and there will not be enough seats for students currently enrolled. If data, facts, and truth are not being used to make these decisions, then it is wrong. Vote no on 14.3 for closing our dual language wall-to-wall schools with correct information. Keep our schools open.
Hi, my name is Liz Rush Smythe, and I'm a proud Lively Middle School and Becker parent. I'm also a resident of the Bolden neighborhood. I urge the board to vote no on agenda item 14.3. Please consider an amendment that would allow for a 5th wall-to-wall dual language school in South Central Austin. The plan, as it stands, serves to close both of Bolden's neighborhood schools, leaving this dense and vibrant area of the city without any neighborhood elementary school. We are ready and eager to build community where we live, and we're committed to attending and growing our neighborhood schools. This closure removes that option for all of South Central Austin, where I live. Thank you for your time and wishing you all well tonight.
Hello, my name is Caesar Bellinger. I reside in the Austin ISD School District. I am calling in regards to action item 14.3. I think that the Board of Trustees should vote no. I believe that this is reducing these programs is detrimental to our society, and I am urging that this be considered in the voting, which I understand is taking place tonight. Mi nombre es César Belanger. Resido en la comunidad que está parte del Austin ISD School District. Me parece que esta noche hay un voto para el Action Item 14.3. Espero que voten no para mantener porque queremos mantener estos programas para personas que hablan 2 idiomas y sería una injusticia cortar fondos.
Hello, my name is Crystal Petruski. I am a Ridgetop parent.
of a kindergartner. I am calling to please urge the trustees to vote no on 14.3. Major changes have come in since Friday, and we have had little interaction and community hear out from the district. We need to talk these things through. We need to understand them. 1 week is not enough. Today, our messages are flying because we're seeing changes being done live in the document. We don't have time to grasp these, understand these, and share potential feedback. We've been very complicit up until last Friday, and we're not saying it's a no forever. We're saying we need time. Please vote no.
Hello, good evening. My name is Matt Armstrong. I'm a bilingual resource teacher and an AISD parent of a student at Rodriguez Elementary. I wanted to talk about the plan to absorb all of 100% of Wadane students into Rodriguez. Working here, it is a great place to work and a great place to learn, but to add over 350 students to this campus is not tenable. The original plan in which a portion of the kids would come was already at the upper limit, but we wanted to be, a part of this solution for AISD at large, so we're willing to make that sacrifice. This plan seems like it's moved very quickly and has not taking into account the reality on the ground here. Just from special ed alone, there won't be enough rooms to take care of our most vulnerable kids. Rodriguez and Wadane serve already the most vulnerable kids in Austin, or some of them, and the kids in our special programs require that much more care, and the number of people that will be on this campus is not going to be conducive to success.
Hello, trustees. I am Alicia Cooper, a former Maplewood parent and public school advocate. In a time of political uncertainty, with communities unable to be heard for fear of deportation, it is irresponsible as a community to take away safe spaces. Schools are safe spaces. With so much turmoil in immigrant lives, it is hard to understand why AISD has chosen this year to completely upend the foundation of our communities. Many families are under threat and cannot speak out or don't even have the bandwidth to address school closures in their neighborhood. Closing schools and relocating programs is not only going to add undue stress, but potentially put their families at risk. I ask you to vote no on all school closures. Let's not make a generational decision for a short-term solution. Please, as a community member, stop and think about this beyond a budgetary issue and consider delaying the whole plan until everyone can have a voice.
My name is Francesca Forno Armstrong, and I'm both a parent and an educator in the Rodriguez Elementary community. Under the revised consolidation plan, Rodriguez is now expected to absorb 100% of Wadane's students. Wadane is currently under a TAP plan, and Rodriguez is under a TIP plan. Bringing together two campuses that are already struggling, two schools serving some of the most vulnerable students in our city, into now one overcrowded building and then expecting immediate academic success is not realistic, and it's not equitable. Bettis Elementary, Houston Elementary, and Palm Elementary are three other neighborhood schools that are each less than 3 miles away from Wadane, and they are not expected to welcome any of Wadane's students. This plan asks our students, families, and educators to navigate hundreds of changes at once while already working under significant pressure. Our children deserve a thoughtful approach that supports them rather than a plan that sets them up for greater instability.
My name is Addison McKenna. I'm a former AISD student. There is a current AISD board member who tried to convince my mom not to transfer me to Sunset Valley when I was that age, because being around those kids, according to research, shows that being around lower performance kids would bring my scores down. At Sunset Valley, despite being select mute, I not only found my voice and became comfortable speaking, but in 2 languages because of the amazing wall-to-wall dual language program and the support of nurturing staff. Not only did my scores not decline as the trustee indicated it would, I reached mastery and achieved perfect scores on my STAR exams. I firmly believe this set the foundation for my academic successes, including currently where I'm at the honors program at the University of Texas at Austin. Closing successful schools is not a good idea. Using these models to help bring up lower performing schools is a better way to serve students. Closing schools isn't innovative, doesn't solve problems, contributes to overcrowding and overwhelming staff, and doesn't create learning environments that are positive. SSV and other schools need to be models, not money. A truly competent leader would know that and invest in the students and teachers he serves.
Hi, my name is Cam Demore. I'm calling to asking the trustees to vote yes to restart Wadane Elementary rather than close it. Again, please vote yes to restart White-Dane Elementary. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Emily, and I'm a parent of two Blackshear students. My daughter, Kadia, is in kinder, and Caleb is in third grade. This is our second year at Blackshear. We're actually zoned to Del Valley ISD, but we choose to enroll in AISD and send our kiddos to Blackshear. And I'm just calling to support the consolidation of Oak Springs and Blackshear, but I wanted to be clear that I don't wish for the consolidated Blackshear to then move to a new construction at Oak Springs. I think multiple moves will be disruptive while students and teachers are focusing on improving academic performance and building, a strong cohesive culture for two recently merged schools. And so appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts, and thank you for all you're doing to hear the perspective of the community. I know that it's a lot. So thank you. Wishing you all well. Bye.
Dwayne Reeder, Ridgetop parent. Trustees, let's drop the math. When did trust become just a word on your letterhead? In barely a week, you've poised to rip the heart out of Ridgetop. The school so valued it had a waiting list, handing hundreds of families less warning that you'd want for a vacation. You told us to play nice, to be silent. We complied. You changed the agenda, moved the finish line, and now you rush to close Ridgetop before we can even process what's happening. Kevin, you declared your vote before hearing new evidence. That's not leadership. That's failing the very people you serve. You weren't elected to rubber stamp devastation or demand gratitude for unraveling our community. If you respect the word trustee, act like it. Live up to your title. Earn our trust back. Vote no on 14.3.
My name is Wilhelmina Colon Loader. I'm a parent of a first grader and a third grader in AISD. We are currently enrolled at Blackshear Elementary. I'm calling to make a comment about the proposed consolidation. The first plan was to consolidate Oak Springs into Blackshear, which we were excited and happy about. We know it's a big challenge. The turnaround plan, everything about it will be difficult, but, I think we can do it. Our staff and admin are wonderful. However, they changed the plan on the afternoon of Halloween while we're all getting ready with our kids, and they said that they might close our school after a year. The disruption of moving a campus and consolidating and the turnaround plan into Blackshear, and then moving our campus again would lead to so much disruption, and we would also lose the lovely and important location of the school. Please do not do this. We are right next to Houston-Tillotson. We're right next to Keeling. It's big for working families, and also right next to Carver. Those are third spaces. These are important places, and the position and the location of the school. We are already being asked to do.
My name is Judith Garcia, and I'm one of the parents for a couple of students here at White-Dane Elementary. I'm calling in regards to agenda item 5.1, and I'm asking trustees to vote yes to a restart for White-Dane Elementary School. Several years back, when my daughter needed to come into school, I specifically chose this school because I felt like it was in a very safe location. It's next to a firefighter station. It's next to a library. It's next to a rec. Now my daughter is in 5th grade. She will be graduating, but I have 2 more students that will be coming here. The school has been nothing but great to us, and we just did several upgrades to the school. I just feel like it makes no sense to come back and close it. I beg you guys to please leave the school open. It has great teachers, great students, and parents that really want to go ahead and keep bringing their students here. Thank you.
Hello, I'm a Becker parent calling on behalf of my 2 children. Over the last 3 months, we have endured brazen disrespect from the superintendent and the consolidation committee for advocating for our children. 2 members of the committee are currently suspended pending investigation for misconduct. The district turned our principal against parents. The district attempted to turn other schools and communities against us. Our Public Information Act requests to the district were never fulfilled in direct violation of state law. Despite all of this, we have attempted to partner with the district, providing them with copious data and strategy that improves efficiency and causes minimal disruption to students district-wide, only to be provided with a plan that's even worse, that gives our students no pathway to stay together. Despite numerous promises from the district, we would be kept whole. The only way to regain even a fraction of my trust is if the trustees vote no on 14.3 and work to strengthen dual language across the district. My children are not pawns in a game. They are my children. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Norland Tremillo, and I have 2 children currently at Wydane Elementary School, and hopefully a third one starting kindergarten next year, which have always been our plans for the last 9 years since my oldest started at Wydane Elementary School. I'm calling to ask for the trustees to vote yes on a restart for Wydane Elementary School because I feel like the school is a great place. Wydane is a great place. My family has gone to Wydane for the last 20 years. One generation has gone, and another one. And it's heartbreaking to see the school close down. My children go there. My youngest child hopefully can have a chance to go there to meet all the great teachers of all the grades in that school. They have really made a case of making everything feel like a community. With the recreation center and the library, it just feels like a perfect fit for my family, for the community itself, and I feel like there's a better option for our children in our community. So please reconsider.
Samantha Manley. I am a caregiver to a child at Ridgetop Elementary. We are a zoned Ridgetop family who purchased our home specifically to send our child to Ridgetop for the wall-to-wall dual language. 1 year into our time at Ridgetop, we are devastated that the school is closing and the wall-to-wall language program is being pretty much dissolved, as Pickle will now remain a zoned campus and be subject to a turnaround program. The wall-to-wall dual language is not guaranteed, and our child is not guaranteed a spot in a dual language program. Our alternative is to go to Riley, who also at the 11th hour has now the Montessori program moving there, most likely looking at overcapacity issues with the Wynn, Ridgetop, and Riley families all attending that school. So we are urging the board to vote no to 14.3 for programmatic changes and closures of schools until this can be more thought out and have more community input. Please vote no to 14.3. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Delia Trevino, and I am a parent of a Becker student who is also an out-of-district transfer. I ask you to vote no on agenda item 14.3. This plan closes 10% of elementary schools across the district, but closes 33% of elementary schools in the 78704 zip code alone. I ask that you please have the district focus on the state-mandated TAPs and tackle dual language programs at another time. I also sent an email to all the trustees asking for you to vote no and giving a little bit more background as how my family, who is out of the district, chose Becker and AISD. I ask you to please read that email if you have a chance. Thank you so much.
Wooten is excited to be able to keep all of our own students, including ESL and special education students. With Wooten being designated a TAP campus and the number of students in classrooms to remain low with that designation, how is the Wooten campus supposed to absorb both the Spanish dual language and Mandarin dual language programs from Riley while serving all of our own special education, emergent bilingual, and ESL students? The new Wooten campus is designated to have 3 classrooms per grade. By allowing 3 programs at Wooten simultaneously, this would put limits of 1 classroom per program. This would then limit our own Hispanic population that has been historically marginalized. My proposal would be to allow the Mandarin program to stay at Riley for the next year while capacity of the Wooten campus is evaluated in school year 2026. Thank you.
Hi, yes, I'm calling in regards to the closing on Wooten, voting against it, pleading for a restart on the campus. Also, I did also voting no against any closure as far as the stats go. Also to just voting against it due to my daughter being so happy of being in this school, and also to the staff and are so welcoming, and they're like family like. And also to due to the next school that I'm against it also too, because this school is also on a cap. They have also failed the testing. And again, I'm just pleading to save Wadene and to vote against.
My name's Rachel Sauceda, and I'm a proud Education Austin Union member, as well as a Title I educator who is currently teaching at one of your campuses designated as on an LIP program. I would like to know why AIC decided to defund the UT START program, which would directly support Title I educators in their first 3 years of experience. At my campus, 90% of our students are economically disadvantaged, and we serve a large refugee population. I want to say AIC's point is to nurture the whole child. My students are more than a data point, and they go home to battles that you can't possibly imagine. And there will always be schools that are deemed as failures from the broken TEA system. So I ask, are we not supposed to call it like it is? Are we not supposed to say that our economically disadvantaged students, our marginalized populations, are the ones that are suffering under this? They don't have the money for tutors. Sometimes they don't even have food on their plate, yet you want them to test like the rest. They're not like the rest. So you need to support them in a different way by funding programs that directly impact their achievement and support the teachers who serve them.
Hi, my name is Brad Strasser. I'm a parent of a student at Wooten Elementary in the Special Ed Life Skills program. And first, I want to thank the board for considering community feedback and updating the consolidation plan to ensure priority enrollment for students that are currently at school and that are in the area. I wanted to clarify, though, if that priority enrollment will continue in the future. It looks like from the plan documents that it will move from a dual language wall-to-wall program to a non-zoned school in the future. So I'd like to confirm and ensure that the priority enrollment plan will continue in the future. And then also, if you could please clarify the improvement plans, if the school is supposed to be under a restart or an improvement plan, as it looks like we've heard both, and in the documents right now it looks like it's just an improvement plan, which I would support not being under a restart, since as a parent I think the staff and new principal Mr. Made improvements despite being restricted in the portables.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Sauceda, and I'm a proud member of Education Austin and a Title I educator. Public schools are the heart of communities and foundation of democracy, and they're what saved me and made me the first person in my immediate family to graduate college. Yet today, our schools are under attack from years of underfunding by the Texas legislature and the threat of a TEA takeover. This district has been forced into an impossible situation. However, Austin ISD still has an obligation to its workers and community. Education Austin has 3 clear demands. First, no lost jobs beyond natural attrition. These closures must not result in layoffs, salary cuts, or reclassifications. Every employee deserves a guaranteed path to continue employment within AISD. Second, we demand clear answers and transparency. The community deserves to understand how decisions are made and how feedback is incorporated. Third, workers must have a real seat at the table when implementing the final plan. The people who serve our students every day must have a voice in shaping our school's future. AISD, we are watching. The community is watching. We will hold you accountable to protect our schools.
My name is Amy Repnaninad, and I'm the librarian at Wadene Elementary. We keep hearing the district say that equity is guiding these decisions. The district admits that it has failed to give Eastside schools what they've needed to succeed for years, and that they want to center historically underserved communities. But the district's actions don't match their words. Instead of investing in the East Side, you're closing our schools, doubling down on the same inequities you claim to be fixing. Wadene was treated as an afterthought, a box to check, not a community to protect. We keep hearing we're making hard decisions together, yet those closest to the work were never actually invited in. Some of our names are even listed on the TAP as if we helped write it, but closure was predetermined, and the TAP was handed to us already written. And the TAP itself isn't even accurate. It misrepresents stakeholder involvement, inflates Rodriguez's building capacity, and sends 100% of our students to a D-rated school, which TEA could still reject. The fact don't match the narrative. If equity truly guides your decisions, please repair the harm. Protect Wadene. Give us a restart. We need investment, not eviction.
Hello, my name is Mark Capraro, and I am the parent of 2 students at Blackshear Fine Arts Elementary. My family and I are excited to welcome the Oak Springs students and parents and look forward to the opportunity to have a dialogue with them on the best way to move forward with our new combined school. I think that any discussion of closing the Blackshear campus and moving to a new building before the schools merge is premature and I believe misguided. I also wanted everyone listening to this message to know that they are welcome to join us at the 135-year anniversary celebration of our campus on February 13th. We are really excited about it. Thank you very much for your time.
My name is Darlene, and I'm a parent of at Wynn Montessori, and I feel completely betrayed by the district. Our community has worked incredibly hard to preserve our program with dignity and equity as our top priorities. We made very clear that we did not want to displace Squaw Valley's community for our program, so we advocated for a home in our neighborhood that would also keep much of our community together as possible. We wanted to collaborate with our neighboring schools to find a solution together. Instead, we are succumbing to a last-minute rush plan where a mere strand of Montessori will be moved to Riley on the other side of I-35. Enrollment priority policies for a mere strand of our program that we built would effectively send all of our children to the back of the line while zoned kids for Riley get first priority to the program that we have fought tooth and nail to keep. Matthias, you said in your TAP update on the 13th that this would be a K through 5th program. Are you saying that pre-K will no longer have access to Montessori? The largest population of our school and on the wait list are pre-K3 and pre-K4 students. What about special ed? Will the strand support our kids with disabilities? Thank you.
Hello, trustees. My name is Ashley, and I'm a teacher at Wadene Elementary School. I'm asking you to support a restart for Wadene. Our school is not broken. It's a community that has been asked to survive constant change, loss of support, and decisions made far above us. And still, our students are growing. Our STAR scores have climbed every year, 49 to a 56 to a 57, because our staff and families show up for them. A restart lets our students stay with the teachers and support staff they trust. It protects the only community school in South Austin, preserves our new mental health center, and honors the $6.6 million investment already poured into our campus. We all know that Rodriguez cannot physically hold both schools, especially with high special education needs and capped class size caps. A restart keeps our children safe, stable, and together. Our students deserve this chance. Thank you.
Hello. It's my understanding that this evening the AIS Joint Board of Trustees is voting on item 14.3, which is a closure of Becker Elementary and another couple of schools, Sunset Valley, I think. Having had children in both of those schools, and especially with a longer time at Becker, I'd really like to encourage the trustees to vote no on that 14.3. I really think that that school is an integral part of our community and a high-functioning school besides. It really just seems like a waste of time and money, and I urge you to vote no on 14.3. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hi, I'm Bob Leibel, a Ridgetop parent. I'm asking for a delay on 14.3 tonight. At the beginning of this process, Ridgetop parents were devastated that our beloved school would close, but we rolled up our sleeves to make the plan the best for every student in AISD. We were told that none of this plan would work without all of its pieces, that schools wouldn't be carved out because they were loud, and that we had to address vertical patterns and boundaries now. But none of that ended up being true. Instead, the new plan released Friday seems so haphazard that the district appears to be updating it in real time over the course of this week or even this afternoon. We were emailed information on Friday about priority transfers that contradicts the actual plan. There are many of us committed advocates for strong, equitable public schools who are left disappointed and disillusioned by this process. I hope that you vote for a delay to get this right. And if you don't, I hope that you have a better plan for how to win back trust from heartbroken AISD parents. Thank you.
Hello, AISD. My name is Dan Baird. I'm a 20-year Austin ISD father and family. We have kiddos who have attended Becker, Small Middle School, Ann Richards, and McCallum. So we love AISD. I'm calling specifically to urge the board to vote no on agenda item 14.3. That item which consolidates Becker and disperses our kiddos amongst multiple campuses, losing the ability to keep our community together. This isn't about saving a school at all. It's about conserving a community. I also presume you know there is a proposed amendment that we have over 500 signatures where we consolidate Becker, Dawson, and other school in South Austin to create a community opportunity for our kids to stick together. So my request is to vote no on agenda item 14.3 and do strongly consider the proposal by Becker families to keep our kids together. Again, the ability to change your mind is a sign of wisdom, and we believe you guys are wise. Thank you for all that you do. We appreciate your support.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Powers, Becker parent and Bolden resident. Vote no on 14.3.
Hi, my name is Santiago Araque, a parent for Ridgetop Elementary School. I'm calling to urge the board to vote no on 14.3, as it has been consolidating the wall-to-wall program and removing it. This is an issue for us, and it's putting us zone to a school which is over capacity. There has not been enough time for parents and community to comment, and there has been changes up to as soon as Friday, and it is unfair to pass this now. I encourage the board to vote no and to delay this and to give enough comment for the community, as it is very impactful to my family and others in many schools across the city of Austin. Thank you.
My name is Jasmine. I'm connected to AISD through working with students and educators at my job, and I'm concerned about the consolidation plans for Weeddane Elementary and Bedichek Middle School. I wish that these schools wouldn't close, and I hope that the capacity building plans at Rodriguez and at Paredes and Mendez will be more than sufficient to support the students who will be transferring over, because overall I'm concerned that these transitions will negatively affect the students' self-esteem, and it may discourage them to come to school and learn and be in community, because schools serve as a place for community, a place for resources, and I don't want anybody to slip through the cracks, and I want the public schools to support the students in the best way possible and prioritize them first above anything, above any policy or above any regulation or even above money. I want the best for these students to develop healthy and thrive.
Hi, my name is Ileana Samilpa. I'm a current staff member and parent at Weeddane Elementary. I'm in response to AISD's commitment to well-resourced campuses. I wanted to say that Weeddane is already one of the most well-resourced campuses east of 35. Our students benefit from the public library that hosts story times and visits for presentations, the rec center where our staff knows our students by name, the pool our first graders learn to swim for free every year, the park where our families gather for events and celebrations. Right across the street, we have a brand new public health facility that offers essential services, along with fire and EMS stations that support our career days. All of the resources that surround our school are part of what makes Weeddane such a strong, connected community. All AISD needs to do to strengthen Weeddane is invest in the quality education part of their commitment. Instead, closing our campus would uproot our students from the resources that their families rely on and dismantle the heart of this community. I urge the board to consider a campus restart with a tap at Weeddane rather than closing our school. Our students deserve the chance to thrive in their own community, surrounded by the people and resources that already.
My name is Sergio Trevino. I'm a parent of a current Austin ISD student and a future Austin ISD student starting next year. I urge the Board of Trustees to vote no on agenda item 14.3. This is a dramatic change that will have a long-lasting impact and will affect my sons throughout their Austin ISD experience. I am a former bilingual educator in Austin ISD. I was a fourth grade teacher for 3 years. I believe deeply in public education. I believe this process should have been an open book, with Austin ISD showing all of its work and giving an opportunity for the community to understand the justifications for the decisions that were made and to propose alternatives. Instead, we're being asked to accept on faith that the plan will solve the school district's problems, but there are very credible criticisms that indicate that will not happen. I urge the Board of Trustees to vote no on item 14.3. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindsay. I'm an AIC parent to former Dawson Dolphin and former Becker Bobcat. I live in the Dawson neighborhood. I'm calling in to ask that non-managerial staff at dual language program campuses that are moving be given more opportunity to give their feedback and to actually be heard in this process by the district. While I recognize the need for simplicity in language, I felt that the use of the word resources to describe teachers and staff is problematic and harmful. Please develop anonymous reporting opportunities for these employees and bring them into the decision-making process. If teachers are happy and supported, campuses will attract more families. Schools are only as strong as the well-being of our teachers and staff. Secondly, there is a current proposal to merge Dawson and Zilker Emergent Bilinguals at Becker to keep a fifth wall-to-wall campus. Assuming the best of intentions here, but I'm concerned that real engagement was absent in this process between the group proposing this merger and the Dawson community. Any proposal put forward should be considered only after ensuring that collaboration between neighborhoods occurred and as many voices as possible were brought to the table. In moving forward, please focus more energy on the voices of the educators and staff.
Hi, I'm a parent of two students at Blackshear Elementary, which is the school that we chose once our neighborhood school, Sims, closed down in the last round of consolidations. And I am calling to say that we are honored and excited at Blackshear to welcome the Oak Springs students and their TAP plan. Talking to our school administration, they've done nothing but give us confidence that those kids will be welcomed and that given enough time, we will be able to lift all the kids' scores. So the thing that is most important is that we give the time for those kids to get acclimated to Blackshear Elementary and not move them immediately to, outside of Blackshear. And thinking about how we want to bring those two communities together and bring those two communities together in proximity to Keeling, since that is the direct feeder to the middle school there. There's a big relationship between all the students and the siblings between Keeling and Blackshear, and that's something that...
Buenas tardes, mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Marcela García y solo tengo este comentario. No puedo entender este juego que ustedes tienen en su mesa. ¿Será un juego de ajedrez, lotería, bingo o más bien es un rompecabezas? Porque así nos tienen cada día, con cada cambio que a ustedes se les ocurre. Nada más nos confunden cada día más y más. Si ustedes no saben formar las piezas de las escuelas, me pregunto de qué manera me lo van a explicar y a dónde irá mi estudiante. De la JAR para Dobby, pero ¿de dónde va a ir de Dobby para dónde? No entiendo nada, pero me preocupa más las sorpresas que ustedes tienen y nos tengan guardadas para agosto. Les pido de corazón que sean claros y pues muchas gracias.
This is an interpretation from Spanish into English from Marcela Garcia. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. My name is Marcela Garcia, and I only have one comment. I do not understand the game you have on the table. Is it a game of chess, loteria, bingo? It's more of a puzzle because that's how we see this happening every day. With all the changes that are going on, you are only confusing us more each day, and if you can't figure out how to put the pieces together for a school, I have to ask myself, how are you going to explain where my student from Hart will be going to Dobie, and from Dobie, where is he going? I do not understand. But what worries me the most are the surprises you have in store for us come August. I ask you, from the bottom of my heart, please be clear about this. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Diana Wang, a current Riley parent. I'm asking that you please vote no on 14.3. This will, 1, give additional time for true community engagement and buy-in, and 2, align the timing of these moves with the delayed district-wide boundary changes and closures. This will prevent a fragmented staff reassignment effort and provide more opportunities for the right teachers and principals to go to the right school. I was thankful to see thoughtful engagement in the earlier stages of the plan, but the final weeks and even final hours of this process have been deeply disappointing. Major decisions on where entire school populations would be moved, transfer policies for the existing wall-to-walls, and the last-minute placement of Wynn Montessori were made with essentially no community feedback. Community members who don't have the privilege or capacity to even be aware of how the plan changed deserve a chance to provide input on what could be meaningful and achievable plan refinements that will ultimately result in better student outcomes. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Mariela Vaca. Soy un padre de familia de la escuela Woodson Elementary. El motivo de este mensaje solamente es para pedirle al Distrito Escolar de Austin que reconsidere lo que estoy mencionando de que una vez que empiece el nuevo ciclo escolar, los profesores, tanto como el personal administrativo y operativo, ya no serán parte de la escuela. Yo solamente les pido que cumplan la promesa que hicieron, que este personal es fabuloso, es maravilloso y que han trabajado mucho por tener instalaciones nuevas. No veo entiendo las necesidades del distrito escolar, pero no veo el por qué no conservar a este maravilloso equipo de trabajo que ha dado el 200% por la escuela y por todos los alumnos. De verdad, yo estoy más que agradecida con la escuela, con el distrito por permitirme conocerlos y que mis hijos acudan a esa institución educativa. Es lo único que pido. Muchas gracias.
This is an interpretation into English of Mariela Vaca's message. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Mariela Vaca. I am a parent of Woodson Elementary. The reason for this message is only to ask the Austin School District to reconsider what I'm mentioning, that once the new school year begins, that the teachers as well as administrative and operational staff will no longer be part of the school. I only ask them to keep the promise they made, that these personnel are fabulous, they are wonderful, and that they have worked hard to have new facilities. I understand the needs of the school district, but I don't see why we wouldn't keep this wonderful team that has given 200% for the school and for all students. Really, I am more than grateful to the school, to the district, for allowing me to meet them and for my children to attend that educational institution. It is the only thing I ask. Thanks a lot.
Thank you to all of our speakers, all of our callers. This ends our public testimony. Trustees, are there any questions seeking clarification? Trustee Foster.
Yeah, I'd really like some clarity with regards to Ridgetop families and the dual language program moving to Pickle. And in particular, there's a lot of folks whose sense of the matter is that they're going to be split to 5 different schools. The language, there's just so many things out there, and there's so many iterations and so many versions. Folks can literally and quite quickly become disillusioned, confused, etc. My understanding, well, I have an understanding that is much more optimistic about how many Ridgetop families that want to go to Pickle dual language will be able to. There's also the reality that at Ridgetop, if that school were to close, you have the dual language option at Pickle, you have the neighborhood option at Riley. So I guess what I'd really like is concretely a better sense of the numbers. The great concern that we heard over and over again of the quote-unquote breaking up of the Ridgetop dual language community. Can you speak to that, please?
Sure, Trustee Foster. What I'll do is kind of break down kind of the sequence of kind of inputs that led to the adjustment in the plan. I want to be really clear, like we recognize that this is a shift and is felt as a disruption for all of our school communities that currently have wall-to-wall dual language programs. So I just want to acknowledge that. We are going to give a presentation in the superintendent's update, so I will cover much of this there, but I think because you asked the question, I want to probably just respond to address it.
And if you want to keep like sort of the explanation, the full explanation for later, but just the clarity on the numbers question that we heard over and over again.
Yeah, so for Riley, the capacity at the new Wootton will be 532. The current enrollment at Wootton is 234. So that leaves you 298 kind of seats available. When you look at the number of students at Riley, you have to consider that fifth grade are not going into the new Wootton, right? They're graduating, the rising sixth graders, and they're leaving. So you take Riley's enrollment at 354 and you less the 46 fifth graders, and that brings your new number to 298 as far as students that will potentially go to Wootton. Once you net out or take the 532 and reduce the number of students at Wootton, you're left with 308 seats. So 298 students who are there now are all the students. If all of them are 308 and there's 298 seats, so 96.7% of the students there will have a seat, so effectively 100%. And that again is assuming that no student selects any other option. So, so in this way, you know, with like I can confidently say that the vast majority, if not, I can almost get really close to saying, can confirm that all students, I just never would say that, have a seat at Wootton if they choose to go. And we've worked through this multiple times. This is, you know, one of the things that we wanted to confirm before we made the modification. And the modification, the plan was such that we kept Wootton families and Wootton students at Wootton. We heard that from the community, and whenever you do that, which is our commitment, and you assign them there, they now have to take the TAP, right? So that was the kind of the feedback from the community and feedback from trustees that kind of set the expectation that TAP would now have to remain at that campus. But given the available seats, we're still able to receive 96.7%, pretty much 100% of the students. Again, that's assuming everybody goes. And also netting out the fifth graders who, again, are moving on to middle school. So that's how we worked out. Ridgetop, I can do the same thing with Ridgetop with them too. So Ridgetop enrollment, 376. You have 57 fifth grade students. And so that nets out to 319. When you look at Pickle Elementary School of capacity of 652, you reduce the number of students enrolled and projected to enroll 354. So of the available seats, you have 298 over 318. So this one's a little bit lower. It's about 93.5%. So again, if every student did not select to go to Riley, meaning everybody went, we would be able to fit 94% or 93.5% of the total student population at Ridgetop into Pickle. Again, that's if no one in the assigned boundary went to Riley. So those are really high numbers. It's not going to be that number, but when families say we want to all go together, I want to explain what going all together looks like. So 93% of the 100% would be effectively guaranteed a spot. But when you get to numbers that small, with what we see in the system, it's effectively everybody. I mean, you're looking at 10, 12 students at this point. Like, we would make it work. But I hesitate to say guarantee just because, you know, it's with all the moving pieces. But that's how we were able to get to a solution that allowed all the students to go, feel confident that the vast majority of students would go for those two specific schools.
Overwhelming majority of students at Ridgetop
and Riley
who are enjoying dual language now and would like to continue would be able to continue at Pickle.
Correct.
And that is not yet taking into account the number of Ridgetop families who are going to choose the walkability benefit and go to Riley. Although walkability has its challenges.
Yeah, or just assigned, yeah.
Got it. Okay, that was my clarifying question. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think the other thing I would also say, just because you brought up a point regarding the hierarchy of transfers, right? So because it's now a zone school, right, until we break the tap, because the document says transitioning into a wall-to-wall because I have to break the tap before I can implement a full wall-to-wall. But in this instance, the zone students are guaranteed a seat, right, which is why I accounted for all students at the receiving school, which is Pickle and Wootton. And then the first priority are all the students that are transferring in. And then the second priority are all the students from the other 3 wall-to-wall dual language programs, meaning that if you were at Ridgetop and didn't want to go to Pickle but preferred to go to Wooten, then you would now be the priority right under the Riley students who had kind of first option. And that's true for every other option amongst these 4 existing wall-to-wall programs. So we kind of use that logic all the way across just to ensure that the number of seats were protected across the district, but then also the offerings were there school to school if they were close by.
So the Ridgetop, and I apologize for this, I just
there's a lot of
it's layered. Clear. Mm-hmm. The Ridgetop community member who transfers into Ridgetop, benefits from dual language, wants to continue at Pickle.
Yep.
Dual language, they are among that 93%.
Correct.
There is effectively room for them at Pickle.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's of immense importance, obviously, and there's questions that we can talk more when it's appropriate.
Thank you. And while we're talking about that, since their families from Becker with very similar questions, can you please share that same rundown?
Logic, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So Becker is different. So Becker, you have 69 fifth graders, which brings the total net students that would be kind of rising into fifth grade or kind of at any new school, 438. So given the capacity at Sanchez, only about 200 seats are available at Sanchez, right? So roughly 40%, it's about 39%, but roughly 40% of the seats of the Becker full population that could move have seats at Sanchez. And again, that's the same logic where because the students were not being reassigned to Zavala or to Allison, which was a concern from our trustees around having students from one TAP school go to another TAP school, as well as retaining the students. That meant we had to retain the TAP at Sanchez. And so the way that and this is all going to be detailed in the slides, it's just so that our community members are following along. Like I know I'm saying it, but it's going to be in the document so you can see it there clearly. What we did was we protect 200 seats at Sanchez. The students that are now Old Becker but are now in the new Zilker reside, they will continue. They have first option obviously at Zilker, Galindo first option at Galindo if they're previously Becker, and then the next priority is any transfer student into Becker has the ability to go to either one of those assigned schools, or the student who's at Galindo, Becker going to Galindo now has that same kind of transfer priority to go to Zilker. So really what we were trying to do was to ensure that any student in the Becker community that was being disrupted had options between those 2 schools as well as Sanchez. Because what we heard in the community were lots of different, obviously, thoughts and ideas, and we were running through them and trying to figure out a way to kind of protect priority, ensure there are as many options as possible because we can't fit all the students into one location. And then conversely, when it comes to Sanchez, obviously that's priority 1, but Odom, it's priority 2 behind Sunset Valley students, right? So protecting the seats that are available at Odom, which is a true wall-to-wall because they don't have a TAP, they can immediately convert all the way. And then Sunset Valley would have priority 1, and then the other community members, the other schools would have priority 2, and then all others behind it. So we'll talk about that more in the slides, like we break it all down, but that's how it breaks out from a numbers perspective.
Okay, and do you have numbers for Odom, the capacity at Odom and Sunset Valley?
Yeah, I do.
We can talk about it in the slide if that's where it is.
I can. It just gets to be. I think where you run into is you're now assuming 100% of 100% at 100%, and of all these schools, for instance, like Sunset Valley going to Boone and Cunningham, they're to assume that 100% go. We model that and we can do it, and they fit. But the reality is we know because we have other families that are emailing us about going to those schools that's not the case, and so we're trying to project as conservative as possible. Odom's capacity 532. Total number, the enrollment's 273, so you have 259 open seats currently. You will have that. And again, that's assuming that every student stays, but they've been reassigned to Pleasant Hill. So the number will be greater than that. But we can walk through that in the presentation.
Thank you. Okay, trustees, any additional questions? Were you ready to talk? Yeah, Trustee Hunter.
There was a caller that was very concerned about registration. The process is very brutal if you're not familiar with the computer, whatever, and they requested in-person registration. I know we've done clinics before, like mobile units. What is that going to look like, especially with everything that's going on, so people can know, like, what are my choices?
Yeah, so one of the things that we're doing, and you'll see this in the slides, is we're committing to, we actually already have dates, and we're going to start with the schools that have kind of the unique movement around the dual language programming. And so I think we're going to be at Becker on the 9th. I think we're going to be at Sunset Valley on the 10th. Like, we've kind of laid out the meetings, and they're not going to be like, big community meetings. The goal is to come in and then meet with each family and say, these are all the available options given where you live. Like, let's work so you clearly understand, what options are available to you, and then help them get there and arrive there. And so that when we're going through the enrollment process, the registration process, it's all understood and we have it on our end as well. So that's one thing that we're doing. We're starting with the wall-to-wall dual language because there's more nuance, and the hierarchy of priority makes it a little more complicated, and then going to the other schools that are going through that disruption as well. And so that's how we're doing it. And then just to be really clear, on the back end, Victoria O'Neill, who is over enrollment, is kind of doing all of this in the back end to make sure that the system, if it can't pick it up because of where we are in the process, we protect it on the back end and go to the placements. So that's how we're talking. But to me, like, going right after break, showing up at the schools with the team, the dual language team and the enrollment team, and saying, this is what it is, this is how we can help you identify the location and the home, and then help them kind of go through that process.
In the instances where we know, say, a school is going to close, and the parents already know that I'm going to go to this school or that school, right? There are community groups asking, like, how can I help? And I always feel like, I don't know, there's so many things to do, but I feel like if you are amenable, like registration, like if you're a Spanish speaker, like, come and sit with somebody and help them. I did it last year because the lady was just sitting there, and I was like, you can do this on your phone. And we just did it on her phone, and we registered her kid for the school. Yeah. But just having people there to support that. So if you can let me know, then I can let those, or I can connect those groups with the administration, and you can kind of plug those people in who are like, how can we help?
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I will share with you, we've gotten, I think, better. There's still a long way to go regarding kind of the resources we can deploy across the system. Some families don't have access to the devices or the technology required, and it can be cumbersome. And I don't know that we've done the best job of making sure that we're present kind of on the campus to help families with registration. But we've made some adjustments. There's more to come. Once we have a plan as far as the deployment of those resources, we can certainly partner with anybody. I mean, we've even gotten to the point where we're making phone calls, phone banks. So, yeah, I'm happy to connect. And that is really why whatever we decide to do, the earlier we do it helps us. The later you go, the less time you have to actually get that part right.
Thank you. Any other clarification questions?
There was a caller or two talking about the last-minute updates potentially past the Friday posting. Can you speak to that at all?
I don't. I'd have to see what they're referring to. So just to be clear, there are things that the board is voting on that are governance, and then there are things that are administrative, like just kind of working documents, like all the transfer priorities, like all of that. Those are transition standard operating procedures that we're deploying at the administration's level. They're not policy changes. They're not boundary changes. And so those things, like as I've committed to our community, like I am refining. Those decisions that are board level decisions, those haven't changed. So I don't know what specifically that member was referring to, but if they're asking like if there was a document that was changing, I'd want to know kind of what it was. But I will tell you, even as of, this morning, about making sure it was really, really clear that the priority between a transfer into a school that's closing and a school that's being split, that it's clear that they're on the same level and not one beneath the other, meaning that the transfer into the community would have a higher priority over someone who lives in the community. Like, we made that clear. And so that was a refinement, but it's not any, that's the kind of thing that's refining right now. It's nothing that impacts the board vote.
Gotcha, okay. That was my assumption, but yeah. I guess without more specificity.
I'm guessing that's what it is. That's what we've been working through, like those little pieces, just as clarities. Sorry.
Trustee Boswell, can we move these to the agenda item?
Anyone have an objection?
Because I think we'll have some more questions then.
Yeah. Anyone have an objection?
Mr. Walker, would that be more appropriate?
Yes, I think that would be up to the board for those questions if they're related to the superintendent's presentation. I think that would be fine.
Okay. Anyone okay with that? Trustee Kaufman, did you have a question you want to ask?
No, I was
going to
suggest we hold the questions till the
Perfect. Okay, let's do that. Perfect. All right. Thank you to all of our callers and anyone who has comments or questions to share between meetings can email the board at trustees@austinisd.org. Thank you. Our next item is under the President's report. Just as we approach the Thanksgiving holiday, I want to stop to share the board's profound gratitude for every member of our school community, our teachers and staff, families, and students who are in our schools every day. Your unwavering commitment to our excellence and learning is the foundation of our success, and it's visible in every classroom across our district. And we wish everyone a safe, restful, and joyful break. And we look forward to continuing our vital work together when we return. Thank you. Next is the announcement of the board continuing education credits. Texas law requires that school boards publicly share the completion and total number of credits for trustees. In 2025, Lynn Boswell, Kevin Foster, Andrew Gonzalez, Candace Hunter, David Kaufman, Larissa Quintana, Fernando de Urioste, Arthi Singh, and Catherine Whitley-Chu met or exceeded the required minimum number of Topic 1, Topic 2, and Topic 3 continuing education hours. These included local district orientation, orientation to the Texas Education Code, post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code, team building, evaluating student academic performance, and setting goals, identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children, safety training, and other types of continuing education. Experienced trustees are required to complete 5 hours. New trustees are required to complete 10 every year of continuing education. And for this last year, trustees earned the following additional hours: Lynn Boswell, 20, Andrew Gonzalez, 12.5, Catherine, 5, Candace Hunter, 11, Lady C. Quintana, 25, Kevin Foster, 5, David Kaufman, 14.5, Trustee De Urioste, 24, Trustee Singh, 5, and thank you to my colleagues for their commitment to continuous learning. Our next item is committee reports. We posted the written committee reports as an attachment to this item on Board Docs agenda, and it includes a committee report for the Board Policy Committee, and we'll see some policies that we're voting on later during this meeting. And next up is our superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Boswell. I'd like to invite up Christine Steenport, our operations officer, Brandy Hosek, talent strategy officer, who will be kind of in the background but available. Yvette Cardenas, Executive Director of Academic Programs, and Dr. LaShonda Lewis, Executive Director of Student Support Services. We also have Victoria O'Neill, our Director of Engagement and Enrollment. And so I'm going to deliver probably the hardest superintendent report that I've had to deliver regarding the recommendations for consolidations. And I want to acknowledge this has been a very disruptive, painful process for our community. Doing this work is not hard and not something I ever wanted to do as the superintendent. I do know, however, that if we do not evolve as a school system, there are lots of challenges ahead that I'm not sure we'll be able to manage appropriately or mitigate, and ultimately we have to be focused on ensuring that our students get what they need to be successful, and also that we maintain local control so that it's done in a way that aligns with our values. And so we've been talking about this goal of ensuring that all of our students have access to a strong, vibrant, well-resourced neighborhood school, and we certainly know that we have them in Austin ISD. but they are not everywhere. And the work required to do this is coming at a time when there are so many pressures within the education system. We've heard our community share with us kind of their understanding of these pressures, and they're real, whether it's budget shortfalls, the ever-changing accountability system, the TA Great Order that we've been managing now and supporting for 2 years. And the reality is that we just don't have the resources to do what we need to do. The funding in public education has not kept up with the rising cost, and we are simply, we just don't have the resources. And if we continue on down this path without a significant change, the risk, again, that will be introduced will be ones that will be very difficult for us to recover from. And so as we took this work on, we wanted to be really clear that there were things that we had to accomplish. One, we knew that, and I still very strongly believe that boundary changes absolutely must be changed as part of this process overall. Feeder pattern alignment in Austin ISD has to be a focus of our work. I certainly am disappointed that it's not in this deliverable, but I am committed to moving forward with that work and bringing that forward. Ensuring that our programs are sustained long-term. We have incredible programs all over the city. These programs, however, have shifted over time, and given the changes ahead of us regarding the requirements in staffing, or just the realization that the focus of the student population has shifted over time, movement of these programs is necessary to ensure sustainability. Closures and merging of schools to reduce the number of open seats in our school system. Right now at over 20,000 seats, which is a significant number. I think about that. Just the Moody Center is, 17,000 seats. You think about so 3,000 seats more than the Moody Center. The high school, having 3,000 seats. We're talking about many buoys, many high schools of just excess capacity, and it's not lost on me that it's not easy to reduce the number of seats without creating an extreme disruption in our community. I want to apologize for that, but there isn't a simple way to do this work. And so we were committed to do this and to do it in a way that engaged with community. We started this work back in February and March. We created a timeline. The timeline for us was set before the TEA timeline was provided regarding turnaround plans. We knew that they would converge, but I do want to acknowledge that the milestones set by the agency created pressure in the fall semester because of when the ratings came out and when the turnaround plans would be required to be submitted. We've had 170 engagement sessions throughout this period of time, lots of feedback from our community. And when I look at the current recommendation, I can see in each item, whether it's in the implementation or in the recommendation itself, distinct elements of community feedback. And I know it may not always seem that way because in many cases that our community wants what we're not able to do, but the adjustments and refinements I want our community to know have very much considered the input and the great understanding that our community has of their schools. So as part of this plan, which I'm kind of identifying as part one, we do include school closures, program changes, and transfer policy updates. We are recommending that these go into effect in the 26-27 school year. And I want to also be really clear that I'm not wanting to bring this aspect of the work or anything done in 26-27 in the spring semester. We cannot take away the only thing that we need to ensure our families have in this process, which is time to plan. If we wait into the spring semester to make any changes, our system will not be able to respond appropriately. Our students will not be supported in the way that they should be. We have examples of that in the last many years. So that's not something I'm going to do. If we're going to make a hard decision, I want to make it with enough time for our families to plan, for our system to respond, and for us to be prepared to welcome our students at the start of the next school year. So These are for 26, 27. And I do want to be really clear. I do view this as part one of a comprehensive plan. As a school board and with this administration, we've talked about academic plan and visioning, consolidations regarding balanced enrollment and boundary, feeder pattern alignment. That work, after conversations with the board or the next coming weeks, needs to progress in some way. This can't continue on. Like, the disruption is just too significant. As you move on to slide 6, many of these were discussed already as part of the previous presentation, but I think it's important we list them all. These are all the closures or student reassignments associated with this part of the plan. You can see Barrington in the closure and movement to grow Thompson Wooldridge, Becker with the dual language program and the assignments to Galindo and Zilker, Dawson to Galindo, Oak Springs to Blackshear. And as we get into the specifics, we'll have kind of more details around just things that we are considering as part of this in the upcoming slides. Ridgetop closure with the program moving and being introduced at Pickle. We just talked about that. Sunset Valley with the assigned students going to Cunningham and Boone, and then the program moving to Odom. Woodane to Rodriguez, which we've talked about as part of the previous presentation. Wynn Montessori, this is one that we spent a lot of time, and it's shifted certainly. Initially on October 3rd and October 31st, it was proposed to move to Go Valley. We heard from our community and from our board that displacement of students who those schools were built for was going to be something that was needed to be reconsidered, and we made adjustments, and we also met with the Wynn community, and we knew that being closer to where Wynn Montessori was preferable. What we ran into was that the same disruption would occur if the move was at Pecan Springs, which was a 3 UA TAP, or elsewhere. So we really try to find a solution that didn't create other challenges or just replicate the disruption that we were avoiding at Go Valley, Zavala, or Ortega. Betachek Middle School, the distribution of students between Covington, Paredes, and Mendez, where Covington receives the TAP. Want to be really clear, my expectation is that we begin the planning process immediately in the spring semester to re-envision Betachek Middle School so that we are prepared to support a school at that location down in South Austin, and there is a significant need, and we want to do that planning with community. And the same is true for Martin, where the Martin students are being rezoned to Keeling, but we want to activate Martin Middle School, Martin site, and really work with community to determine what the future program will be. And I also want to be clear with the community that over the last many weeks, as ideas came up, I know there has been confusion around, why this school was talked about, or Matthias, are you looking at this solution or these program moves? I've always been honest. If something is being talked about, I'm going to tell our community that we're evaluating it, and that's what we've done. And I know that sometimes creates stress in our system, but I want to be very transparent that if there's an idea, I'm committed to exploring it, and just by exploring it, I think it's important that we communicate with that community. As we look at the next slide, this is an estimate of the reduction in cost regarding these consolidations. There's been lots of conversations around, with the 3 schools being pulled off, what did that change? And if you remember, that was closer to $25 million, so it's come down a little bit to 21.5. I also want to be really clear that there are lots of details that I think that are desired, and it really comes down to like budget level items that we as a district manage kind of at a campus level. And so at this time, with the work that we've done, we've taken other direct costs, we've taken staff allocations, we've looked at the combination of schools, the movement of students, and then built up this estimated cost savings. It is as granular as can be given where we are in the process. I heard from our community a desire to kind of track and show kind of what this looks like. I want to be really clear, this is a reduction in a reoccurring cost. Year 1, year 2, year 3 will all look slightly different. But this is a reoccurring cost that will help offset some of the costs that we have right now and certainly move us in the right direction regarding our budget. And so I'm going to hand it over now to Christine and the team, because it's going to kind of be a triad between Yvette, Victoria, and Christine to kind of take us through expeditiously the next set of slides, and then I'll take it back.
Thank you, Superintendent Segura. I just want to draw your attention to this slide. We're going to go through each of the schools and kind of talk through, you will see a map on the slide as well. This is really talking about the zone. Since we are no longer doing boundaries, our terminology, and I just want to make sure it's very clear, will be zoned or reassigned. And so if you see here for Barrington, this is a TAP campus. The blue, 83 Barrington resident students would be reassigned to Wooldridge, and in the green, 247 Barrington students would be reassigned to Guerrero-Thompson. And I want to make sure that our Barrington families and students know that they have the following choices. So I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Ms. O'Neill.
Thank you. So any student who is zoned to Barrington has the following choices. They can attend Guerrero-Thompson or Wooldridge as they're assigned by their address. If they are reassigned to Wooldridge, they can apply to transfer to Guerrero-Thompson with priority, and vice versa. So if they're assigned by address to Guerrero-Thompson, they have a priority transfer application to Wooldridge. Similar to all students in AISD, they are also able to apply to transfer to any other AISD campus with the preferred programming via general transfer and the typical policies. Any students who have transferred into Barrington would also be given priority consideration at Guerrero-Thompson and Wooldridge.
Thank you, Victoria. Next to Becker Elementary School, which is a program shift. You'll see here in orange, and that is 138 Becker Reside students would be reassigned to Zilker, and then in Galindo, we have in purple, 36 Becker Reside students would be reassigned to Galindo. Oh, I'm sorry, I've crossed those. And so we want to talk about also our Spanish dual language program, in which I'll pass to Yvette, and then Victoria can go over the options for the students.
Yes, so I think Superintendent Segura said it well earlier, but again, to reiterate, the intent is to become a school-wide at Sanchez, but for now, it is going to be introduced at Sanchez as a two-way program. It is a robust program, and so families from Becker will be able to choose Sanchez to participate and then have other options as well as what's been stated today.
And so the students who are zoned to Becker, similar to Barrington, can attend Galindo or Zilker as assigned by their home address, or apply to the other that they have not been assigned to with a priority. And Becker transfer in students similar. And then with the dual language options, if they apply to Sanchez, that would be they would be first priority at Sanchez, and then at Odom, Pickle, and Wooten, the Becker students would then be have priority there as well, behind the group that was kind of assigned to that campus. And as with every student, all of our families do have open enrollment, open transfer applications to other campuses if that matches what their family's desire is.
Thank you. Moving on to Dawson Elementary. This is a TAP. And so we have here the Dawson zone, and that Dawson zone wholly would go into Galindo. And so students have the following choices.
So when there is 100% of the students being reassigned to a single campus, that also includes any students who have transferred into Dawson. They can, if they're zoned to Dawson, they can attend Galindo, or they can access the transfer application to any other campus. And students who have transferred into Dawson would be also have a priority status if they apply to Galindo.
Next is Oak Springs. As you can see here on the map, we have Oak Springs wholly going into Blackshear. I also wanted to note that I know Superintendent Segura said this prior, but community engagement will still continue to determine the final location of the school because we know that there was conversation between Blackshear and Oak Springs, so that will continue to happen. And talking about the students zoned to Oak Springs have the following choices. They can either attend Blackshear Elementary as assigned by their home address, or how Victoria has been stating with the other campuses, they can apply to transfer to another Austin ISD campus with their preferred programming via general transfer.
Yeah, before we leave that one, I want to be really clear. By board policy, we could always introduce a route if there is a hazardous intersection. We're already going to go ahead and just commit to adding transportation for students at Oak Springs, even if they're in the 2-mile proximity, to support the students that really just access Oak Springs by crossing the street. So we put that here in the note, so it will come back, but it's committed to. We can do it, not a problem. And we heard that from the community as well. Continue on.
Thank you. Next up is Ridgetop Elementary School, which is a program shift. And so as you can see here on the map, Ridgetop Elementary would no longer be zoned, and those students would be reassigned to the neighborhood school, which would be Riley. And there are also a few other options based off of the Spanish dual language program that I'll let Yvette talk about, and then going on to their options for other schools with Victoria.
Yeah, so similar to the previous plan, right, of inviting and having families from Ridgetop join Pickle Elementary, that will still continue. So that is still an option for our families from Ridgetop to go to Pickle Elementary.
And with the address reassignment to Riley, those students would be treated as zone students, and so they would have that guaranteed enrollment there. They would have that first priority transfer to Pickle, and then Odom, Sanchez, and Wooten as well as that second priority, and again, open transfer applications as well.
Moving on to Sunset Valley, this is also a program shift. Sunset Valley, in the pink you can see here, that was the boundary here for Sunset Valley as a whole. It is shifting into 2 to make sure that we can accommodate the student counts. So in the pink, 210 students for Sunset Valley would be reassigned to Cunningham. And in the blue, 91 Sunset Valley resident students would be reassigned to Boone. And so I'll let Yvette talk a little bit about the district-wide.
Yes, so for this one, Odom will start off as a school-wide dual language program, just as we had previously talked about.
So the Sunset Valley students would have, who are zoned there, would have the opportunity to attend Boone or Cunningham as assigned by their home address. Students who have transferred into Sunset Valley would have a priority transfer to those campuses. The attendance at Odom is prioritized for Sunset Valley students who want to continue with that dual language program. And then Sanchez, Pickle, and Wooten as options as well. And I haven't said it before, but the dual language program, which is currently at 59 of our campuses, is another option for people who want to continue dual language if there's a program that's closer to their home or anything like that. So those programs will also be application options for everybody, not just Sunset Valley.
Thank you, Victoria. Moving on to Wadane, which is a TAP school. So as you can see on the map, this is Wadane's boundary, and so those students would be reassigned wholly to Rodriguez Elementary. And so those students zoned to Wadane have the following choices. They can attend Rodriguez Elementary as assigned by their home address, or they can, like all the other schools, apply to transfer to another Austin ISD campus with their preferred programming via general transfer. Let me see what I've missed. Nope, I haven't missed anything. Moving on to Wynn Montessori. As you can see, the boundary for Wynn is a little bit funky there. They've got some two blue parts, And so in blue, the 193 Wynn residents students would now be reassigned to Andrews. And in the purple, 49 Wynn resident students would be reassigned to Pecan Springs. And so I'll talk a little bit about their options here, or Victoria can talk about their options because it does include the option for the Montessori strand at Riley.
Yes, so students who are zoned to Wynn have the option to attend Andrews or Pecan Springs by their address. Students who have transferred into Wynn would have that priority if they apply to those campuses as well. And the Riley Montessori strand, which will be established this upcoming year, is holding the priority seats for the Wynn students, and again, the open applications that are available.
Thank you. Moving to Bedichek Middle School, which is another TAP campus. So in the green, you will see that 134 Bedichek resident students would be reassigned to Mendez. In the teal, 429 Bedichek resident students would be reassigned to Covington, and Covington would assume the TAP. And in purple, 192 Bedichek resident students would be reassigned to Paredes. And so, again, those students zoned to Bedichek have the choices to attend their school assigned by their home address, or I'll let Ms. O'Neill talk through those options as well.
For sure. So because this one is, the middle schools are three-way, it basically is the same pattern. And so if they are assigned to Covington, they would be considered priority at Paredes and Mendez, continuing down the list of schools. And also we will, any student who has transferred into Bedichek would be also considered priority for those campuses as well.
Thank you. Moving on to Martin Middle School, which also is a TAP campus. If you can see on the right in our map in blue, 102 Martin resident students would be reassigned to Marshall, that little zone there. And then in purple, 209 Martin students would be reassigned to Lively. And then in the teal, 485 Martin resident students would be reassigned to Keeling. And so Keeling would be implementing the TAP. And so the students zoned to Martin have the following choices. Of course, attend their school by assigned home address, and I'll let Ms. O'Neill talk about the options.
For sure. It's very similar pattern to Bedichek. So if the student is assigned to Keeling and they apply to Marshall or Lively, that would be considered with priority. If assigned to Lively, then they would have priority at Marshall or Keeling, and so on with the list of three. Similar for those any students who have transferred into Martin, and open transfer opportunities as well.
All right, moving on to Riley Elementary School, which is a program shift. So talking just through that, Riley Elementary would receive students from Ridgetop, which is proposed to close at the end of school year 25-26. And so I'll let Yvette talk about a little bit about the program moves to Wooten and the program that would be moving from Wynn Montessori.
Yes. So for this one, the school-wide Spanish dual language program would be introduced to Wooten, and it would include the Spanish dual language program and the Mandarin dual language program as well.
And adding in the strand of Montessori from Wynn as well. So Riley students have the ability to stay at Riley if they would like to follow the two-way, the Spanish or Mandarin dual language programs. They would have priority at Wooten. The Spanish dual language students also have opportunities at Odom, Sanchez, and Pickle, and open transfer opportunities.
Okay, and moving on lastly to Odom Elementary School. This is our program shift. This is the one campus that is proposed to be repurposed as the only unzoned school-wide dual language program at the time. And so Odom students have been rezoned to Pleasant Hill Elementary School as assigned by their home address. And so they have a few other options as well to attend Odom school-wide dual language program via priority transfer. And so I'll let the colleagues talk through that.
One thing that is unique to Odom is that as a transition, their current 3rd and 4th grade students in the English ESL classrooms will be maintained at Odom if they choose to stay there. It is a family choice. They have the opportunity to transition to Pleasant Hill as well, or apply for transfer elsewhere. And if there are Odom families who would like to take advantage of other dual language programs, that is also available.
Thank you. And that concludes that part with the maps. And so I will pass it to Superintendent Segura to kind of just talk about the overview of our program changes.
Yeah, so just I'll run through some of the next changes, because there are many things that don't require necessarily board vote, but I always want to be transparent. I want to communicate to our families and staff what is in the plan and what they can expect as we move forward. So some other administrative changes. We already talked about the Montessori program, Odom Unzoned, which has already been talked about. 6th grade, at those 3 remaining schools, Blazier, Matthews, and Lee Elementary, this has been a conversation with those principals over the course of the year. It is something that we intended to have in the larger plan. I want to be really clear, like, we don't arrive at these decisions or recommendations without principal voice and principal and CAC and conversations there. So this is really an effort to align our system and be responsive to what our community and our schools need. International High School, this is one of those that's been really hard for us. You know, we've been impacted by the changes at the federal level regarding immigration, and International High School has certainly been impacted. Currently, right now, there are 10 ninth graders and 81 10th graders. And so the way that this program works, what we would expect is that next year you would have 10 10th graders and probably the same or fewer ninth graders. So as you can imagine, as a school with less than 100 students projected to get to less than 25, it's just not sustainable in its current form. We had explored modifying and creating a program at Novato. After going, and working with our staff, it's become clear that just the number of students, and given the supports that are already at Navarro, that the program itself doesn't need to exist in the way that it has. So International High School is going to close down as a campus, traditional campus. But again, we will serve our student population. There is a large number of students that are immigrant students at these schools, and we're going to support them. So certainly want to touch on that. Transportation, want to be really clear that we have made commitments as part of this process to ensure that our students have access to the programs, especially when there is a transition. You heard me earlier talk about Oak Springs. I also want to be really clear that the Montessori program currently already does offer transportation across the district, and we are going to continue that. We don't want to make a disruption in that program. We want to make sure that it's supported as it moves into the new home at Riley. And then there are some options regarding students who are at Becker, Ridgetop, and Sunset Valley because they are closing. They have district-wide transportation. Correct, currently. Yes. Yeah, so that's, it's been there for a little while. And so for Becker, Ridgetop, and Sunset Valley, 2 specific options that are unique here. So attend the school to which they have been assigned by address, which is always the case. And then for 1 year, we're going to provide transportation from the students in the assigned area to the new program. So Becker to Sanchez, Sunset Valley to Odom, Riley to Wooten, and Ridgetop to Pickle. And just wanted to make it clear that we're providing that support during this transition period. And that certainly can be revisited next year. And typically those policies or those changes come to the board in spring, kind of April, May timeframe. So that always is an adjustment we can make at a later date if we need to. I'll hand it over to Victoria to take us through slide 22, just to kind of highlight some of the additional enrollment and transfer policy changes.
Yeah, thank you very much. So in terms of the enrollment system and transfer in general, one of the biggest changes that's upcoming is the introduction of a lottery for general transfer requests, which currently have been done on a case-by-case rolling model, and that has caused, it adds an ongoing task to our principals, and it leads to families getting communication in varying timelines depending on the workflow for the different campuses. And then it also was the driving factor behind the dynamic wait lists, which was particularly frustrating, I know, for families. And so by introducing that lottery for general transfer requests, everybody will get notification on the same day. They will be very clear what seat they have been offered. It will be clear what their position on the wait list would be, and that would never they would never go down. They could only go up the wait list. And so we believe that that will be a transformational change in terms of our ability to communicate with our families and their ability to plan. We are bringing in more of a collaborative determination of transfer capacity, balancing our ability to make calculations and predictions and vetting those with the principals. That is also something that we're doing to support the principals who have had a lot of responsibility in that area, which is a lot of pressure. And so we're bringing in definitely more collaboration on that to also help maintain a healthy transfer rate for different campuses. And then we are both maintaining and strengthening the commitment to sibling and staff transfers. The transition priorities have been provided for affected students, as we've talked about, through the campuses that we've talked about. And just wanted to add that we are going to be very, very high touch with those applications, looking to see, because we know that every family has choice, to ensure that those are that we're matching students with the campuses that they have applied to, that we are respecting the priorities that we have committed to, and so that will all be, like I said, very high touch before they receive those transfer seat decisions. And the priorities described, because they are transition priorities, will be in place for this spring enrollment season. And just a reminder that transfers are based on capacity, as we have talked about. And then, the next slide shares a little bit about, it kind of generalizes some of the transition priorities that we've talked about when we talked about each individual school. So non-transfer students, so a zoned student who's affected by a school closure, regardless of program, will always have a guaranteed seat at the reassigned receiving school. Can apply for a general transfer to any other campus under the regular policies, and can apply for a new program transfer to any other campus under the regular policies as well. And we do respect the community nature, that if you have transferred into a community and you have been committed to that, then you also have priorities as well. So what this means is that the affected students would be placed first, and then if there were additional capacity and there were additional applicants from students who were not affected by any of these changes, then they would then we would evaluate those based on kind of the standard policies and procedures and priorities. Mm-hmm.
Next slide, yes, thank you. So we recognize that this has been really hard for our community, for our students, and for our staff members. And so we have been intentional with making sure that we're providing supports for our staff and our students on our campuses. And so what we have been doing is from our first release of the consolidation plan, we've had our licensed mental health professionals on our campuses providing support for our staff with our principals. That continues. We have also had our directors of our counseling and our coordinators of our counseling departments meeting individually with the administrators and the counselors on campus to process their emotions and their thoughts behind what the information is that they're hearing, but also to provide opportunities for processing circles for their staff, and as well as making plans for future supports on their campuses. We are also we've also provided a Google form for our administrators to complete to allow them to give us information on what supports they think they may need. Some principals have reached out to us asking for processing circles for their staff or restorative practices for their staff. Some of them have also even reached out for our employee assistant program, and so we've been able to connect them with those resources as well. At a previous meeting, I talked about a bridge team, which is a multi-department group of district staff from departments of course counseling, but we've also pulled in individuals from our special education department, our MTSS department, our creative learning departments to really think through what type of activities and resources we can provide for our community and for our students and staff on our campuses so that we can bridge that gap from where we are currently to where we are going to be in the future. And so we are dedicated to ensuring that we're intentional with those supports, not only right now as we're going through this process, but as we go into next school year as well.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. As we close out the presentation, I do want to communicate how we're going to share all these updates with our families. So pending tonight's vote amongst these agenda items, we will send community letters from myself, and there may be one from our Board of Trustees. We're also going to send individualized campus letters. You know, each campus is going to have a different kind of experience regarding the impact of the vote, and so we want to make sure that we're very clear and responsive in sharing precisely what that community can expect. And we're also going to send staff letters and staff preference surveys. So this is something that we've talked about a couple different times, but what this is meant to do is to hear from our staff, all campus staff, and not just staff that are impacted by these votes, but all staff, regarding what preference they have, if any, regarding the change. And the reason that we want to do this is because we have been committed to, throughout the entire process, to ensure that every employee, classified or non-classified, campus-based staff, or anybody that is in our campus has a home if they choose to stay with Austin ISD. We've been committed to it from day one. We are able to do it. It's a benefit of our size, given just the attrition that you typically see in the school year, and we have a thoughtful plan in how we're going to prioritize those staff who've been with us. But to do that well, we need to understand what they want, and so this survey is intended to do that. We'll release tomorrow morning. I'll have a principal check-in tomorrow afternoon. And that'll really set us up moving into the weekend or into the break, because I want to make sure that as we go into these long breaks, we're providing as much information as possible. In December, when we come back from break, we've already committed to having dual language enrollment information clinics. You can see here where they're committed, the times that they're committed. So Becker will be December 9th from 3:30 to 5:30, Ridgetop December 10th from 3:30 to 5:30, Riley from 3:30 to 5:30 on the 16th, and then on the 17th at Sunset Valley, same time, 3:30 to 5:30. We've also added an email link, dltransition@austinisd.org. This is really in an effort to be responsive. We'd love to have someone be able to answer the phones and make sure every question gets answered, but we understand the volume may get to a point where we're not able to provide that response with the detail that our families deserve. And so what we wanted to do, instead of creating any frustration with our families, is just ensure that we have one place where we're receiving all of that, we can track and then immediately respond, and just can keep track of that so nothing gets lost. And I also want to reinforce that the nuance of all the different options needs to be well understood. And if we have like a phone bank or people who aren't as familiar responding, it could create confusion in our community. So I wanted to make sure we address it in that way. Next steps on December 18th, I do want to come back and provide an update after I have time to speak to each of our board members regarding, what the spring semester will look like, the work around boundaries, consolidations, anything that, and the academic vision and plan. I really want to make sure our families understand what to expect from AISD before we go into the winter break. And as I close out, I just want to say once again, this has been a difficult process, but along the way I've been very encouraged with just the commitment from our community to show up every day for their schools. That's what you want, right? You want communities that love their schools, and we have incredible schools. So I appreciate our staff, I appreciate our community, and most importantly our students. This is difficult, and I wish we didn't have to do it, but the pressures are gargantuan, and without significant change, we will not be the school district that ultimately can protect who we are moving forward. And so with that, I will open it up to any questions the trustees have, and Timo and I, as well as everybody else in the room, will be able to answer any questions.
I just wanted to ask if we're operating under timelines, either voluntary or enforced, with our questioning time.
This time.
I mean, are we choosing to self-regulate or to have 5-minute time constraints given on our questioning? Or is it a free-for-all?
Josh, do we have space to talk as much as we feel like we need to?
And it's 11 p.m.
And it's 11 p.m. So if we want to do 5 minutes at a time and see how it goes. Yeah. Oh, it's midnight. It's 11:46. Yes. Okay. So yeah, we can try to be efficient out of respect to each other and our community and the process. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who has a question or comment first? Trustee Kaufman.
So I just have a couple. I've had many questions over the last several months, and I've asked and they've been answered. So I will restrict myself to a few that came up new tonight to me. One, would transportation be provided for BetaCheck dual language students who would now be assigned to Mendez where no dual language program is offered?
So that's one of those we can make adjustment. Do you want to?
Or would they otherwise have access to a dual language program to provide continuity of their programming?
So we currently have transportation for students that are opting out of Mendez to Paredes, but you were asking specifically about BetaCheck.
I just want to ensure that all students who are zoned to Mendez who are either legally entitled to dual language or who are continuously enrolled in a dual language program would be able to continue.
So we've had those conversations, and we would continue the agreement that we have.
Okay, so that would apply to the new students. Okay, thank you. Do I have a timer, Laura? Okay. Laura, can we do our little timer thing or no? Okay. So the second question, by law, a student's participation in a newcomer program like at International High School is restricted to 2 years. And as in the past at Eastside, the students were welcomed and treated as Panthers, I believe, and were able to continue with transportation for their junior and senior years after exiting the newcomer school after sophomore year. Has that practice continued at Northeast, where students are now Raiders and are allowed to continue their junior and senior year? And so what would happen now in this case if we have students who are currently freshmen or sophomores at International High School? It said in the slide that they would be returned to their home school, but would we not be continuing the practice of enabling them once a Raider to always be a Raider for those 4 years?
So we have also looked at the addresses where students live, and most of them live in the Northeast area where they're at now. So that would actually be their home school.
Okay, most. Would there
I
be others
hear
who
you.
would be then unable to continue in that capacity?
I think that we need to look into that.
Okay, I would like to learn more about that. And then I'm not asking for them now, but I do believe we need more public information about what the newcomer support would look like at the high schools. I do think there is a very elaborate plan that is fully developed for what newcomer support can and should look like at high schools. And I think it would be helpful to have that be a little more public, and then also to really focus in on whether that will be implemented fully. Again, I had millions of other questions, but most of them have been asked already, so thank you.
Thank you. Who else has a question? Comment? Trustee Whitley, too.
All right. So I have a kind of question, comment. So with our programmatic changes that are moving, it says that people will be in the general transfer window, and they'll find out in March if they have a spot. So if Becker closes, if Ridgetop closes, if Riley closes, they will find out in March if they have a spot at a school. When will they find out?
Yeah, so we intend to have the new dual language programs in round one. And typically, so we're on a slightly adjusted schedule right now. We anticipate round one to open in early January, the second week of January, we think, and then to be open for approximately 4 weeks. And so there'll be a full court press to make sure that we get everybody re-registered who wants to be. And then approximately 2 weeks after that window closes, the families would receive notification.
What is that? What is that date? What is that month?
So we are still working on finalizing the exact calendar dates, and so I don't want to
Would it be
misspeak at this time.
February, March?
Sounds like it'll be the second week in February.
It would be
Ideally is what you're, or,
before the end of February, I think I can commit to.
okay. Like, and I understand, like, I think the enrollment department, since I feel like since I've been here, has all been about like enroll Austin and figuring out that system. I know that these families, they can tell you in December where they want to go, and I know that we can tell them if they have room. I know there's room to guarantee spots for people to move together. Like, I know that is true. You know, you're saying families need certainty. They really need certainty. If we're wanting to retain families, which that is what, that's like, they have to know, like they have been through so much, they need certainty of where they're going to go. And, you know, having questions back and forth to ask about the rules, staff, we don't have the staff to do that. It would be so much easier to just, I love that you have the meetings in person and say, if we know in December, we can tell you. If you have to prioritize people, so these are really, really popular programs that pull in a lot of people out of district. These are so in-demand programs. People will drive very far to go to them. We have to prioritize Austin ISD residents because we are fiduciaries of the district. So,
Yeah,
I think we can let people know.
Yeah, so I can work with Victoria. I mean, we know that there's, like you said, there is space, and I want to commit as early as I can. That is for sure. And so it sounds like what I'm hearing, Trustee Willie True, is if prioritizing in AISD versus out of AISD transfers helps provide certainty, then I can maybe provide that certainty earlier. If I'm combining out-of-district transfers and in-district transfers into the program, then that number maybe in some is closer to the like what makes it uncomfortable to say guarantee. So it sounds like
if people let you know, because I know that we do not have the staff capacity to go back and forth with all these questions procedurally. I know all these folks. They'll make you a spreadsheet tomorrow, or let's give them some more time. I mean, but they would. Like, our community wants to help.
Yeah.
They will help us.
I mean, that's good feedback. I mean, I want to get this done. And that's why we're having the conversations at each of these campuses. So maybe what we can do is Yvette and Victoria, we kind of create a database, and if we can get commitments.
Y'all might not even have to create. I'm telling you.
Well,
I
need the data set. But create the data set that will, and with the commitment, right? Because I need the commitment in order to protect the space.
Yep.
But if we get that early in the amount, I'm certain that we can find a solution that gets us for more information and more certainty much earlier than waiting for all of it to come. It may just be like a commitment from the organization, and then they'll get the commitment from the system. That's just kind of how it has to work because I have to bundle.
Yes, I know.
But I want to be responsive to that. I understand certainly how disruptive this is, and if I can provide certainty early, I will, 100%.
Yeah, let's not make like what is people's worst case scenario, like for our families, for many of our families on the outcome of this vote. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be worse. And I think families are. We're all tired right now.
Yeah. So let me do this. I will work with Victoria and Yvette. We will have a structure in place before we show up to any of those schools that I'll send to our trustees just for awareness purposes. And I can share with you how I can be responsive to that, because I want to do what you want to do. I promise you.
I know you do. I know.
So that'll give you the Thursday. Well, that'll be the 9th. So it'll be around the same time. But the week we come back, I'll share something with you about how we can get closer to that.
I think our community would love that. I think we'd also love a list of dual language, of campuses that offer dual language that have room. Because I think we can guarantee spots at more, I think all these campuses are wonderful options. But yeah, just so people know, it might be closer to their house where they work. Like, I know if my kids, my schedule is so tight, I could only teach at ACC Highland. If they're like, oh, will you teach? No, because if my school moved either more, if I got moved south or west, I would not make it to my class on time after dropping off my kids. So this is for people's jobs and just for their kids. So thank you.
No, we can do that.
Thank you. Anything else right now?
I just had a quick question on staffing. I know several schools have kind of advocated for amendments to the plans, specifically, doing restarts instead of closures, and considering the staffing requirements on the restarts and the ACE model. Do we have any reason to believe, would we be able to staff campuses if we move them to restarts instead of closures?
We have, I think we would be, we'd be able to. I mean, the staffing is, the educator staffing is not the biggest challenge in meeting the expectation regarding the state's ACE model, right? Just be clear, it's not, that structure ACE is something that is set at the agency, and that means that you're going to go through this process and create the structure. Because we have lots of educators that meet that criteria. So I feel very confident that if we needed to, we could find the staff. What often becomes a challenge is the administration. That is really what we've seen in our experience recently, and then what we see across the district, across the state is, you have to have someone who's demonstrated turning around a school, which is an F to a C. And so that would be part of the requirements. That there are different things that we can do if a principal has experience as an assistant principal that's gone through a restart. I mean, there are things that we can do, but there are very, very few of those leaders that have demonstrated that. So that it's not that we couldn't staff, for classified and educators. It really comes down to the administrative team, staffing-wise.
Yeah, I think I meant the entire concern to be able to support that. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, trustees. Trustee Hunter.
Yes. One of the things you were answering, you were kind of getting there for parents. I had a parent who was here earlier ask a question. It's like, what does this look like in the spring? What am I trying to navigate? What are my concerns? My main concern is for my kid, but what am I concerned about? So we've kind of talked a little bit about Enroll Austin, about the supports that can be there. We've talked about maybe they can make that decision if they already know, hey, I'm going to be here, that maybe that's going to come. Y'all are going to try to work that out.
We could do it.
Pardon?
I think we could provide more certainty.
I've done Enroll Austin. I know. Good luck with that though. But I'm asking for parents in the spring. What can they be expecting from their schools? I mean, we have all the other things going on. Is there anything with the TAPS that they need to connect with? And I'm going to attach a question to that. The TAPS are happening, and from what we hear from people, they say my name is on it, but I'm not in it, right? And so as whatever the vote is tonight, and we proceed on the ones that we proceed on, how can we better draw in people? Because I mean, it'll be a done thing, right?
Yeah.
But it still has to be done.
Yeah. So, Trustee Hunter, one of the things that I've been very clear about is the implementation plan and the ability for us to execute it is critically important, right? So on October 3rd, when we submitted the initial documents, and then we've since refined it on the 31st, we had our transition plan framework. We had our bridge team and structure kind of built out at the administration level. We identified staff here who are going to lead and ensure that the transition plans are completed with fidelity. I will tell you that over the last 6 weeks, what's been hard in some cases is when you have two school communities that don't know for certain if they're going to merge or not. It's challenging because you don't know who the new leader of that campus is, who is really going to help coordinate and lead the effort of bringing the school communities together. And then you also can't have all communities just go because it may not actually occur depending on what happens with the vote. But all those structures are in place. I've identified staff internally to manage it. The key performance indicators will be timeline driven, so you'll know like we're going to have this many meetings or this period of time. I'll have that information I can report to the board. So that's what it's going to look like. You're going to see lots of planning early on in the in the spring semester as the leaders get set. There'll be notifications and hirings. So we're starting. This is why it's so important. In December, we're going to name the principals. And just for kind of reminders, in last year, we approved the TAPS on June 26th, and so we were hiring principals in the summer. So this is a much longer kind of runway and planning period that will only help us be successful as we launch. So we have all of that in the documents and the backup, but those will be executed with fidelity, and it's going to start with the naming of the principals.
Okay, and with my final 1 minute, 30 seconds, you know I love AI, and I put all of my 11 schools, because we have 11 in D1, kind of go through this TAP process. It's like that's almost 40% of my district, right? And it's the heaviest, it's the most eastern, and I get all of the reasons why, right? The most vulnerable populations. There is not a lot of specificity, and I know we said we didn't want to put that in there for the agency because it would we would be locked into something and just be one more, but the communities need that specificity. And I think the caller that called in that was like, hey, this is a great start. What's the plan, right? And so I think a great opportunity for that conversation with TAPS and the people that are on the TAP committees and working with that. It's a great opportunity to really build some bridges, do some healing, and everybody wants the same thing, right? We really do all want the same thing. We want a great education for our kids, and we just are not getting there, right? So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Trustee Singh.
Give me an extra minute.
No, they're doing it over there.
Okay. First question: is there going to be an enrollment clinic at Wynn as well?
So we started with So we're going to have enrollment clinics at all the schools that are going through disruptions, and we're starting with the ones that have kind of the more complex moves.
Cool.
I wanted to kind of seed these, commit to these, and then build from that. So yeah, we'll have more. They'll be in December. We want to be done with them at least the first round before we go to winter break.
Okay. Okay, I've got more questions. That's
Okay,
good. That's
sorry.
good enough. Okay. So is there space at Riley for all of Wynn?
Is there space at Riley for all of
That one strand. Montessori.
Not in this.
Okay.
Because it's wall to wall now, and we're going to a strand. Now, one of the things that we talked about through this process was, I don't want to talk. I'll go fast. Was that the challenges with Wynn Montessori or a Montessori program within the state's accountability system, and the wall to wall is one of the things that kind of creates that challenge.
Yeah.
And so based on the feedback from the trustees and the community, we wanted to keep the program because we understand how desirable it is, but also structure it to where it could be successful.
Okay, that's helpful.
So we did a strand. So it's not all, but it'll be likely 2 sections, but we'll see kind of what comes in regarding who wants
And
to.
at Wynn, we currently do Montessori for pre-K, correct?
Yes.
Or is that going to be the case at Riley as well, having it start at pre-K?
So when we did a strand, we assumed it would be pre-K 5, but that's going to still go down to kind of working and planning kind of once we
that would
identify
be
the leader.
really, I really hope that is what happens, because that's the draw. It's the pre-K and getting the families in at that early age. Okay, the priority transfers, how long will that last?
Yeah, so the priority transfers for is 1 year. It's a transition year because once they're in, then there'll be a tracking transfer, right? So
Okay.
so if you're let's say you're a second grader, and you use the 1 year transfers to move into another school, then after that we would keep you in that school because now you would have a tracking transfer.
Okay. Well, I'm thinking like, okay, so, and then let's say like, let's fast forward like 5 years from now when all the kids are like out of that particular school. Are there, like, does transferring even, does that even apply?
No, because
at
I
that
mean it'd be
time?
completely different student population,
Okay.
different. Yeah, we would kind of be fully moved into kind of the plan
Okay,
as it
so the priority transfer situation is only for this
transition period.
period, okay. And then I do have a request, well, a question really. I see a statement here that says it's on page 3, the 3 school-wide dual language programs, Becker, Ridgetop, and Riley, would relocate and be introduced as two-way dual language programs at Sanchez Pickle and Wooten. Okay, and I mean, we haven't committed to that though. Like we've committed to the part that the two-way dual language part, but not the school-wide part.
Well, I think, when we started this process, we had the school-wides or district-wides. They were all zoned, so we moved to unzoned, and we kind of renamed them district-wide unzoned to
Yes.
kind of be responsive to the fact that we want to have more students access that campus. If there's a change moving forward, that opportunity exists for that. We can't go full unzoned district-wide because we're protecting the students who are in that school now, which means we have to preserve the TAP. So that's the direction we're going. It's obviously not set because we have to break the TAP first.
Okay, like I feel a little like hesitant about even talking about a school-wide dual language program for because it would be for a neighborhood school then.
No, so
No,
so
it would, like
yeah,
in the
so
future,
yeah,
would
so
it be a neighborhood school or would it be an
again,
open?
yeah, so you'd have to get through the transition period. We'd have to, obviously break the TAP, and then at the future, you have the ability, right, to transition into a district-wide non-zone school, which was kind of the original plan on the October 3rd and October 31st plan.
Okay.
The TAP made it, and the feedback we got from the community to keep the students there kind of required.
No,
this
I get it,
period
I
right
get it.
now.
Okay, but I think, let me tell you what my concern is. My concern is that this would create a whole nother set of changes a couple of years from now, once the TAPs are over. So I'm actually hesitant to be talking about a possible eventual change of the program and the
Yeah, I think,
enrollment
well, I think that's
of
why we
it
have the
in
academic
plan.
work in the spring, because I would expect that to come up there, right? Because we're doing
Yeah.
academic vision, academic alignment in the spring semester. We'll get all theories of actions and set, and then what the board wants and what we envision long-term is what we'll do.
Okay.
That's
But
why.
you could say that about anything. So, I mean, it's not a big deal, but I just want to be really careful and just say, like I don't want to commit to doing something for a couple of years to meet the needs of the TAP with this idea that, like, oh, maybe 2-3 years from now, once we get out of TAPs, we're going to now go to these same campuses and say, oh, we're going to change and we're going to make it open to the whole district, and now it's going to be school-wide because we're going to be in this situation again. You know what I'm saying? So I think...
It's situation being that you have
Like-
fewer emergent bilinguals.
Like, we're just going to have to revisit
Yeah,
a bunch of stuff.
I want to get our system in the habit of revisiting things more frequently. Boundary changes. I mean, once we make
But
these
not like
changes.
2-3 years from now.
Well, I mean,
But anyway,
I just-
I'll move on. But I'm just saying, like, I wish that wasn't in here, but that's me personally. Like, because to me, it's like, well, you could say anything could be happening later. But part of the reason that I noticed that even was because we're calling in this plan what's happening at Becker and Ridgetop a program move, as though it's the same thing as what's happening with Sunset Valley, and they're not. And so I think my request would actually be, before we vote on this, I would like to just call Ridgetop, and I think it's Ridgetop, Becker, and Riley. No, I don't know. I know for sure Becker and Rich Top call it a modified program move because it's not really a whole program move like Sunset Valley is. And I think it just helps with the clarity on what is actually happening here. It is, you know, Becker and Rich Top are a wall-to-wall dual language program. They're not moving into a wall-to-wall dual language program. They're going to be transferring into a dual language program. So I don't know how that works, but I don't know if anyone agrees with me, but that is a concern. And then did you get a chance to? Oh yeah. The question so I did get an email about somebody who asked about the transfer priority for a family that is zoned to a school that now is going to have a priority transfer to another campus. We had talked about it.
Yeah, that's what we hit.
Is it already addressed in here?
We addressed it, yeah. So what you're referring to, yeah, so if there's a split, right, so I'm going to use Sunset Valley as an example, right? You have students that are zoned to Cunningham and to Boone, right? And then you had students that are transferred into Sunset Valley, right? So if you're a student that resides in Cunningham and want to go to Boone, you would be at the same priority transfer level as the student who transferred into the Sunset Valley and now wants to go to Boone. So it protects, you know, it gives students options who are in the previously existing Sunset Valley to go to either school that is now the new attendance boundaries or a transfer. And so when Victoria was talking about it, she would, in the presentation in the slides, it says it, and then it says vice versa because it goes both ways.
So to whoever, there's one email where one person said that, and I appreciate that you actually you did what you say you do, which is you read it and you incorporated it. Do I still have time? No, I don't. Okay, thank you. That's it.
And I'm hoping we could just do like round one, and then if there are more questions, do around two.
Yeah, certainly. Okay. Yeah, who has not spoken in round one? Who would like to speak? Trustee Foster.
I have 5 things to start, so I'd appreciate if someone just wrote them down, because I'm just going to run through them. One, I would really love to see from our sort of day one after whatever happens tonight some clarity and commitment on our communication plans. So day one, which administrators are going to be at our most impacted campuses, speaking with and working with community members, and then right off of that, what is their role in the system? Are they a messenger? Are they a decision maker? One of our sources of confusion, you know, from observation and feedback from community members is they felt like this person was telling them something and then they met with somebody else or another community met with somebody else and the message was getting confused and it was leading to reasonably distrust. So who is going to be, and this isn't really even like a question, this is like, I certainly hope that on day one we have a plan to visit all of our campuses with our top level administrators and there's clarity in what their role is so that, you know, community's clear. Secondly, I love the enrollment clinics, and between now and say spring break-ish, March-ish, what is our plan for one-to-one enrollment support for our different communities? Here's a registrar, here's an attendance person, but here are these volunteers, etc. What is our one-to-one plan for all of our communities who are going to be massively confused by what's going on? I would, even in the context of our budget restraints, we need some community partners right now. We have some folks who know these sections of town who are really good at bringing the folks in, reaching the folks where they are. They know where folk are eating on Sunday afternoons, etc. So if that's a possibility, everything we have to do to communicate with sort of integrity and clarity with our communities for enrollment support. Third, as we do whatever we do tonight, that family voice, our erosion of trust is profound enough that it ain't going to work with decision, like even taking the feedback and then considering it in the room and then coming back. Where we lost on this, I think, as part of where we lost, is that I believe there was listening. Because in the past, it would be we just do 2 and that's it. Then a little bit later than that, we listened to, but we didn't respond. The administration made refinements, but there was a bandwidth gap that once we refined, there wasn't dialogue in between dropping something on folks. And so there's no context. It looks crazy. Even if there's all the good thinking in the world, folks got to be at the table, walking through it, talking through it. So going forward, where is the insertion of family voice at the table? Because Ridgetown folk, you know, all my friends, all my neighbors, you know, it might even be awkward. They see me on my bike. They're like, oh, they're that guy. Because I've been saying a certain thing, and I haven't even been able to keep up with what the heck's going on. And even as I believe in the administration. So it's not enough for even me to be in the room. There needs to be, if Ridgetop families are going to go to Pickle, they better be in the room understanding what's happening, even in the context of TAPS and all that other stuff. So where is family voice? Is it the CAC? Is it this? Is it that? Is it a new mechanism? Next, the next 2 are related really quickly, and I would love substantive responses to these later or in my last 30 seconds or whatever it is. Continuation of consolidation. If we stop a plan and we just forget that we don't drop 3 things off, then we have no integrity in this. We started something with a theory of action that said it should look like this. Then we pulled back and said, well, we need more time. We better deliver, and we better continue and have that be transparent and apparent to people that this process is continuing. So where is the plan for continuation of consolidation, and when do we hear that? When do we hear that plan? I think I heard December, which is a start.
December 18th.
Just a start. Then right off of that, by making this pull, we don't create another problem for ourselves in that folks are like, well, I'm supposed to go to Maplewood next year, and you just said Maplewood might not, what am I supposed to do? So we have another layer of confusion and uncertainty for our parents. I don't know how to respond to that, because I think that is a very valid concern. So those are my 5 pieces. I don't know if you want to speak to it now or later, but I desperately need to hear something that I can amplify to my community, because they deserve it.
Yeah, so day 1, commitment to engaging with the community and administrators. So we have teams that are set up. Executive directors play a significant role in that, coupled with our licensed mental health professionals to ensure providing the support. The one thing I'm also going to say is that each of these transition plans is going to be kind of led by the group of leaders who are going to be the administrative leads of the campus. Right. So one of the things that is challenging is if you're bringing 2 school communities together, someone tied to the school needs to be leading the work. That's what allows us to be most successful, which is why naming the leaders and the principals early is helpful, because now we will have the administrator, we'll have the licensed mental health professional, and we'll have the structure, but most importantly, we'll have the head of the new school working between both communities with enough time to get it done. And so that's how it's going to be structured. As far as one-to-one enrollment, you're going to see me shift pretty significantly. I mean, I'm not that I have a lot of time, but or really much of anything, but I'm going to be hyper-focused on enrollment, not only in kind of the improvements we can make with our families' experience, not only in the platform, but just our support of families as they navigate. And we can get to a place where we have one-to-one, which may not be necessary everywhere, but the ability to get there in certain communities, we should be able to do, whether it's leaning on partners or otherwise. I think on top of that, we also have to be very intentional about finding those students who are not choosing Austin ISD, but have really, really strong options available to them. Like, we need to be hitting that hard. Family voice regarding the process, I kind of touched on that. We have a bridge team who's being, the structure of that's being led by Stacia Pascal, who I think many of us know. So she is going to be the person who kind of, is ensuring that all the voice kind of comes together between the school communities, but as a direct report to the chief of staff, so that we have an expectation that it's getting done. So she's the person who's going to help ensure that all the people are in the room. The action of is going to be done primarily by the executive director, the principal, and the support from Dr. Lewis's team. So that's how that's going to work. Regarding balanced enrollment, consolidations, and boundary changes, that's why I put it in here as when we're going to come back and talk about it, because I need to understand, where each trustee is. I think I have a good understanding, but we haven't talked about it. As I said before, I'm committed to doing the work. It's something that has to get done. I think boundary changes, reducing the number of seats, but most importantly, feeder pattern alignment is something that has to get done. It just has to get done. I think the sooner that we're able to do it, the better off we're going to be long term. But again, I'm bringing it back on the 18th because it'll give me the time to meet with each trustee and kind of bring up a plan that I think will be supported. I think I got through the 5.
What do we say to the 1 years?
As far as like Maplewood and Campbell, or Bricker Woods or Palm, right? Is that what you're referring to? Well, because an action isn't taking place right now or before December, 26, 27, they're going to operate the way that they had operated this year. And that's what it depends on how today's vote goes, but that's what I would expect to occur, and I have no problem communicating that. And so as we move through the process in the spring, regarding economic vision and the work we do around boundaries, consolidations, then it'll kind of come back up. We'll have a conversation at that point, but for all intents and purposes, 26, 27 is going to be a year like we had this last year for 25, 26.
So, and the good news will be that if we do go in that direction, there will be fewer schools where we're thinking about this, and we will have had a whole lot of learnings.
Yeah.
To help us through and help us with the communication with families and inviting them in and all that stuff.
I would also say the boundary changes are a huge lift themselves, right? I mean, when you think about the number of comments, we didn't put statistics on here, but I want to say 80% of the comments were around boundary changes. You had goals, trustee, laid out for us, Trustee Foster, about having no more than one split or 2 schools be receiving any one school. We got really close, but where you don't have it, lots of comments, lots of conversations have to take place with that community to get it right. So a lot of energy is going to be spent there as well. And I think we learned through this process, ways to maybe do that better moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Okay, I have some questions. Josh, would it be possible to put up the projected student movement and fiscal impact slide from the appendix, the financial appendix? If not, I would just love to get some clarity on the calculation about what we're going to see if we have attrition, just so we have some clarity and accuracy with our community. On November 10th, when we met, there was a projected student movement and fiscal impact slide, and it's in a link in one of the documents in today's presentation. And today's attachment modeled 470 students as a high as 10% of the reassigned students as the potential loss. But the multiplier was the basic allotment, 6215. It wasn't the WADA. It wasn't the actual per student funding. And that gave us a number of $2.72 million lost from the district if 470 students leave. I think it's really almost twice that, at least about, significantly higher than that, maybe not quite twice. And I would just love to make sure we're looking at the most accurate number for that. So what is our WADA? Do we know right now what our weighted average daily attendance number figure is?
It's over 10. I'd have to go back to
it was over 10 when I calculated $1 million.
Do you want to define what that is?
For 72. Weighted average daily attendance, yes.
How it's calculated?
How it's calculated in a very complicated way. Weighted average daily attendance takes the basic allotment, has multipliers that go with it, and then also factors in attendance. And so it's a complicated number to get to, but it's really the accurate per student funding number with a few other things. And our total per student funding number is more than $10,000 a student. And so multiplying by 6125 rather than 10 plus really underestimates the fiscal impact of any students we may lose as part of this. And I just want to be sure we're factoring in accurate numbers. That's a question our community has had over and over and over. So if someone while we're here could come up with a better calculation so we can talk about that in a minute, before we vote, that would be helpful.
Well, I don't disagree that weighted average daily attendance is a better multiplier to use. If that's what you're saying, is that?
Yeah, I would just love to, instead of saying if we lose 470, it's 2.27 million, I'd love to have a more accurate number.
Yeah, and just to be clear, not every student has the same weighting, so we're using an average.
It's the average.
So there are students who we get compensated from the state more because the needs are greater.
Absolutely.
And so we didn't break that down by each school type or student in each of these schools. So,
yeah, I'm looking for a gross, number, and I'm not going to quibble with the guess about how many may or may not leave. I just want to understand, for every 10 who leave, it could be this much. However we want to talk about it, I just want to talk about it with the numbers that match up. Thank you for that. I'd love to know what we get for a dual language student on top of that as we're talking about who we might lose. That would be helpful as well. And really appreciate, Trustee Whitley Chu, your point about enrollment and understanding, getting information to families quickly. We know that charters recruit this time of year. We know that private schools recruit this time of year, and that anyone who's going to choose that has to put a deposit down quickly, has to make a commitment to that charter school. If we don't act, for a family who needs a school for their child, that's what your work depends on. That's what your child's, kind of education depends on. March is like musical chairs, and no one's going to wait for us if we wait. We have to get that done, and I really appreciate prioritizing that for our program changes and anywhere else that is going to happen. And I appreciate that you're prioritizing staff and trying to get information to staff quickly as well, because that impacts their lives as well. So thank you for that, and really deeply grateful to hear that recruitment information. We can get our budget in balance by cutting, and we can get our budget in balance by bringing people back. And I know which one I prefer. I think I know which one our community prefers, and we do have a lot to offer families. And we can do a much better job. And I know there are many, many people in our community who are ready to volunteer and ready to go out with us and help us do that. So I really want to be sure we're being thoughtful about that. And I will ask the rest of my questions next round. Thank you. Okay, who else?
Still round one?
Yeah. Okay. Are we still round one? We good? Okay, round two. Trustee Kaufman?
So I just want to go back to the school-wide dual language programs. So will every student currently enrolled in dual language, whether emergent, bilingual or not, have a dual language space available to them in Austin ISD?
That has been our commitment from the beginning when we started this process, was we were looking at the total number of seats of participants at the 4 schools, emergent bilingual and non-emergent bilingual.
So are we maintaining the commitment that's in Chapter 89 to provide a continuous enrollment in the program?
The continuation, yeah, the continuity.
Has the administration examined and considered every proposal that would allow for a dual language program in 78704 that would hold every current Becker student while approaching a balance of 50% emergent bilingual students?
So there were several elements to proposals that came through, including having 5 school-wide schools, looking at Sanchez and Becker Dawson. So we looked at a variety and modeled it with program enrollment at several schools and within a 4-mile radius as well.
and $311 per student for non-emergent language in a dual language program. And I said at the start of this process that I would not vote for closures without evidence of budget savings from previous closures. I have been convinced that there were legitimate reasons that the budgetary impact of 2019 closures couldn't be calculated due to COVID and other leadership changes and everything else. I have been somewhat persuaded that the projected savings and reinvestments from this proposal are likely, but I want to amplify the message of the caller at the beginning of this evening who insisted that the administration track and report on the budgetary impact of any closures. If we close any schools tonight, we owe that to the next generation who faces potential closures to have good evidence, good data to support any decisions that are made in the future. I just want to amplify that voice.
No, I think that's a great suggestion, and we're happy to do it. I want to be really clear that a reduction in cost doesn't equal a reduction in your budget. Because I think that
when I say budgetary impacts, I mean investments and savings.
So I guess I can track the reductions in costs. But we, as a school district, the board, could make decisions to increase your overall budget.
Yes.
So I just want to be really clear, they're two separate things.
It is complicated.
But I have no problem tracking the reduction in costs associated with these recommendations.
Right. And additional costs that it created. Right. So just that part, not necessarily like what we did with that money that was saved, not necessarily how all the other factors changed, but just to the best of our ability to track what was the budgetary impact of these decisions.
Would you,
to the extent that they were made for budgetary reasons?
Would you, okay, so I have no problem doing that, and I'm happy to do it. I want to be really clear, so we are going to spend money on the TAPs regardless if we close these. So just to, as I track, there are some closures that are tied to turnaround plans.
Right, that is right.
Okay, that's really clear because I don't want to be 5 years from now and I'm like, Matthias, you didn't do this right. I want to make sure I capture the comment and I respond and provide the detail.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have no problem. We can do that for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Just a point of clarification on what David was saying. I want to be super, super clear. I can only speak for me. Ashley, see, I said I is not a suggestion. It needs to be done. It has to be done. It has to be done. I was holding on for 2019, but I told you I don't want y'all spending any more time on that. We got to move forward. So whatever we're doing, and I understand, we need to make sure that our community understands. And like David says, I'm not looking for a line item, but that money is being saved. It's not being saved to put in the bank. It's being saved and coming back into the system because it's money we already don't have. So, but people need to know, I did this. This is what I got, right? Thank you.
And I would add to that, trying to get a meaningful estimate on attrition. I know it won't be perfect. We won't be perfectly able to do it, but trying to get a meaningful estimate on any declines in enrollment that come next year that we think may be higher than what we expected.
Tied to these specific changes.
I think certainly tied to schools that are closing, certainly. But we don't know that there may not be others in the system. I'd like to just have an understanding of what we expected and what we get. It will be imperfect, but I think we need to try to understand.
I just want to interject there. One of our retention strategies several years ago was to expect every single school to call every kid who doesn't re-enroll in the school to find out why. An exit interview to figure out, did you move? Did you choose to leave our district for a reason? Where did you go? Mm-hmm. So I think that would be easy data to collect if we have an ambitious student family. It's not retention like you're failing a grade. Yes. But if we have an aggressive strategy for that, I think that data would be easy to gather.
I appreciate that. And I know that a few years ago we did that and trustees were invited to volunteer to help. I will be happy to help make some of those phone calls. Thank you.
The modeling, yes, for that, but that is not the only pressure, right? So and again, I don't want to use administrative time. I feel like this is a thing, like if we had an office, that office could do that, right? So the modeling needs to include the fact that now anybody can be an online school. Like you can be a student in Austin and go to school in Chicago, right? And graduate from high school, because that's now been okayed. February, the vouchers come out. Like what do we estimate that might draw, right? Artie was talking about, like a charter is closing. I was like, yeah, but they're not going to go to public school. They're just going to go to another KIPP. So we can't count that. And I know, I don't think we've done a good job explaining about demographics. Yes, there's a new 600 apartment complex going up of studios. That does nothing for us. And so just because something is going up and it's tall and it's big, that doesn't count for us. So that modeling, again, I don't want it to be too big, but like worst case scenario, what could happen? Just so, what if it never happens? But just to be able to know, and I think our experts who have already spoken to the district have mentioned those things that I've just mentioned. I didn't come up with all that. But those experts are saying, like, this stuff is happening. You should be thinking about it. And I know we have a lot of other things to think about, but I think that's that's important.
Yeah, Trustee Hunter, I appreciate that, and Trustee Kaufman, and I appreciate your comment as well. I always want to develop thoughtful models, but I want to make sure our assumptions are founded and it can be kind of backed up. Going through lots of different changes in Austin ISD since I've been here, there are things that you see and hear, and then there are the way things play out. And so when we look at assumptions on attrition, or, I have no problem, tracking and estimating what I think may occur. And even as Trustee or President Boswell said, making phone calls, and if a family leaves, which I hope they don't, we understand why they left. We do better at secondary when it comes to asking those questions. We don't do a good job in elementary. The counter thought is, we do know that there are schools that are going to increase because of some of the changes. That there are students who had not been accessing AISD who are likely to come back. One example I would argue is probably Martin to Keeling. And so, I'm not going to estimate that. I know right now that there are families like asking about it and wanting to come back into the system because of that connection now. But I'm not going to go and make an assumption. So I just, almost whatever we do, it's going to feel like it's not accurate because the assumptions are all over and there's other pressures. But I will do my best to model these specific changes, model other changes in this overall plan, and then kind of track, other pressures, immigration and vouchers, and we've done that, but again, it can be challenging.
Understood.
Okay, questions from anyone else?
So I'm trying to think of the context for this. When we first started discussing this, end of last semester going into the summer and talking about this plan, and, there was discussion about a stable state and then an ideal state and kind of what we would want the final product to look like. And certainly when it was a complete comprehensive plan, even in that plan, there was still work to be done after that part, right, to get us fully across a finish line where, the district was kind of insulated against some of the uncertainties going on. And, I understand some of the changes that have happened, and I understand some of the limitations in the communication that we're able to provide over some of the changes. The concern I have that I'm going to segue into a question with is the confusion was already there, I think, in the community in the early conversations about how much actually needed to get done, that even this comprehensive plan was just the start of what we really needed to have for like a 10 to 20 year plan to get the district, in a really good spot. And so the question I'm posing is, with these changes, and you're already saying in January, December even, we're talking about the next part of the conversation. Kind of two parts. One is the landscape's going to continue to change. So one of the things that I think was really a strength that I'm mourning at this point in the original plan was that we got a lot done at once, which was ambitious, but also the advantage was that we covered a lot of ground in one move. and now we're going to cover less ground in this move that we're doing, and we're offsetting some things. And so surely a difficult question, so I'm not holding you to a hard, defined percentage, but how much more do we still need to do? Like, we've delayed part of the boundary work. We've delayed a lot of moves. There's 3 consolidations that we're pausing. One of my concerns is that with further budgetary issues, that we'll come back with potentially more than 3 consolidations that we have to look at, which was part of the, I think, initial conversation on what percentage we were really going to look at for facility usage and seats. And so I know this is a really difficult question, but I think for the community's understanding, how far is this actually pulling us? I know it's got some budget issues. It's really reduced on some of the programmatic alignment and the boundary changes, those pieces. So just so that there's not misunderstanding on it about how much work still has to be done after this vote.
So I would say that this is a meaningful step for sure. I don't want to diminish kind of the work that's been done. I think the board, the community, the staff understands the direness of where we are as an organization, and that we have to evolve, we have to change. We just do. The accountability risk, the budget risk, the TA agreed order and special education risk. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, and we've navigated them together over the last 2.5 years by making hard decisions and implementing with fidelity. Like, implementation is, I think, more of a strength now in the district than it has been in the past. That being said, there will be more. It's hard to communicate what that is because it comes at a price, and I think we're at a point where we're kind of at the edge of fragmentation of the system as a whole. Right, so a lot of what I think about in the work that we take on, it's about moving us forward, but making sure we're moving together. And if you push too hard, then you don't all get there together. And I understand that it feels like that already. So even more would make it harder to get there together. So it's this constant balance of improving, refining, reducing costs. I mean, this year we've done a really good job already this year of reducing our costs. We had some cash flow challenges, but overall expenses have gone down. And so, you're seeing us kind of make that turn, which we did last year, and continue to drive down our cost. And so I would say that it's going to come back in some form. I think the other thing that's going to come back are what other things, knowing how hard this is, need to be back on the table. That's another question. There are things that we took off the table in 23-24, 24-25. And the question to the trustees after we have one-on-ones and we kind of get back to December is, should any of those come back on the table before you have the next conversation or not? Right? Because we did bypass, we didn't, I want to say bypass, we elected and decided not to do certain things. So it's been a meaningful step. Even when it comes to repurposing of properties. I mean, we talked about, months ago, Rosedale, and we talked about Brook, and those have been challenging. Like, nothing is simple, and everything takes time. Everything takes time, and so we have to be really thoughtful. We have to be really intentional. But this is a meaningful step. I don't want to diminish that this is a good step in the right direction, but there'll have to be other steps. But that's going to require conversations with this body here, and then going forward together.
I'm straining to think if there's a better way for me to ask the same question, because I understand.
I think you want me to ask, like, how many more consolidations? Is that what I'm trying to figure out, like, how to respond in a way that gives you the precision?
Suggest something. So, we're I think 7,000 seats are being addressed with this plan.
A little less than 7,000.
And what's the number of empty seats we have in the district?
Yeah, so the number of empty seats is a little over 20,000.
Okay.
And I want to be really clear, before we started this process, we adjusted our capacities to align with how we operate, right? So where schools have designated classrooms that are 10-to-1 ratio, because we have to make sure that we have certain spaces in our schools that can support our students who receive special education services. So it was actually higher. So we brought it down. And then we went through a process of creating healthy utilizations for each of our schools, between 85 and 95%, which allows you to kind of be in the space where if you grow and a development occurs, you don't have to go get a whole bunch of portables. You can flex bigger, but you're also not so small that you don't get the staffing allocations that you need to be successful. So 85 and 95 was kind of the goal of the work. So we're taking off a meaningful number in less than 7,000. I think there's still, more that we need to get to over time, but that's kind of the gap that we have to cover. But you don't have to get the full 20,000 or full 22,000 because that would be 100% versus 95, right?
So, but we're about a third of the way through, like in terms of.
I would say more than a third. Yeah, I mean, again, it's a meaningful. I want to be really honest. It's a meaningful step, and I would say that the seats that we're able to address in this round are some of our more expensive costs per seat, right? And that's just a function of a mature school system. We're 144 years old. There's a lot that's occurred. And so I think as we continue to pull off portables, as we continue to do this work, it is a big chunk. I want to, it wasn't quite where we wanted to get, but there's reasons why that didn't occur in this round. But it is a meaningful step.
And Trustee Boswell, I know there are like parents here with 4-year-olds that they need to know if their school is going to be open. They're going to be there at 7:30. There's teachers that are going to probably be at work at 5 a.m. Are we okay with moving?
Have we asked and answered what we feel like we want to ask and answer? What do you think? Trustee Foster?
I'll just say that I do have some granular questions about Wootton and distribution of programming in Wootton in the new building, and the same granular questions around the distribution of folks to, how do you say folks who were at Becker and what their opportunities are, because we've had our conversation tonight and I'm still getting text messages from people who simply are seeking clarity. So we're not there yet in a couple of areas. I actually probably don't think we can get there tonight. And we desperately need to figure out how we're going to get this information, because these are really dialed in folks who still aren't seeing the math, the math, as they say. So, I don't know. And so maybe my question is, what's our strategy to provide some additional clarity, like immediately, on some of these granular issues?
Yeah, so is it staffing or is it utilization? Is it student movement? Because I can do...
At Becker, it's student movement, and at Wootton, it's distribution of... so Mandarin Chinese comes in, we've got Spanish to English, and then we've also have affirmatively made accommodations, which I applaud, to bring all the current Wootton community in. So some people are referring to that as like 3 programs. So I think we just
and there are schools that operate. I mean, Jocelyn operates like that right now. So I think on the Wootton conversation, Trustee Foster, I'm not going to be able to give you that answer because you're talking about space allocation based on program when we don't even know the number of students that are actually going to select the program that they want, which is going to be what drives staffing, because we staff based on language. So we have the space. It is a new facility. We will have the ability to support based on number of students, and we feel very confident about that. What you're asking for is going to be really hard to derive until we understand how many students are going to select Mandarin. That is a question that we would need to understand, and that's really in the weeds. I can maybe work with you, or I can work with the community that's providing you those questions and tell you the sequence that we will take to get there, but that's why I can't give you that answer.
I do think that's reasonable, and I do also think the questions coming in are reasonable. And isn't there some good news about early January in Wootton that we kind of should lift up, and is a space of opportunity?
Talking about the groundbreaking, the ribbon cutting, the groundbreaking.
Yeah,
ribbon cutting.
Our kids are moving in, right?
Yeah, I think it's. There's been Harris, there's, in the midst of all this, we've actually been constructing and modernizing and implementing the 2022 bond program. So there is a lot that's coming online in the near future. The first set of schools will deliver here kind of mid-year, which is really incredible. It's actually, it's something that's kind of gotten lost in a lot of this. But yes, there are good things coming.
So instead of losing it, let's leverage it and really be there for that moment, but also see that as a moment to communicate.
Yeah. And then on the staffing numbers, it sounds like what needs to happen is just like go and show like all the math, identify the enrollment, like all of it. Because we see it, we've done it a couple different times, but I can understand just kind of the different options that are available. It's not always clear, for sure.
And I apologize for being really prescriptive, because it's like I forgot my LSG training like all of a sudden. But this is super important stuff, and I do look forward to following up.
Thank you. I just have a couple of really quick things. One, I think really acknowledging that the situation at Becker, if we do vote to close Becker, is very different from what it is at Ridgetop, is very different from what it is at Riley. And I really support Trustee Singh's point to name what we're doing. What we're doing is not what was originally proposed. The genesis was trying to bring more diversity into our wall-to-wall programs and trying to find that balance at a moment when we heard some speakers talk about how we're moving away from diversity as a community in so many ways. And I think naming it accurately, whatever we want to call it when we vote, I welcome my colleagues to come up with ideas to name it really just something more truthful, if that's what we're going to do. Not that it was meant to be untruthful, but something that's more accurate. Also really want to ask if there is a way to guarantee Becker families a spot at either Sanchez Odom, or a few people have proposed adding two-way classrooms at Galindo. And if there is a way to guarantee one of those three to every Becker family who would like that.
I think there's a way, certainly. I need to confer with Yvette. We've looked at that as actually, and just to, I know Yvette said this, but when we got the ideas from community, Yvette spent like weekends like going through it and producing the documents. So we have a good understanding of what's possible, and I think that's something that we could certainly get really close to committee. I just want to talk to her.
Well, my hope would be that maybe even more than that, you could work with just directly with the families to find things that work the best, if that's where this goes.
Well, we're definitely committed to doing that. I just want the guaranteeing of the three. I'd like to be able to do that, but I just need to be able to talk to the team if I can guarantee the three versus committing to ensuring that our Becker families get the most available options that meet their needs.
And that keep as many people together as they can, because they don't have the opportunity to get together like the other schools do. And that is, it's a real loss. People are mourning for a reason. People are unhappy for a reason. And closing a thriving program and splitting a community, when that was really something we tried very hard not to do. I think just we need to be cognizant of that. Thank you. Other thing is for international, is that reversible if our policies that keep international children out of our country become reversible and we end up with that need again? Do we believe we could restore that program?
Yeah, I mean,
in a meaningful way. Is it, if we break it, can we bring it back?
Any campus that's in good standing, any program we want to introduce, we can do. And that's not, we could bring it back, certainly. It may look different, but we can definitely bring it back.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Trustee Hunter.
You mentioned about when, and no, the whole school can't go. I think that makes what Trustee Whitley Chu asked for even more important, because not everybody will choose to go across tonight, right? Those like, oh, no, Pecan Springs are here. We're good. We can walk to Pecan Springs. Or, Andrews is actually closer to my mom, and the kids are going to go there after school. So, because my concern is that, I'm going to make up a number, 200 seats, right? And then 300 people want to go. Is there, I know we're moving away from portables and all this sort of kind of thing, but is there a way we can accommodate that? Because the point is, we're just trying to break the tap, right? And WIN understands that their hope, well, I won't say their hope because I can't speak for everybody, but people that I have talked to, their hope is to do this, break the tap, build this beautiful, wonderful program that's so big it has to have its own building, right? And so that eventual future move is not something, to the people that I've spoken to, a bad thing, right? That's what they want.
Yeah, and so when I was talking to the team about this, you know, we can handle the most extreme scenario in which everybody goes and everybody stays, meaning all the assigned stay and all the WIN families go. We would be over enrolled, but not to a degree that is not manageable, if that makes any sense. You know, we have staff right now that use spaces at Riley. You know, it functions in a different way, you know, given that it has 3 languages now. And so there is space. It would be tight if everybody picked it. But yes, we can provide that. And I think to your point about Trustee Whitley Chu, I want to find a way to provide certainty early. If we, and to me, like if they can commit, we can commit. You know, I would have to do it on the back end, but maybe it's a letter or some confirmation that you will have a seat protected. But we'd need to know, like it would need to be a full commitment versus, you know, we think we want to go because we're going to begin a plan. But if that's what we need to do, then we can certainly do that.
And setting out that education for parents to understand that we know your life is different, but as soon as you make that decision, because there's going to be a teacher attached to a certain number of kids, and so if we think there's only going to be this many, then we're going to have this many teachers, and then 20 more say we want to go. Now we've got a class with no teacher. That's what we're trying to avoid. Right. So it's another ask. It's another ask that
yeah. So what we can do? How about we do this? We'll automatically commit to the fifth meeting. Be WIN Montessori. Just go ahead and do that so that we get out there. We'll work with the team to get it scheduled. Maybe there's an availability between the 9th or the 10th and the following week when we're doing the next 2 set of schools. But we can commit to get that one done in that same kind of range of times and not move it to another group of schools. And then I'll work with the team to figure out what we can do to confirm seats early, even if it means you're not going to get a little like note from Enroll Austin, but you will get a confirmation from superintendent. I mean, we will figure it out. Like we will do it at the back end.
I think that and Riley's so generous with their space, inviting people in to do that. We really appreciate that. And then last bit, because we'd already worked with Pickle and we got that, and we worked with GT in Barrington and we got that. The Oak Springs, those conversations have to continue. Like that's day one tomorrow. Like, so let's start planning and talking. Again, being so generous and welcoming, and we really want to make sure that we show appreciation and not have situations like we already have where people think something's going to happen and it doesn't.
Yeah, and Trustee Hunter, what I really appreciated, again, this is one of those things that came out from community, right, where we were going through a process, and after October 31st, we had a conversation at the Greater Calvary Church, and there was information shared with us that, hey, maybe this different option could work, and so we committed, after we met with Oak Springs community, to meet with Blackshear, to have different community meetings, and that conversation has to continue. It's not part of this plan. I've talked to different leaders in the community, and we want to progress it to have those conversations, and then the community will decide together, and we'll bring it back if we need to.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Trustee Singh, don't be sorry.
Okay. I'm sorry for people with small babies. So, quick question. You and I had talked about a suggestion that someone brought, and it sounded like maybe it could happen, but maybe it could happen administratively. But that was for that neighborhood north of WIN to, instead of going to, was it Andrews? Okay. Like, could we make that go to the closer school? I can't remember if it was. Is that what you had just? Is that what you?
Yeah. So you can bring up the map. It's the piece by itself that's on the northwest side of the attendance boundary.
Yes. And so, what was the conclusion with that?
Yeah. So that could be done via an assignment. Right now, the way that we have it balanced out is because is the school that they would go to? It wouldn't be Pickle, would it? I'm sorry. Can you bring up the? Yeah, you want to bring up the map?
Yeah, it should zone to Pickle. Yeah, having it zone to Pickle.
Oh, he took the computer.
And then Trustee Boswell, this agenda item comes up again if any, or can be discussed at agenda item 14.
It can be.
So,
All right, I can answer it when I get to there if you want. I got to pull it up just because. So we can handle it via
Communications, can we pull up the map?
Would that have to be part of this vote? Is basically my question.
It doesn't have.
It could just be done administratively.
It can be done administratively because we're using the assignment tool. Now, if that's what we decide to do when we come back and do boundaries, I'd want to codify it in the boundaries for all those areas, for that entire area, right? That's how we would do it.
Thank you.
But I think we can probably have multiple conversations with that community before I actually do it. Because
That makes sense.
I've only heard it one time.
Yes, makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, we probably don't need to bring it
Okay,
up.
thanks.
All right. Are we ready to move to our consent agenda? All right. So, there's the map.
Are you talking about the?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. We got it.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move to the consent agenda. Does anyone have a consent agenda item to pull for a separate vote?
I make a motion to approve consent agenda items 6.1, 7.1, 7.2, 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 9.1, 9.2, 10.1, 10.2, 10.3, 11.1, 12.1, 12.2, and 12.3.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on these items? All right, having a motion by Vice President Willie Chu and a second by Trustee Quintana to approve agenda items 6.1, 7.1, 7.2, 8.1 through 8.3, 9.1, 9.2, 10.1 through 10.3, and 11.1, 12.1 through 12.3. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion carries by all those on the dais. Thank you very much. Next up is one moment. Do we have a motion to approve item 13.1?
Yes, I move to approve agenda item 13.1.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, having a motion by Vice President Willie Chu, a second by Trustee Quintana to approve agenda item 13.1. All in favor, please raise your hand. All in favor, Kevin? Oh, you're abstaining. Sorry. Abstaining. All in favor? Yes. Okay. All opposed? All abstaining, including Kevin. Thank you. Okay. Motion is 7 in favor, none opposed, and 2 abstaining. Next up, 13.2.
I move to approve agenda item 13.2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Yeah,
Andrew's on,
voted.
and Andrew voted yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes, Andrew voted yes. Okay, any discussion on 13.2? All right, all in favor, please raise your right hand. Any opposed? And abstentions? Thank you. Motion carries with 7 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 abstaining. Do we have a motion to approve agenda item 14.1?
I move to approve agenda item 14.1, approval of TEA turnaround plans.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
President Boswell?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the Wydane turnaround plan from a closure and reassign to a restart.
Okay. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
I'm not going to belabor the point. I think that we've had this conversation throughout our 6 or 7 hour meeting so far. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Any questions? Okay.
This is just on the First Amendment, right?
This is
Or
on the amendment. Are we amending the turnaround plan to remove that? Correct. Or to change it?
Yeah, I do have a question. So, Mr. Segura, when is this turnaround plan due to TEA?
It's due today.
It's due today.
Yeah, by 6 p.m., 5 p.m., 5 p.m. So 5 p.m. today.
Do you have any concerns about your staff's, yourselves' ability to create a new turnaround plan today, after this meeting, that would be approved by TEA?
It would be very difficult. I mean, it would be difficult.
Okay, any further discussion?
I mean, I recognize the difficulty of it, but I want to just acknowledge again that this hearing was held the day before they were due. And so the timeline that we have agreed to put us in a situation where we have to make a decision tonight and then action has to be taken tomorrow. So that's where we are. So I don't want our decision to be impacted by, I mean, I empathize with the demands that we place on the staff. But, you know, that's not the issue.
I think if, you know, we could have produced an alternative plan if we would have known that that was going to be something that we needed to do. And so I know we weren't able to have the work session last week, but I did a presentation to share with the community what was in the plans. So I it's tough. I mean, you know, anything's possible, but it would be very difficult. But again, I will do what the board asks, what the board decides.
And I have a question for our council. All right. So, so the motion on the floor, a yes vote on the motion on the floor, be requiring
the turnaround plan for
to be amended. That's turned into today.
You'd be voting on the amendment. So the new motion then would be to approve 14.1 with a change to include a turnaround plan for Wadane instead of a closure. Or is that right? Am I saying that right? Okay. So that's so you got to vote on the amendment first. If it is approved, then that's the new motion.
And then no vote would then allow a new motion to be.
Yeah, so if you take a vote on the amendment and it fails, you have the underlying motion is still live. So if that, you know, you could entertain further motions to amend, or at whatever point you're ready to take the vote.
Thank you.
I have a suggestion. I'd love to hear from council. Could we make a new motion to, do we have to vote on that motion? And could we make a new motion to approve all the turnaround plans except that one, and then take a separate motion on that one?
So you have a live motion to amend,
so
so you need to vote on that and see how that goes.
But if we don't approve that, then we could vote to pull that one out if we chose to.
So what you would want to do at that point, if that vote fails, you still have the motion on the floor that's been seconded.
To approve them all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
So then you'd need another amendment.
Okay. Any discussion, further discussion? All right. So we have a motion from Trustee Quintana to amend the turnaround plans to make the WIN turnaround plan, the Wadane turnaround plan a restart rather than a reassignment. We have a second from Trustee De Urioste. All in favor of that plan, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Okay. The motion fails, and we have the second motion.
So I would like to propose an amendment as well.
Yes.
I propose that we amend the turnaround plan for Oak Springs to be a restart.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Having a motion by, we have a motion by Trustee De Urioste and a second by Trustee Hunter. Any discussion?
So I just want to point out that there has been extensive advocacy by both of these groups proposing a restart, And so I did want to honor that, and I do believe it deserves a consideration.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, so we have a motion from Trustee De Odioste to amend our turnaround plan vote to consider to change Oak Springs to a restart. We have a second from Trustee Hunter. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so motion carries 3 in favor, 6. Wait, sorry, Andrew? 5-4. Okay, sorry, Andrew, thank you.
It doesn't
Carry. Motion fails. 5-4, it's very late, very early. Thank you. All right. I have a motion. I would love to vote on everything but Wynn and Wudang separately.
So you want to amend the motion to approve by removing Wynn and Woodane? Did you say Wynn and Woodane?
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. I'd like to pull Wynn and Wudang and just vote on them separately because they're the ones that send F schools to Ds. And I'd like to vote on them separately. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Would any discussion? Okay.
I would like to understand why.
I am challenged by the idea of voting in favor of something that goes against TEA's written guidance, even though we understand that we have had verbal guidance, and I'm having trouble voting in favor of those.
That would also include Barrington, Josh, with Wooldridge receiving? It doesn't, but the plurality doesn't matter.
Barrington is also going to
Wooldridge
to Barrington.
It's a minority. Yeah.
To Marshall.
Marshall, yeah. So you'd add 4.
Which ones are receiving? I'm curious about the ones that are receiving the TAP, where a D is receiving the TAP, not just where some students are being reassigned, just the TAP. And Wudang. Okay. Those are the 2.
Okay.
That I'm concerned about. Yes. I understand some students are being reassigned. I'm concerned about who's receiving the TAP. Any further discussion?
Yeah. Mr. Segura. Yes or no question. Okay.
I'm not good at that.
Realistically, I know you're not. Realistically, is the staff able to submit a revised plan today to the Texas Education Agency that the Texas Education Agency would be likely to approve? In your opinion, yes or no?
It would be, I want to be responsive to the board.
Okay, would it be
it's hard for me to
would
say.
TEA be likely to approve it or unlikely to approve a plan that was revised and submitted by the staff in the next few hours?
Maybe you can say less likely. That might be easier to answer.
I would say
Do you think that's a good idea for us? Do you recommend doing that?
I do not believe a change at this hour is going to put us in a better position to have them be accepted.
Thank you.
I find that curious because we're turning them in tomorrow anyways, today, and they haven't seen anything official. So what would it change to them if they see something like it would?
Well, so we've been meeting with them. We've been meeting this entire time with individuals who are reviewing the plans and they've given us verbal feedback along the entire way. These are the individuals who review the plans.
Right. But
so it would be new to them.
Are they? So.
I have a question. So, but that plan does not exist currently. Staff would have to create the turnaround plan.
Correct. We would have to create a new plan.
1 now a.m. and 5 p.m. Or probably before that because you need to check it and all that sort of stuff.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. So they have not received it, but those who are reviewing it have already seen these sets of plans. So it would be new as far as what they believe we are doing. If that's helpful.
And do they have, is it required that they have a heads up or some sense of what the plan is going to look like?
No, I think in an effort to be hyper responsive and ensure that we had the highest probability of success, I've always believed in engaging early, getting feedback and input. I think our board has asked me to do. I believe in that, and so it's not a requirement. No.
And I will say for the record, I trust that you've had those conversations. I am uncomfortable enough with this. I am asking to vote on these separately because I want to vote in favor of the other ones, and I would like to be on the record with expressing my discomfort about what we're doing, given the fact that it's not a sure thing with TEA and we are going against. And I think it's, to me, I would like to just make a record of that. So that is my hope. I don't expect this to be upended. I've checked with council. If it happens to be voted down, we still have to turn something in. We have the opportunity to vote again. But I think it is important to just have a record as a board that we are aware of this and that we're paying attention to this and that we know this.
So if it gets voted, if it gets separated and voted down, we can vote again?
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, but you can set aside Robert's rules and take another vote. So for example, let's just say we were only voting on 14.1 and it fails. The trustees could consider if they wanted to make a motion to set aside Robert's rules for the purpose of voting again. They could do that.
And
It's
we're
not-
a body under 12.
What's that?
We're a body under 12. Can we do that? Because
Yeah,
of
you
that?
can
Because
do
of
that.
that, we're a body under 12.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
And I would very much love to vote against every single one of these in solidarity with the community and with my concern about where we've come to at this point and why these are our only options available. But I also want to fully support the district in the work that we need to do next. And I would like to vote in favor of all the plans that I don't even agree with fully, knowing that I need to trust the administration or we need to move on. But I need to trust my administration at this time. So that's why I would choose to keep them as a package and to go into this very difficult period of time of implementing these plans with some, with my support for the administration doing it. So that's my reason for not wanting to split them.
Absolutely fair. Yeah. Trustee Singh.
So I plan to support all of them, but for the reasons, I appreciate you for sharing your rationale for wanting to split them, and I would support the motion, but I would still vote to adopt all the tabs.
And I very much appreciate that we are independent people on this board and that we each have our own vote, and I would fully respect and support what you do. I'm just indicating what I would choose not to, but I fully support that we are stronger when we voice our own opinions and when we vote our conscience. So thank you.
I appreciate it. Any further discussion? Okay. Having a motion by Trustee Boswell to pull Wu Jane and Nguyen for a separate vote and approve the turnaround plans except those two. A second by Trustee Quintana. All in favor, please raise your hand. Wait, this is...
So just to be clear, the motion that you're voting
on, sorry.
Amend the underlying motion
to amend the underlying motion to remove
Nguyen and Woodane.
Nguyen and Woodane.
For a separate vote.
Thank you.
For a separate vote.
For a separate vote. Yes, to remove Nguyen and Woodane for a separate vote. So if you want to remove Nguyen and Woodane for a separate vote, raise your hand. Okay, and I'm counting. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so the motion is to vote on those separately. It's 5 in favor. Any opposed?
Candace was raising a finger, I thought.
Was your hand up or down, Candace? 2 opposed? Any abstaining? It was up. Up to pull it, to remove it. Okay, so we have 7 in favor of removing, 2 in favor of keeping. Okay, so the motion carries. So we will vote now on the other turnaround plans absent Nguyen and Woodane. And,
Yes.
okay. Do we need a new motion for that?
So your motion now is to approve item 14.1 as amended.
Okay, so do I have a motion to approve item 14.1 as amended?
I move to approve item 14.1 as amended.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Trustee Singh, any discussion? Okay, having a motion by Vice President Willie Chu, a second by Trustee Singh to remove item 14.1 as amended. All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? We have one opposed.
Please restate.
We are approving item 14.1 as amended. Yes. And we have 8 in favor and Trustee Gonzalez opposed. Thank you. All right. And now we will move to approve the turnaround plans for Woodane and Wynn.
Do you want to do a separate vote for Wynn and a separate vote for Woodane?
I'm okay approving them together. We have a motion. Okay. I'd like to move to approve Woodane and Wynn, the turnaround plans for Woodane and Wynn together. Do we have a second?
Second.
Trustee Singh, any discussion?
Yes. I have a concern about a restart for when, because a restart requires that you do the teacher thing, right? And that's a very specialized, those teachers cannot, they got to stay right where they are.
Yeah.
So I'm asking, is if you do a restart, will they have to turn over teachers?
Oh, yeah. I think one of the things that I think we're going to have to contemplate is that it's not going to be a Montessori.
This is what I'm saying.
It,
Yeah, I
it
got
would be,
you.
it would be it would be a restart as
Sorry,
a traditional.
Are we talking about Wynn or Woodane right now?
You said when?
My question is about when.
And my motion isn't to turn them into restarts. My motion is just to, we're voting to approve them separately.
Oh, I missed it.
Approve them as presented by the administration, just approve them separately. So we're just voting on them separately because they are the ones that assign students to a D, assign the top to a D-rated school.
Why don't you just name one? Move for Wynn, move for Woodane.
Well, I've moved for
Motion's
both
on the
together.
table.
Oh, you move for
Yeah.
I moved for both together.
Wait a minute. I'm confused now. I thought we had Woodane and Oak Springs.
No, because that motion failed. This is not to turn either of them into a restart. This is to approve, so I will restate the motion more explicitly. I move to approve the turnaround plans for Wynn and Woodane as presented by the administration. Do we have a second?
It's already on the
It's already
table.
on the table, so that's what we're looking. We have a second by Trustee Singh. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
No, to actually vote for them.
1, 2. We're approving the turnaround plans for Wynn and Woodane.
So confused.
So, yes.
Oh, as presented.
As presented. As presented, we are approving the turnaround plans for Wynn and Woodane. Yes, approving the TAPs. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we have 5 in favor. Any opposed? And we have 4 opposed, and the motion carries to approve the turnaround plans for Wynn and Woodane as presented by the administration. So we have now approved all turnaround plans. Thank you. And thank you to our council for walking us through that very complicated thing. Okay, next is item 14.2. Vice President Willie Chu, do we have a motion?
I move to approve item 14.2.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion?
Mr. Segura, so my understanding is that, so 14.1 are the turnaround plans that the board has just approved that were,
Correct.
okay. And 14.2 are the other parts that are necessary to be implemented as part of the turnaround plan.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, having a motion by Vice President Willie Chu, a second by Trustee Singh. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-2. Okay, do we have a motion for 14.3?
I'll move to approve the consolidation plan components related to programmatic moves.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to propose some amended language that I have emailed. I emailed it to the president and vice president as well as our council. But this is just to lift up the language around the modified program moves. So there's 5 things. Do I need to read them all into the record, right? Okay.
Yeah, or I
Okay.
can.
Yes, okay. So I would like to move to amend 5 items. One is to please call Ridgetop, Becker, and Riley modified program moves instead of program moves. The second one is under Riley on page 7. To please modify the sentence, the school-wide dual language program would be introduced to Wootton Elementary School as a 2-way dual language program. 2, the school-wide dual language program would be converted to a 2-way dual language program at Wootton that is not wall-to-wall. And then same thing for Becker on page 6. Please change the school-wide dual language program. The school-wide dual language program would be introduced to Sanchez Elementary School as a 2-way dual language program. 2, the school-wide dual language program would be converted to a 2-way dual language program at Sanchez that is not wall-to-wall. And then 4, under Ridgetop, page 6, please change the school-wide dual language program. No, the school-wide dual language program would be introduced to Pickle Elementary School as a 2-way dual language program. 2, the school-wide dual language program would be converted to a 2-way dual language program at Pickle that is not wall-to-wall. And then the 5th item is to please strike this sentence on page 3. The 3 school-wide dual language programs, Becker, Ridgetop, and Riley, would relocate and be introduced as 2-way dual language programs at Sanchez, Pickle, and Wootton Elementary Schools. The rationale is that, I'm not saying like none of this might happen, but until we've done the academic planning work, I don't want to promise something to our community that's going to happen, which would introduce even more disappointment and confusion down the road. So I'd rather just state what we are doing right now, and that's it.
Okay, so you're moving to amend.
Amend the document that we are actually voting on to include, to make these changes that I've emailed to Josh and others.
So it's a motion to amend the motion to approve subject to the listed modifications.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion?
I would just like to get the administration's opinion on whether that language is clearly defining what.
Yeah, I was going to ask, Yvette, do you want to come up and help us work through this? And maybe Dr. Maxwell. I'm just trying to make sure that the language doesn't change how we approach the prioritization of students moving from those schools to the receiving schools. Because if we're severing, the program, because the idea if you're moving a program, then you'd focus on the students who are impacted by the movement of the program. And so if we sever if the language severs, does that change our priority transfer strategies that we've put in place? So I want to make sure I hear the language again before we respond to that.
First, can I ask council if this wordsmithing this substantively changes anything in the plan?
The plan. I think that's a question for them.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. That's part of what I'm asking them.
Yeah, I think the modified is fine. So the school-wide dual language program would be introduced to Wootton, because the idea is that it's introduced, therefore, right, once the tap is broken, it would convert fully into a wall-to-wall. What this is saying is strike that and don't assume that we're going to convert into a wall-to-wall.
That's right, because when you do it's not that I don't like wall-to-wall programs. The bigger issue is it's going to introduce another large change to that community in the very near future, and we haven't even had a conversation yet and adopted our vision for dual language as a district when it comes to that.
Yeah, and I think the reason we had the language in there is because on the October 3rd and 31st submission, before we made the adjustment to ensure that students that were zoned were at the school, which meant that the TAP had to stay, the intent was to move towards a wall-to-wall. So that's why we wrote it that way to begin with. I think I understand the conversation around the academic plan and vision to figure out what we want to do. This is, I think it'll work both ways in year 1 and 2, most likely, right? The question is, are we committing to what happens afterwards?
I mean, I think if it's too complicated, I think I would be okay with just number 1 and number 5 in my email.
Trustees, I've just emailed it to all of you, so if you need to see it, it might help.
And number 1, again, is to just rename what we're calling Bridgetop, Becker, and Riley as a modified program move instead of just a program move. And then the last one is to strike the sentence that the 3 school-wide dual language programs would relocate and be introduced as a two-way, as a two-way dual language program at Sanchez, Pickle, and Wooten Elementaries.
Yeah, I would just say that it's different than what we had been kind of planning on for the vast majority of this process, and I understand the change over the last 2 weeks and why we pivoted to ensure that those schools didn't have the disruption, the ones that currently reside. It is no longer committing to a future wall-to-wall.
Correct.
Right.
Because think about it, y'all. Like if we are committing right now to a future wall-to-wall after the TAP, that to me sounds a little premature because we don't even know what our situation is going to be 2 years from now, and we haven't done that with any of the other schools. So it's like.
Well, Odom will be a wall-to-wall already, right?
Yeah, and that's why I didn't include anything about Odom in my amendment. But I feel like I need to learn a lot more about the justification for doing wall-to-wall programs when we have such a scarcity of dual language certified teachers, and I've been bringing that up for weeks and weeks and weeks. And so that's why I'm raising this. But again, I'm one person, so I don't know how my colleagues feel. Yeah. But this is the motion.
Yeah, I think with so much being uncomfortable with this is a good reason for an up or down vote, and if a trustee isn't comfortable voting it down, so there is time to make a real plan with the community.
Okay, well, the motion's.
My motion is to make the changes that are in my email. If it is something that doesn't conflict and create a ripple effect.
I think we're waiting to find that out.
Yeah.
No, I think we're okay on the transfers are one. Remember, these are transition transfers, right? So that would hold for next year regardless of the language. My only concern, I guess, regarding the language is that throughout the entire process, because we started with 4 wall-to-walls, or generally 4 to walls, Riley, the goal was to get back to that. And I understand why the language is being introduced. And so I just want to acknowledge that it would be a shift, and I get the shift recently because of the TAP, but the goal was to get back to a wall-to-wall. Now this would just pause that until after you have the conversation in the spring.
Yeah, I think we could definitely revisit that once we've done the work. That's kind of where I would stand on this, let's actually revisit this.
Are you confident that the Sanchez and Pickle and Wooten communities understand that? Because even the Ridgetop families weren't understanding, many of them weren't understanding that the plan was for Pickle and Wooten to become school-wide. And they found some relief when they found that was going to happen, but they didn't know that, and some of them they're most focused on this. So I'm concerned that the Sanchez communities might be understanding, our non-dual language strand can stay, and then they will find out tomorrow morning that was not accurate. So I'm concerned that the communication's not there. I would prefer to leave it open as a process that we need to plan for, just like the other changes we still need to plan for with engagement, and to ensure that that
You might be
That's the
saying
process I feel we can still do effective engagement with.
Are you saying
I
that
support your motion
you support it? Okay.
because I think I don't feel comfortable committing right now to something that I don't think was clearly communicated to the
That's
community.
right. Let's just, yeah, thank you.
Okay, do we have a second? I think we have been discussing.
Trustee Hunter, I thought seconded.
Trustee Hunter seconded. Okay, a little tired. Okay. Do we have any further discussion? Okay. All in favor of the amendment to modify 14.3 with the language that Trustee Singh introduced? All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 7 in favor, 2 opposed. Okay, so we're back to the motion to approve 14.3 as amended. Any discussion?
I just want to acknowledge the difference in terms of availability for the program for families coming from Becker compared to Ridgetop and Riley. And I don't know if we need to put something in the plan, but I just need some type of assurance that if option 1 and 2, like where they have top priority at Sanchez and secondary priority at Odom and Wooten, that if those options don't work for families, that there will be an effort, at the meetings you're discussing for enrollment to find dual language placements for them in, where programs exist. Again, not necessarily creating new classrooms or creating new programs, but we have hundreds of dual language seats across the district in programs where families could be more thoroughly immersed in Spanish with more students who are emergent bilingual students. So there are many, many opportunities out there, and I just want to ensure that the Becker community has a place to continue the program that we made a commitment to them to have. I don't know what you all can say to that, but I just want to have that commitment.
Yes, we have that commitment as well.
Thank you.
So we're in discussion. I guess want to lift up a note of both gratitude, but also solace to our communities that are impacted by this. I think they've showed up amazingly and just represented with great integrity. The Riley community has been amazing. The Wooten community has been amazing. The Ridgetop community has been amazing. And I try to operate with enough integrity so that I'm predictable. And I proved myself to be unpredictable because I drew a line and said, if we pull Breiker, if we pull schools that we put on, that would be no for me. And so I drew a line because that just made sense. And the superintendent knows that my first reaction on the realization that what 14.3 would end up looking like would be substantially different. My first note was, I don't know whether I can continue on this board. Then I had to think about the process that we've been through and the reality that if this were 60 years ago, there would have been no controversy at all because we just would have done some communities that just would have no voice. So there would never be a controversy because they would just be invisible. And then if this were just a few years ago, we would have improved to the point where we presented things to the public and we introduced some ideas of equity and we would even listen. But that's where it would stop and nothing would substantively change. And what happened this time is that we entered into incredibly perilous and courageous waters, even though it doesn't feel like that. It just feels like chaos to some and it feels like pain to some. But the reality is a plan was presented by the administration, and there was intense listening, and there was refinement and refinement and refinement. And the courageous thing about the refinement is that every time you refine and fix this, you kind of break something else. And so every refinement was jarring to a new set of our constituents. And yet it kept going. Then we had a piece of failure in that, and this is my judgment of it, and it had to do with our capacity. It had to do with folks going on leave. It had to do with this and that. It had to do with the imperfection of actually trying to do something courageous, where when refinements were made, as I said earlier tonight, I feel like a piece ended up missing. The dialogue between we listened, we refined, and there should have been a dialogue moment to pull in folks to say this is what we think it might look like. But across 20 campuses plus impacted, having that dialogue was impossible. So then the change would come out, and there was no way a community could understand what was hitting them. It's impossible. You got a paragraph that is massively changing what's happening. So at that point, we began sort of losing folks. And I totally get it. They're furious. They're angry. And they're also angry in the context of a sense that, wow, it wasn't just the game. I think some folks learned how the game really works. Some of us know how the game works. Some of us know that privilege protects privilege. And that always, that's the norm in our nation. And so some folks found that because they had been willing to make the sacrifice with the understanding that everyone would equally sacrifice. That ain't America. So it is like the middle group that actually has to be the bravest if our world gets better. Because those who are the least among us, they know what's going to happen. Those who are the most privileged among us, they know what's going to happen because they got the power and the privilege to ensure that it continues. Those in the middle that wake up to the reality and they're like, hey, let's sacrifice, let's dig in. Then they get punched in the face. This is what Bell Hooks would tell us. That she's like, this is how this world works. And it feels like a raw injustice like you ain't never felt before. But we pitched in. We did what we were supposed to do. Why is this like this? It's because this is America. So I'm not grieving, I guess I'd say, but I just want to acknowledge just how much, at least all the communities and all the people, some of them just really mad at us. And I'm not going to say it, and I'm going to say us, because I'm in it, because I'm back in the administration. And they're like, but I thought you were about something. I am about something. And that had me say there's a greater good here. So the Pickle move that was right by Pickle kids in many respects meant this giving group had to deepen their sacrifice one more time. And this was especially important to me for Wootton, where our kids have been on a track for a year. And they were about to not go because we were there. I was there, you know, turning the shovel, having fun, taking pictures when we broke ground for this new Wootton. And we were telling them, yeah, we were just kidding. You ain't going to see that building. That's how we had it in the plan. And we had that in the plan until very late. It got changed at the last minute. So we made a last minute change that was so jarring. And at the end, I had to say that was the right change to make, even though it broke hearts. So I just want to kind of name that and acknowledge that as this moves forward. And I'm only looking at, you know, the communities that I'm dealing with every day. I've learned so much from so many different folks, from Breaker Woods, from Becker, from Sunset Valley. Like, you know, our community reaches out. And so I've, you know, sat and broke bread at Rudy's, Torchy's, Epoch, like all the places. And they're sincere and they're hurt. And I get it. And some are furious, and I get it. And some of them are going to walk with their feet or whatever the saying is, and they're going to make choices, and I get it. So as we move forward with this consolidation components related to programmatic moves, I find myself not resigning as I thought I would. I find myself not ready to vote no as I thought I would. I find myself ready to say this is us moving forward. And I sure hope we do better and keep doing better. And I see concrete ways we can do better. So I seem to always soliloquize, but I made up a new word. But I feel like I just have to name that, and just most especially name the gratitude I feel for our community, even in their pain. They're amazing.
Thank you. Any more discussion?
So we have 7 trustees that said they want to amend the plan, vote an amended plan because there's major concerns with it. 2 trustees saying no. It is just very clear that this plan isn't it. We have time, unlike the state-imposed deadline, we have time to do another plan for these schools to make a better plan. So voting no allows us to do that. Otherwise, this is the same as like draft 1, draft 2, draft 3, and this is just the draft made right before 2 a.m. So that is why I'm going to vote no.
State Quintana.
Superintendent, how does postponing this process affect the schools with turnaround plans like Sanchez?
So it'll have less of an effect now because we've maintained the tap at those schools, right? Which is a change that we made, as Trustee Foster said, for Woot and Sanchez at 3A, yeah, 3UA, Wooten and Pickle. That being said, Riley, it's a little bit different because it's a movement and a new school kind of at the same time. And so one of the things that I would say is we had been anticipating that all of this together would allow leaders to be in position to actually successfully break the taps, right? Because you've heard about programmatic moves, you've heard about principals and different staff going with the campus, so now that won't be in play, right? So an example of this would be educators at Riley who would like to go to Wooten, they would no longer go, right? Because they would choose to, I would think, to stay at Riley perhaps. And then we would effectively, kind of rethink the support system at Wooten in a way that we hadn't previously, right? Because all that movement is connected in that way. The same would be true for Ridgetop and Pickle. In that instance, as we talked about, the goal was to have the community largely go. If that doesn't happen, then the staff, the supports that would go with the program wouldn't go. So they would likely stay at Ridgetop, and then I would have to effectively, do the restart, but with a different starting point. Because I wouldn't have staff there. So there would be an impact. They wouldn't all be the same, right? I think there's different degrees. And then you would close 7 schools opposed to 10. Well, I guess technically 4, because we're not including Sunset Valley, right? That's included in this as well. Right, so.
I move to call the question.
I don't want us to lose sight. So I mentioned Ridgetop.
Hold on one second. Trustee Whitley Chu asked move to call the question.
So now we vote on whether we want to vote or continue discussion.
Okay. If you want to call the question, raise your hand, please. We don't need a second, right?
Just go ahead, yeah.
Yeah. Any opposed?
Calling the question?
Means vote.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be
Foster.
brief. I don't want to lose sight of a big initial piece of it. bilingual certified educators serving our kids of greatest need as quickly as possible. We have beautiful dual language communities that are serving 14% emergent bilingual kids. And those bilingual certified teachers who are wonderful are disproportionately serving kids for whom learning Spanish is enrichment, and we don't have enough teachers serving kids who desperately need to learn English. So I can't support delaying the programmatic moves that expand our capacity to serve our neediest kids as quickly as possible.
I agree 100%. Thank you for stating that.
Any additional discussion?
Closing these schools is not the only way to do that.
I have one question and then one comment. I know, really want to share appreciation for the Becker community and other communities who have brought. We asked people to advocate for what they wanted most, and that was my ask with you from the very beginning, the first time I met with you, is advocate for what you want the most and help us be creative, right? And think about plan B, plan C. Trustee Hunter was, good, better, best, right? And I think we asked our community to bring us ideas. And I really, in a lot of ways, wish we could have started with creative ideas from our community, because there is immense wisdom in our community. And I think we would have gotten to something even more creative, more thoughtful than what's in front of us. And I want to share appreciation. I know it's been an immense amount of time and emotion and thought that you've put into it, and I do trust. I have a report, and I see what the administration I believe really considered it and explored it. And I just have a question. That exploration was done before the change on Friday. And I'd really love to be sure it's not worth revisiting that you still, given that the change has been significant for the Becker community, you still feel like that option, a restart at Sanchez, and putting a wall-to-wall dual language program in 78704 is not viable.
So we looked at all the different models, and we're really looking, again, based on the proposals, looking for ways to increase the number of emergent bilingual students participating. And so unfortunately, within that area, when you start to look at, who's in certain schools, so some schools within the 4-mile radius, or even schools like Cassis that don't have a dual language program. And so we couldn't get to a point where we were reaching at least 50% emergent bilingual, even when we were looking at Galindo, looking at Zilker, looking at just different Dawson, looking at different campuses in the area. So we really did take if you've seen the document, we've really took each step in each proposal and looked at different combinations. We weren't able to reach that.
Thank you. I will really echo Trustee Kaufman's comment that if the vote is to close these schools, Becker is in a unique position in this, where they are really suffering, being broken up in a way that other communities are not. And we talked for many, many weeks about plans that weren't going to do that. And I think we really need to honor that and lean really hard into as much space as we can make it open, into whatever we can do to maintain what we can. For people who've really chosen and invested in our schools, and who've chosen something for their students that really needs to remain as intact as it possibly can be, if that's the way this goes. And I don't see anything in this yet that does that, and I just really want to challenge the administration to do everything they can to get that situation closer to what the other wall-to-wall schools have, because it feels really unjust and unfair. Thank you. Any additional comments? Okay. Having a motion by Trustee Singh and a second by Trustee Hunter to approve agenda item 14.3 as amended. All in favor, please raise your right hand. We're approving item 14.3 with the language that Arthi amended.
Yes.
It's late. Any opposed? And the motion carries 6-3. Yeah.
Can I ask for a point of privilege?
Yes.
So I just want to point out as succinctly as I can, no metaphors. You know, I was a teacher in this district, and I remember feeling the weight of the world on my shoulders as an SBS teacher, scores teacher, that if something happened, it was going to be my fault, that I was the one responsible for everything in that classroom, and that it extended basically to the entire campus, to the entire district. I always felt like I was the one that was going to get in trouble. And I want to make it clear, you know, there were comments earlier on the call-ins that, you know, the loudest advocates were the ones that got what they wanted. If we had known that we needed to be more aggressive or that we needed to, you know, basically yell at the district more, we would have gotten heard. And I want to be really clear to the public that that's not what happened here. And that if you have been watching the board through this whole process, you know, now I am arguably more on the administration, right? I'm not in the administration, I'm governing. And a lot of the discussion has been about what you're modeling down, right? To the people that work for you, the people in your teams. I want to be clear that I have never met anyone in all my time in the district that didn't want to be here to serve students. And I cannot think it's only an assumption that that feeling that I had as a teacher is felt by every person in this building working to try and help students. And so when people say that they think something malicious is going on or that there's some other plan or that everything's already preconceived, I understand how that looks. You know, I advocate for families outside of the district all over Texas. You know, I understand the confusion and you know, the heartache around it. I do feel that as a teacher, very rarely did the families understand the pressure that I had being in the classroom. And similarly, I don't think the community really understands the pressure that the administration is under. And certainly there is a scarcity of time, a manufactured scarcity, some might argue. And so I just want to call out and thank everyone that has worked tirelessly throughout this process. Even though it was imperfect, even though it really got messed up from how it started. And it's nobody here's fault. That's just the real world. So in acknowledging the families and acknowledging the hardship that we're going through, I just want to be clear that everybody else is feeling it too, and that it's a little bit different than it seems from the outside. I know that's hard to believe. That's why I'm saying, I'm not saying trust me, because I know so much of what the community is hearing is trust us, trust us, trust us. So that's not what I'm sharing. I'm sharing my personal experience as someone that's come up from being a substitute teacher, a TA, a teacher. You know, now I'm on the school board. That's my belief. So you don't have to trust me. I'm just telling you what I believe. And so in that, I'm thanking the community. I'm acknowledging the hardship that we're enduring. And I'm also thanking the administration for the hardship and the weight that I know everybody in here is feeling.
I move to approve agenda item 14.4.
Do we have a second? to approve agenda item 14.4.
Proposed termination of a professional employee during a term contract.
Having a motion by Vice President Whitley Chu and a second by Trustee Quintana to approve agenda item 14.4. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by no. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstaining. I just want to honor anyone else who wants to make a comment before we. Oh, you were abstaining too, 2 abstaining.
No, I voted in favor.
Oh, you voted in favor. 8 in favor. Sorry, I am really tired apparently. 8 in favor, 1 abstaining. Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. I do want to honor anyone else who wants to make a comment before we adjourn for the evening. Okay, thank you. We will now recess our open meeting at 2:03 a.m. and move to a very brief executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we finish with executive session, we will briefly return to the open session to formally adjourn the meeting. The adjournment will be recorded and included in all replays of tonight's meeting. Thank you for joining us and have a good evening.